This weekend as we endeavour to bring you all the on-track action. As you can see here at CARCO Raceway, the weather gods have shined on us literally, and we are in the peak of having an awesome big weekend of racing here at beautiful CARCO Raceway. As you can see, we're in the wintry part of the year, so strap yourselves in, keep your eye on the track, and check out all the action as we bring it towards you. CARCO Raceway lights up. Well, we've just finished the FSR qualifying, and unfortunately didn't go according to plan as we look on the stream here, and it's car just having a little bit of an issue down on the exit of turn 5, plunging down into turn 6 and gets the car up and running. I did mention that we've just had the FSR qualifying, and unfortunately didn't go according to plan. The leader, Mr. Moore, Bryce Moore, unfortunately beached the car in turn 1 on the opening lap of qualifying, unfortunately for he, and beached the car very disappointingly. So we run through the schedule today. We kicked off with Saloon Cars with their qualifying straight away. Then we moved into sports cars, sports sedans, AA muscle cars and street cars. We had FSR, as I mentioned. We are now in the middle of AA Hino production cars and improved production cars, running over 10 minutes. We've been racing or running just on the 4.5 minutes. And at this stage, the leaderboard sees Steve Turpin in first place, Brent Peters in second, and Corello back there in third with Greg Gellan. He finds himself in fourth place. So Steve Turpin, his fastest qualifying time so far of a 1:05.25, and he just goes across the start line. The start is his third qualifying lap. I look around towards turn 7. We've got Mr. Gellan coming across the stripe. He'll come across the stripe. So a little bit later on, as we're into production cars and improved production, we'll move on with qualifying for Formula Classic, then Formula Ford. Darn, we've got a car that's gone and beached itself. Oh, disappointing. This is number 9 down in... this is William Panizza and the Hyundai XL for Auto 1. How disappointing. Wow, all the way down in turn 7 he has beached himself, and that will bring out the red flag. That car is far too close to the edge of the road, unfortunately, to carry on racing. Oh, wow. It's been a rough morning, as I say. We did have Bryce Moore earlier on in FSR go off in turn number 1, bring out the red flag and ended qualifying. We now have William Panizza. And improved production has also speared off at turn 7, and I guess was brought out the red flag. I wonder if that'll bring an end to qualifying. Just on 3 minutes to go. It's going to be hard to extract the it's going to be hard to extract the Hyundai XL, although they are a small, lightweight car. It'll be hard to extract that within the next 3 minutes. So unfortunately, this will bring an end to qualifying for improved production and the 3 production cars here at CARCO Raceway on what is an absolutely gorgeous round 3 here in late June. I think we're talking about the 28th of June, just near the end of the financial year here in Perth, Western Australia. We're around about 30 minutes away from the just north of the Perth Metropolitan CBD. Absolutely gorgeous, and if you're out and about and you want to come and join us, I do recommend you jump in your car, come and join us. As I say, we're only 30 minutes away, and we've got an awesome weekend of racing, and as I did say, featuring the Radical Australia West Cup here at CARCO Raceway. Well, that's really going to bring the end, certainly has brought the end, unfortunately, to production cars and 3 production cars, improved production cars and 3 production cars, unfortunately, for their qualifying. Just on 2 minutes to go, and the flag has dropped. The rescue vehicles are out there trying to move that XL. So we will move on with our next category, which will be coming up to be Formula Classic, about to come out the not too distant future. So I think we'll take a very short break here as we see the great to see our flag marshals doing an awesome job. We see the red flags being displayed there, and we thank all our flag marshals, all our staff, all our workers here at CARCO Raceway for what is going to be an awesome weekend. The amount of work that our staff has done here over the recent months. We had the V8 supercars, should I say, the Repco Australia supercars out here, and for 3 full days, and our staff worked tirelessly over those 3 full days, and they've been doing a sensational job. So we'll just take a little bit of a break here at CARCO Raceway, and we'll be back with Formula Classic qualifying very, very soon. Welcome back to CARCO Raceway. We move into Formula Classic. 10 minutes of qualifying here. Formula Classic, this is, well, what do we say? We say she's like a rolling museum, and she certainly is. Let's have a look at our field of races. We've got William Norman in the Ralt, the RT4. The Reynard comes out, Leon Magisto. Oh, he's making a mistake. Sorry about that, Leon. Leon Magisto in the Reynard, the 84F. And we move down to Colin Ewald in the Tiger SC80. Glenn Swarbrick always out on track, doing double duties. Quite often is our Glenn Swarbrick on board the Macron, the MR9. Reynard, the SF85 Reynard of David Dearden. We've got Philip Grove on board the Van Diemen, the Double F, the Formula Ford 2000. Ricky Virago brings out the Ralt, the RT5. Bruce Mitchell on board the Reynard, the Formula Ford 2000 Reynard. Alan Jones, great name, on board the Ralt, the RT5 Ralt. The Aztec, Peter Marsh brings out the Aztec, the AR9 F3, and Craig Thompson in the RF82 Van Diemen. So terrific field of absolutely awesome cars. I don't know actually who's the older out here. Is it the cars or the drivers? And I mean that quite nicely. We've got William Norman out here racing, born in 1946. Say no more, William. We'll keep it ourselves, mate. But no, great to see these beautiful vintage cars. We look at them coming down in towards turn 7. Straight away, this is 85. That's Alan Jones out in front. He rotates in around turn 7, keeps off the curb, which is always a good idea. And he's rolled himself a 104. No, it's actual fact, yeah, just on a 104. It's Alan Jones, early qualifying, 7 minutes to go here in qualifying for the Formula Classics. And William Norman lobs himself a 101. That's impressive. 105, sorry, 105. And Bruce Mitchell just going through there with a 111. We see the cars going around top of turn 4 into turn 5, plummeting down the hill. This is 85. Alan Jones on board the Ralt, being chased very neatly, getting a little bit of a slipstream, I guess. Alan's probably helping the vehicle behind it. Nice little bit of a slipstream, and these open wheelers, especially the Ralt here, really good if you can get right behind him. Probably a little bit too far back to actually be getting a slipstream down in towards turn 7. Let me see, this is Alan Jones, great racing name, great racing pedigree, former Formula 1, world champion. I'll say no more. And it's William Norman right behind Jonesy. William Norman just lobbed himself a 103, so he's improved. A 103.7 there for William Norman. And, of course, chasing Alan Jones to that 101 on board the Ralt. William Norman also on board the RT for the Ralt. Is he coming across the start-finish line? This would be Mr. Marsh. We better check it's actually, call him Paul Marsh. Peter Marsh, sorry, Marshy. Got me Pauls and me Peters mixed up on board the Aztec. And he goes through, lobs himself a 107, 107.7 there for Paul Marsh. Ricky Virago, nice lap, a 109. Ricky Virago, always good racer. Again, love this view as the cars come down in towards turn 7. Car looking a little bit shaky. Well, it'll be shuffling a little side to side. I don't know if that was a case of the strong morning breeze in his face or what it was there, but Alan Jones keeps the car nice and straight as down the braking line into turn 1. Keeps the car nicely off the apex, takes a nice wide line, followed of course by William Norman up through turns 3 into turn 4. Looks like he's just about gaining on Jonesy as he goes into turn 3. Of course, this is qualifying, folks. It's not actual racing, so obviously the slipstreaming does help. It benefits your lap times, but it can... Look, you don't want to catch the car in front of you because effectively that'll muddle up your qualifying lap and really let you down, as we see Young Yuld go across the line to the 107. So got a couple of cars slipping into the 107s. In actual fact, Ricky Verado under the 106s. That's impressive. Oh, William Norman. Oh, into the 59s. A 59 flat. Oh, well done, Willie Norman. I reckon he might have had a little bit of help from the slipstream there of Alan Jones. So he actually steps in front of Jonesy. So it's William Norman up to 3rd place. Alan Jones down to 2nd. And it'll be Paul Marsh. Peter Marsh, sorry, Paul and Peter. Peter Marsh back there in 3rd place with a 105. See these two cars almost racing each other through turns 3 into turn 4 around the long left-hand sweeper. Look at this. Norman is right behind Jonesy. I wonder if he'd dive up the inside. I reckon he might be happy just to sit there, get a little bit of a slipstream, help his lap times. But, gee, if this was racing, you would expect coming out of the turn 6 here, right where William Norman is now, he'd be perfectly settled for a dive up the inside. Was this to be racing? As it's not, he's happy just to sit behind, get a slipstream. That elastic band effect under brakes as he closes right up to Jones under brakes. And Jones pulls out of his hot lap. Norman very keen to get past and put in his good lap. So he puts in, yes, and Norman goes into the 59.04. Didn't benefit from that lap. And also Alan Jones, he's in the 60s flat. He sort of appeared to just shuffle over and allow Willie Norman all the way through a clear path. Peter Marsh still in the 103s now. Ricky Virago's also stepped up from the 105s into the 103s with a good sector, put in a good second sector here is Ricky Virago. Keep an eye on him as he comes across the stripe. It's Peter Marsh. He's just put in that 103.35, not being able to improve on his better time. Ricky Virago, yeah, okay, he had a very good sector, a very good second sector. Hasn't improved by too much on that previous lap time with a 103. And car number 94, Mr. Yuld, he's a little bit further back there, just looking for his details. A 106 there for Yuld. 106 Thompson, he's back there with a 108. Philip Grove, a 110 I should say. And still up front is William Norman in first place with a 59. Just under 2 minutes to go, so the 2-minute warning is out and gone. Alan Jones still back there in second place. He's staying pretty set on at 60 seconds his lap times, fairly consistently lapping. Looking down there towards turn 6, over the hill, here and towards heading over the crest, down in towards turn 7. Beautiful part of the track here. Heading down into the braking zone into turn 7. Getting the job done. Round the corner, of course, looking for a good qualifying lap here. We're just going to cross the stripe. 94 goes across the stripe. And wasn't able to better his time, actually, unfortunately. That was Ewed. Still on the 106.92. That was Ewed, unfortunately, not bettering his times. Just on the 1 minute to go here in qualifying. Of course, this is qualifying for Formula Classic on this beautiful day at CARCO Raceway here in the suburb of Neerabup, in the northern suburbs of Perth. That's a good lap time by David Derridon. Dropped himself a 1:11.22. And he'll start his final qualifying lap, qualifying for Formula Classic. Still Norman on top, Jones second, Marsh third, Virago fourth, Ewed fifth, Thompson sixth, and Grove back there in seventh. Did mention Glenn Swarbrick, he's just gone in, lobbed himself a lap in the Formula Ford, a 1:13 with a 7. 1:13 with a 7 there for Glenn Swarbrick. Leon Magistro, a 1:14. And Mitchell, Mr. Mitchell, Bruce Mitchell himself in 11th place with a 1:15. Going past again, Ewed, a 1:06.9, not able to better his time. Still finds himself back there in 5th place. And that's it, we've got the checkered flag has just dropped. The flag has gone out for the end of qualifying. And at this stage, we just wait for some of the other cars to finish off their lap. It'll be Norman in first place, William Norman in first place, Alan Jones in second, Peter Marsh third, Ricky Virago back there in fourth, and bringing up the 5th place is Ewed. That's Colin Ewed. He comes in 5th place with a Colin a 1:06.92. So that is Formula Classic qualifying run and done. As we did mention, they'll be coming out a little bit later on. They'll be straight after production cars and improved production cars, and just prior to Formula Ford. And speaking of Formula Ford, their chance to shine with 10 minutes of qualifying is about to come up very, very soon. So as I did mention, yeah, Norman first, Jones second, Marsh third, Virago fourth, and Ewed back there in 5th. So we will take another very short break here at CARCO Raceway, and we'll be back with Formula Ford qualifying very, very soon. Stay tuned. Welcome back, folks. Of course, CARCO Raceway here in beautiful Perth. We're right in the middle of Formula Ford qualifying. Let's see, we've got straight away Marold out there, Henderson, Begley, that's a famous racing name, Piper, Brewer, Shirello, Van Leeuwen, Matthews, Hall, Barron and Schwarbrick. Back off his Formula Classic duties. Hops out of one car and into another car to our Glenn Schwarbrick. Great to see him. Okay, we'll kick off qualifying. Early sector times. Looks like Marold, car number 31, in first place with that is Jensen Marold. And the Van Diemen, the Stealth Van Diemen. He finds himself in first place. Sector time so far, early sector times, 27.5. Looks like he's about to come down towards turn 7. Here he is at the top of the hill. Two cars side by side, slipstreaming each other. First one across the stripe, I think it will be. Is indeed as Marold. It's Henderson actually. Henderson goes to the top with a 102. And Brewer, wow, clips him with a 102.3. Well done, young Brewer, Brock Brewer, a 102.3. Henderson back there in second place with a 102. Also coming across the stripe, Van Leeuwen lobs himself a 104. Matthews, a 103. Good stuff. And we've got young Hall number 55 also here. William Hall lobs himself, puts himself on the scoreboard with a 107. And Glennie Schwarbrick, a 113. And and Barron back here. Paul Barron, I must apologise, Paul. And the Van Diemen, and the Formula Ford Van Diemen, a 113 with a 4. So the top of the board so far, would you believe how good is this? Young Brock Brewer. And we've got Henderson back there in second place. Xavier Henderson betters his time. Xavier Henderson, oh yeah, betters his time beautifully. Moves to a 61.8. Henderson, Brewer, he's actually Marold, I should say, lobs himself a 102. Chirello, a 103. Begley's still got a 105.4. Matthews, number 65, he shuffles himself up into fourth position. That is Joshua Matthews. Car's working their way across turn 3 into turn 4. This long left hand, you see them working up the hill. It's extremely steep up the hill, that left-hander. And then they come this switch back around turn 5. Quite sharp, and it is a blind crest once you exit turn 5, and it's really heavy downhill. And the cameras show you how steep downhill that is till they get down towards Con's Corner, also known as the basin or the bowl. You might hear it referred to as occasionally. Back over the hill and plunder down in towards turn 7. One of my favourite parts of the racetrack as we look back towards the scoreboard. Oh, Brock Brewer back to first position. Gets himself in front of Xavier Henderson. Brock Brewer with a 101 with a 6. Brock Henderson a 101 with an 8. And got Matthews who's just put himself into fourth position with a 102. That's Joshua Matthews. Jensen Marold also in third place with a 101.9. Good sector. He's put in the fastest sector so far in sector number 1. Here is Jensen. In actual fact, sector number 2. This is Jensen Marold. See him coming around the hill, plunges down the hill. Brock Brewer's put in another good sector there in the second sector with a 47 second at 47. A 47 flat actually. That's good, just in front of Henderson. And Brewer puts another good lap, a 101.52, and he's faster and faster as this young lad. Marold back there with a 101.6. There's not much in it, just on 15 100ths of a second, the margin between Brewer and Marold. Henderson with a 101, with a 101.68. There's not much in it. There's barely a cigarette, the width of a cigarette paper as they cross the stripe here. Joshua Matthews again, a 102.12. Well, heading down towards the hill. They're almost the other side of the circuit now, coming out of the basin here, up the hill. I say another good sector by Brock Brewer, a 26.65. He is fast in the early couple of sectors, just leaving a little bit on the table there in the final sector. And across the stripe, here we have the first one across the stripe is Barron. He goes through with a 109, quickly pursued there by Swarbrick. Swarbrick with a 111. Brewer again a 101.38, getting faster and faster. And Maruld also drops the bar, or should I say raises the bar, with a 101.44. There is not much in this. And of course Xavier Henderson also in the 101s. And then we see Joshua Matthews. He actually drops a spot. And now picks it back up to fourth position there with a 101. And Andrew Van Leeuwen with a 102, just in front of Mr. Chirello. Well, and Begley back there in ninth position with a 103. Cars again exiting turn 5, plundered down the hill towards turn 6. They're two very, very steep or very heavy braking zones you'll find here at CARCO Raceway in towards turn 6, and also the very heavy braking zone in towards turn 7. As we see the blue Formula Ford heading down the hill in towards turn 7. How late are you going to brake? How late? How much courage have you got? Mark Chirillo on board the Van Diemen Formula Ford. Let's see as he goes across the stripe. He goes across the stripe with a 102.5. Slight increase on his previous time. That was Mark Chirillo, a 102.55. Still Brewer in front. Maruld, very close behind. Henderson, there is not much. And I'll tell you this, Josh Matthews has also dropped into the 101s. That is terrific to see. And about a half a second off them is Andrew Van Leeuwen in 5th place with a 102. We've just got just on 1.5 seconds, 1.5 minutes. Try that one again. 1.5 minutes to go in Formula Ford qualifying here at CARCO Raceway. On this drop dead gorgeous long weekend. Tons of action for you here. If you're tuning in on the stream, I hope you're enjoying it. I hope you'll stay with us because we have a huge weekend of action, and all culminating, of course, in the Radical Australia West Cup, which will be featured over both days here at CARCO Raceway. Finishing off race 5 late tomorrow, and the presentation of Cups Up and Arise Racing. Looking forward to that thoroughly. 1 minute to go. The 1 minute warning is coming out for qualifying in Formula Ford, and it's still Brewer in first place. Maruld in second. Xavier Henderson in third. Joshua Matthews back there in fourth. And just looking down, Jensen Maruld in that Van Diemen Stealth. Oh, that is quick. And did mention, Joshua Matthews dropped himself inside the 101s. So this is magnificent. In the 61-second bracket, we have 4 races. We have Brewer, Maruld, Henderson and Matthews. Matthews put in a really good first sector for 26.64. That is the fastest first sector we have at this stage. And let's see if Matthews might be on a real flyer here. This will be his last chance. Just on 10 seconds to go for qualifying. As you come across the stripe, you may get one more lap. 4 seconds to go. Let's see. So Piper Begley will get one more lap. Matthews will get one more lap as we see the checkered flag fall on qualifying. So it's really up to those who are on a hot lap now to see if they can improve their spot. But it does look at this stage be Brewer from Matthews, Maruld and Henderson at this stage. See the cars working their way up through turn 4, the long sweeping left-hander into the right-hander, heading downhill. Car 65 at the back here. Joshua Matthews in 4th place. Let's see if he can improve on that. Oh, a little bit of jostling down by turn 6. So you see coming across the stripe here, completing the lap there is Hall, followed by Van Leeuwen. Henderson crosses the line. Brewer crosses the line. Still waiting on Matthews, Maruld, Chirello, Begley, Piper and Barron to come across the stripe. Let's see if they come around the corner to negotiate the last corner. Chirello cements himself in 6th place. Begley and Piper 8th and 9th respectively. So as qualifying finishes for Formula Ford, it'll be Brock Brewer in 1st place. Joshua Henderson in 2nd. Xavier Henderson in 3rd. We've got Young Maruld in 4th, and Andrew Van Leeuwen brings up 5th, qualifying for Formula Ford. Well, I tell you what, that is qualifying run and done here at CARCO Raceway, and we will be back out very, very soon with race number 1 for the Saloon Cars, the Right Way Industrial Proprietary Limited Saloon Cars. Bringing up race 1 here at CARCO Raceway very, very soon. Please grab yourselves a drink and grab yourselves a chair, sit down, come and enjoy the action here at CARCO Raceway. We'll be back very, very soon with the Saloon Cars. Well, welcome back, folks. Welcome back to CARCO Raceway as we move into Saloon Cars. Big welcome to Chris Neefsey on board the microphone. Good morning, Chris. Great to have you on board.
G'day guys, happy to be here with a little bit of insider information with the race this morning.
Yeah, appreciate that, Chris. Firstly, why are you not out there racing?
Motors in pieces, parts in South Australia, another parts in WA. Hopefully get it back together and get out there soon.
Oh no, gee, that's disappointing, Chris. I know you're such an awesome competitor out there. Gee, how's your season been going so far?
Well, I only did one round and then the motor let go, so...
Darn it, okay.
But we're not about me to here today, we're about what's happening out on track, so let's go through these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Got Mason Harvey in first place.
Okay, Mason's out for the day. He's done a motor.
Wow. Okay. So Harvey won't be out there, so we'll have a vacant grid position number 1. We've got Hills number 2, Mark on in 3, Dylan Barr in 4th, Michael Corbenstein back there in 5th, Mark Watkins, Vince Chialella, Michael Clark, we've got Sadler, we've got Callow, Karukin, Corbenstein, Reginald Ralph out there. Got one of the Martins, James Power, Parham, Ellis Game, Terry De Silva, Peter Dieball down the rear of the pack. Brad Boley, obviously he didn't get a great chance to qualify, did he? And of course Tim Combe back there in at the rear of the grid.
Right, up the front, one of the guys to watch out for is a young guy, Dylan Barr. This is only his second meeting and he's on the second row of the grid. So that's the one to watch out for.
I reckon so. He's got good pedigree, hasn't he? His dad's done plenty of racing around here, and I guess it was only a matter of time until Dylan stepped up to the plate in Saloon Cars.
Always great to see a second generation get out on track.
Yeah, that it is. Terrific. Dylan Barr is an onboard camera. Magnificent. Car number 70. Great. I just see this on our screen. Car number 70, Dylan Barr onboard camera. That is going to be good, especially in the start here, Chris. Leaving from grid position number 4.
Well, the thing to watch out for at the start, will Gary Hills be able to come across before Robbie Marcon comes up the inside?
Absolutely. Here we go, folks. Just waiting for the cars to all shuffle in a position. We'll get the green flag pretty soon. Great to see this onboard camera position here. Car number 70. Dylan Barr in his second race. Just about to get the green. All shuffling forward. The excitement rises. Race number 1 for Saloon Cars here at CARCO Raceway. On a massive weekend. Round number 3 for the WA Sporting Car Club. Just waiting on that green. We're really keen. I think we've got a car that might be out of position. Yes, I do believe that's the case. That's why the gentleman with the green flag. Okay, so that is quite interesting actually, Chris. If you look out the door there, we've got 3 cars sort of banked up. I think one of them needs to go backwards a little bit. I'm not going to go out there and tell anyone to do what, but quite interesting this, Chris.
This is the interesting part where you need to find reverse and back up in a hurry. Because this is a time certain race, and every time this happens, the competitors lose laps.
Indeed, we're down to 7 minutes 55. Makes you wonder if you'd almost just, give him a 5-second penalty and drop the green flag.
Unfortunately, you can't start the cars in their current position.
No,
so
I see that.
There is an issue there.
Okay.
Oh no, they're going to start it.
Fair enough too. There we go. Looks like we're just about to get the green flags. We've got the green flag, I do believe.
Oh no, it's going to be a delayed start.
Delayed start, okay, yeah. So what the story is, folks, we've got 2 cars are out of position. I think one has jumped in front of the other one on the grid. So back about, let's see, 6, 8, 10, about 12 to 14 cars backwards. Cars out of position. So the clock has started ticking. We're down to 7 minutes and 5 seconds to go. So I think, not sure if we're just going to do a sighting lap, another formation lap. Can imagine the drivers be quite frustrated sitting out there ready to get going.
From a driver's point of view, this is one of the most frustrating things that can happen. You've got your adrenaline pumping, you're excited, you're ready to go, and now the compounded effect of a time certain race, you're just going to lose laps.
What was the issue up the back there, Chris? Why couldn't the car that's out of position grab reverse and shuffle backwards? You are allowed to grab reverse on the grid box, aren't you?
The only thing I can assume is that multiple cars are out of position and somebody at the back is just arguing the point, and they're in the correct spot, and everyone needed to move forward one spot. So hopefully that's all it is, and now we can get underway.
Yeah, and they've done exactly that. All right, here we go, folks. Race 1 for Saloon Cars. Still got the yellow flags just waving.
Green flag.
Yeah, green flag, so formation lap effectively, I guess, Chris. I guess all the cars, the tyres have lost all their heat. They want to circle around and maybe re-grid up again. Let's hope when they come back and they form up, they'll find their correct grid spots.
So this is probably a good time to talk about our upcoming round. At the next meeting, we've got our Saloon Car Pit Stop Challenge.
Oh, tell me about that, please, Chris.
So it's a 3-race meeting, as we would normally have.
Yes.
The first race and the second race will be short races, where you can have 2 drivers, so your driver can drive either of the 2 races. Oh. And then the third race is going to be an extended 20-odd lap approximate race with a compulsory pit stop in the middle. And you can do a driver change, driver gets out, driver gets back in and continues on the race.
Well, that's going to be interesting. That will be that'll be a lot of fun, and that's coming up, of course, July. I think it's the 26th of July thereabouts. The next,
that's correct.
Yeah, double-header race meeting here at CARCO Raceway. Terrific.
It always drags people out of the woodwork. We get a few people from other categories come in, and it's usually a good ball. It's usually a good laugh. Everyone enjoys themselves.
Yes,
something different.
Yep. And the ranks for Saloon Cars, how's it been going this year so far, Chris? Not yourself, okay, an issue there with the engine, but the other categories.
So Mason Harvey's the fast car, but he's doing a lot of racing at the moment over east. Like he's almost national Aussie racing car champion. He's trying to win that championship. So Saloon Cars kind of takes down a step for him. So the real battle this year would be between Gary Hills, Jackson Callow and Mark Watkins. They're sort of the top 3 in the championship. Jackson Callow being the reigning state champion, and Gary trying to have a more successful year, who, he's been a multiple state championship in the past. He's an ex-supercar driver. He's very experienced, very high talented, very high level of professionalism, his car and his presentation, and he's hoping to win this year's title.
Probably a very good chance of that, I would have thought. Yeah, Mason Harvey, Glenn Tincombe, Craig James, Vince Chilella, Mark Watkins, Ken Power, Michael Clark, Warren Ellis, Terry De Silva, Tyson Sadler, Anthony Game, Reginald Ralph, Daniel Karukin, Michael Corbenstein, Bradley Bowley, be very disappointed with his qualifying position, Adam Corbenstein, Peter Dyball, Andrew Martin, Dylan Barr, Robert Markham, I should say, Gary Hills, Jack Parham and Jackson Callow, our field. Well, they've just about rejoined and just about gridded up for the second time here, Chris. Let's see if we find our cars in the correct grid position. I do believe that might be the case. Let's see if the gentleman with the green flag waves it. He does indeed, extended by 3 minutes. So the stewards have extended this session by 3 minutes. We have the green flag. Hills, Markin, Barr, and out of the blocks. Looks like the better reaction time, the better one probably was Grant Hills. Hills, I should say, in first place, with Markon diving up the inside. No, it'll be first in there. It'll be Hills holds the position. Markon in second. Barr with the inboard camera. We see him exiting turn 1, up through the S's, turn 3. Stays in third gear, I believe. Yes, stays in third gear. Doesn't have to change down as he gets into turn 4. Around the tight left-hand sweep at turn 4. Into turn 5. This is where he got the pace into fourth gear. See Dylan Barr grab fourth gear, dives down the hill. A little bit of blocking in front of him ever so slightly. Just making sure Dylan doesn't get the run up the inside. He tries the outside lane. On the gas, heavy up the hill. Grabs fourth into fourth gear. We see on the stream here, over the crest of the hill, down in towards turn 7. into third gear. Take turn 7 in third gear, able to hold third gear all the way as we cross the line. First across the line is Hills in first place, Markin in second, Corbenstein in third, Mark Watkins in fourth, Richard Keller back there in fifth. All right, as we cars heading up through turns 2, 3, 4, it is Hills leading the way. Oh, there's one off. I think that's Markon heading off there at turn 4. Oh, that was nasty. We see him collecting himself and doing a little bit of lawn mowing as he collects the car up and rejoins the track up there, turn 4. Make sure he gives way to the cars that are already on track. And he does so, rejoin the field up there at turn 5. Out of the bowl, here we go. This is Hills, followed by Markin, followed by Corbenstein, followed by Watkins, Chiella. That's the top 5 as they drive up the hill down towards into turn 7. Hills negotiates turn 7 neatly.
Jackson Callow does a big move up the inside. He's you'd expect Jackson to be a little further up the pack, so he's going to slowly find his way through. Robbie Markon, unfortunately, he's gone off. He's got it all ahead of him now. His car seems to be going okay, so I'm expecting him to slowly work his way back through the pack.
Yeah, exactly, big brake lock up there going to turn 1. I think that was Vinci Keller. Lap time so far a 1:06 on our second lap. A 1:06.08, fortunately being given an extension of 3 minutes this race. And it looks like we've got another 6 minutes to go after that little hiccup at the start of the race there with grid positions, arguing over our grid positions.
Yes, Gary's basically matched his time in qualifying, so the car's obviously set up well. He's in the window. Michael Koberstein, he's fairly new to the VTAU class, and he's running really well up in P2 at the moment. Can't quite hang on to Gary, but Watkins is just behind him but struggling to stay with him. And then Vince, who's been out for a while, he's currently in a battle with Jackson, and you'd expect Jackson to be putting a move on in the next couple of corners. As I say that, he pulls up alongside him.
I love the inboard footage here of Dylan Barr aboard the Holden Commodore VT, Revo Fitness. And of course the livery of the Kmart Commodore looks absolutely superb. I think it's Vince Keller looking absolutely beautiful. Hill's still in first place with Michael Corbenstein, who shuffled himself up in a second. Mark Watkins back there in third, and Shilella back there in fourth.
Mark Watkins has just had a problem. He's just dropped 6 or 7 positions.
Wow. Interesting there. The issue there is with Mark. So he plumps down towards turn 6. Yeah, just giving away spots left, right and centre. Not sure what the issue is there for Mark Watkins, former HQ champion, coming out of the bowl. Headlights are blazing. Headlights are blazing away. The Kmart Commodore looking superb. The VY Kmart Commodore from the era of Greg Murphy. And of course, young Rick Kelly looking good. Headlights are blazing down in towards turn 7. Unable to make another spot. Oh, we got one off in turn 7. One off. Oh, heavy. He's able to keep it going and work his way through it. That's kind of an interesting line.
That's Adam Koberstein. That's an unusual mistake from him. Reggie Ralph has just passed him in the VN, which now makes Reggie Ralph the leading VN, and he's going to be happy about that, but Adam's got it all to do.
Gee, I'm glad Adam kept his boot in it. That was magnificent. He was right out wide, and of course that sand pit at turn 7, that'll collect you and that'll hold you. But he's able to drive through it, good driving, and rejoin the track with good speed too, and a little bit of understanding from the other racers. They give him a little bit of room to rejoin the track nice and safely. He dropped a few spots there, but nonetheless still doing very well. A 1:06 the leading time here for Hills. 1:06.0.
Yes, Hills is quite comfortable up front, I would say. Looking back in the pack, we've got a few other cars. We've got Clark, who's a new guy to the class, and just behind him on screen now, Daniel Carricane in an AU, who's just done a heap of work off season, and he's further up the pack. Vinny is currently holding out 4th place, and he's in quite a duel with Daniel Barr, who's got the in-car camera. These two are jostling. I'll tell you one thing from experience, Vinny is no easy task to get past.
No, indeed not. Comes a long way each day, doesn't he? Comes all the way from down Bunbury Wade.
Yes, he's one of the Southwest boys that makes the big trip up, so we acknowledge that. He's holding a tight line with the left-hander. You can see Dylan's really going to have his work out. I think ultimately Dylan's a bit faster, but Vinny's not easy to pass.
No, Vinny the car looking absolutely superb there. Yeah, Bar got his work cut out down in turn 6. Doesn't decide to take a dive down there. Probably best not to. You want to be right behind Vince if you want to take a dive.
Oh, Vince has run a little wide on the exit, and as these two bunch up right behind him, another young guy in the class, Tyson Sadler, and he's catching on the back of these two, and you'll have a three-way tussle very soon. This is where the excitement's going to happen.
Yeah, too right. This is good. I reckon Vince has got his work cut out here as he rotates around turn 7. Across the start-finish line, the Cachet Homes, followed by, of course, the Revo Fitness, and then the Kmart Commodore. Good, but it's still Hills out in front.
Back in the pack, you can see Adam Koberstein and Reggie Ralph. They're having a big battle as Adam had bounced off the curb there. Reggie's trying to hold the lead in the early models, and the last lap board is out, so this is the last lap.
Gotcha. Yeah, unfortunately we lost a little bit of time with a little bit of an issue when they're gridding up earlier on to start the race. But yeah, just say...
Here's Reggie on screen now. He's leading the VN. So this is effectively, it's a class within the main race, but we still treat this as a win. So if Reggie can hold on here, this will be his first win for the year.
Well, there's a fair bit of body language out there heading up through turns 5.
And Robbie Marcon is right behind these two, so he will pass both of those before the last corner. You can almost guarantee that. Here comes Robbie now. Adam wide, holding on desperately. And up the inside, we've got Callow around the outside. That was a brilliant move. And Gary comes through for a dominant victory.
Magnificent. Gary Hills first. Callow in second. Michael Corbenstein third. Vince Chilella back in fourth. Dylan Barr with onboard camera in fifth. Tyson Sadler sixth. Michael Clark in seventh. Karakun in 8.
And Reggie holds on
well
for the
done,
first of the VNs.
Ralph.
Well done, Reggie.
Well, that's the way they finished, folks. Race 1 for Saloon Cars here.
Next race, we may have Clint Harvey come up here.
That'd be good.
And we'll give you guys a bit of a father-son. Unfortunately, his son's not out there at the moment, but a bit of a father-son duo possibly as well.
That'd be terrific, yeah. Thanks very much. Appreciate that. Chris Neavesy, thanks very much, folks. Really appreciate the insight that Chris has, and very disappointing that he isn't racing himself. A very tough racer himself, and nice bloke all round. Thanks very much, Chris. Appreciate that. Yeah, so folks, that was one and done. Race number 1 for Saloon Cars, one and done. Congratulations, Gary Hills. Love the onboard camera here from Dylan Barr. That is superb. We see him just cruising up the back. That's what it's like to actually race some laps at Barbagallo. If you check the screen out, car number 70, so he waves to the flag marshals, and can understand we did mention the amount of work the flag marshals and all our volunteers and staff here do each race meeting, and of course backing up of the supercars, a 3-day supercar meeting. Great work, and it's terrific to see Dylan give a thumbs up to the flag marshals as he cruises around. Well, that is the Saloon Cars race number 1, one and done, folks. So we'll take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back with race 1 for the sports cars, sports sedans, AA muscle cars and street cars here at CARCO Raceway. Here, beautiful, beautiful weekend here in the end of June. Welcome back, folks, to CARCO Raceway, round 3 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship for 2025. What an absolutely drop-dead gorgeous day it is. That ciphers cloud that was in the sky just about disappeared, and you could almost say not a cloud in the sky on a winter's day in Western Australia. Said it before, I do believe we have some of the best winter's days in the world. Absolutely privileged we are. And around 21, 22 degrees. A lovely crisp morning. What a way to start the day. All right, we now move on with race 1 for sports cars, sports sedans, WA muscle cars and street cars. Raced over, I think we're running over a 12-minute period. I just check my notes to make sure, yes, we're running over a 12-minute period. So 12 minutes plus 1 lap. And we've got the ADH Club Car, the Pool Edge Systems Australia, sports cars, sports sedans, WA muscle cars and street cars. Well, if we look at the grid, it'll be Ryan Humphrey in first place, Nunn in second, Hill in third, Clint Rayner back there in fourth, Walter Eppel in fifth. We've got Ronnie Moller back there in sixth, Ronnie Moller, and we've got Mackenzie. Also, Cunningham 50 back there in 7th. So we're having, effectively, folks, as you understand, with this particular category of the sports cars, sports sedans, WA muscle car and street cars, we effectively do a sighting lap and a formation lap. And it'll be a rolling start, by the way. So the formation lap, which is or the sighting lap, which is what you've just seen. Now, this is the formation lap, and you'll find that when the cars get to around the crest of the hill just prior to turn 7, you'll find the safety car will well and truly bolt. It'll take off, and you'll find that Ryan Humphrey and Campbell Nunn will get side by side, and they will start the race with a rolling start, side by side start, and you'll find cars in grid position 3 and 4 will be side by side, 5 and 6 side by side, so on and so forth. We look at it, we've got a field of different cars. We've got Giuseppe Peter Callo, we've got Craig Pavey and Jared Kerry. They're in the street cars, along with Neville Zaccoli. And in the sports cars, Walter Eppel, we've got Campbell Nunn, Robert Mullett, we've got Peter McKenzie, Giuseppe Peter Callo, and then we move on to the WA muscle cars. Alex Rayner, he's out there. Ronnie Moller, Clinton Rayner also out there. And with our sports sedans, we move on to Ronnie Moller, Ryan Humphrey, and Grant Hill also in the V8 supercar. So here we see the safety car is bolted, and here we go. Ryan Humphrey has the field. He is in the grid position, with Campbell Nunn right next to him in grid position number 2, the rolling start. Here we go, folks. Race number 1. Away we go. Humphrey, as you would expect, holds in first position. Looks like Grant Hill diving up the inside. Big brake lock-up. I think he's been able to... No, he hasn't. No, he's finds himself falling in behind Campbell Nunn. Campbell Nunn looks like he just closed the nose on Hill there into turn 1, and away they go across past turn 3, now into the long sweeping left-hander into turn 4. We say it's Humphrey in first place, Nunn in second, that's Hill back there in third, Grant Hill I'm talking about on board the V8 supercar. Clint Rayner, car number 76, in fourth position. Diving down in towards turn 6, Humphrey's pulled out a nice little lead. Oh yeah, Hill's got in front of Campbell Nunn. That's a good one there. Be pretty happy about that. Grant Hill, the big V8 supercar, uses its long legs. The BA Ford Falcon down into the brakes. Big dive under brakes by the on Zaccoli there. Oh, I'm not sure if that was Walter Eppel died underneath Rayner there into turn 7. Might have just about got the job done. Although Rayner's got the longer legs into turn 1, and he'll maintain that position. So Humphrey, his first lap, will go down. Don't have a time exactly for that one nonetheless, but it's Humphrey in first place, Hill in second, Nunn in third, Rayner back there in fourth as the cars work their way up through turn 4 into turn 5. There's Ronnie Moller on the screen as they plunge downhill. Ronnie Moller closely followed by Mackenzie back there in 7th place. Car number 76 coming out of the bowl looking nice and strong. Back up the hill. Humphrey again, nice long lead as he heads into turn 7. Looks like Grant Hill It might make a little bit of work on Ryan Humphrey. Two supercars across the stripe. Let's see, first times across the stripe. Okay, so we're down in the 57s. Ryan Humphrey a 57.02 and Grant Hill a 57.32. And right behind them, Campbell Nunn, that's an impressive one, a 57.8. And Clint Rayner back there with a 58. Beautiful Porsche GT3 Cup car working its way up through turn 3, turn 4. Turn 3, of course, a photographer's dream. And around turn 4, that long sweeping left-hander past the Flag Marshal Tower. And again, the blind crest over turn 5, affectionately known as No Name. And the V8 muscle car heads down the hill in towards turn 6. Looking back towards the front of the field again. I reckon Grant Hill is catching Ryan Humphrey up the front here. Of course, it's going to be pretty hard. Ryan's running, I suppose probably 1/10 of a second, maybe slightly faster than Grant Hill. But both good races, good charge, good hard racing races. 57.02 there for Humphrey. Grant Hill at 57.03. Campbell Nunn 57.5. Clint Rayner in the 58s as we see Humphrey working his way up through turn 4. Turn 5, home built the XE Ford Falcon of Ryan Humphrey. He's being chased by the V8 supercar of Grant Hill. Absolutely beautiful. Love the V8 supercars. One of my favourite categories indeed. Grant Hill, car number 93 of the Saloons. Okay. All right, here we go. One more time down into the turn number 7, car number 30 of Ryan Humphrey. He goes across the stripe. Let's see if he can improve on his 57. He does. He drops himself into the 56s. Oh, Ryan Humphrey, this is good. A 56.51. That's super fast. That's right up near your supercar territory. And right behind him, another 56 dropped in there by Grant Hill, so he's also fought his way into the 56. Campbell Nunn in the 57s, the 57.5. See Humphrey working his way up through turn 4, into turn 5, down the hill in towards turn 6. Very heavy braking zone in towards turn 6. Negotiates the corner. Himself around about 100 metres lead here over Grant Hill. As he comes up the hill, pardon the pun, grabs 6th gear, heavy on the brakes. See his helmet glimmering away as the sun shines through the driver's window on him. Rotates across the stripe again. Let's see, has he improved again? No, 56.5 still for Ryan Humphrey. And a 56.9 this time. No, yeah, 56.9 this time for Grant Hill. So he's in the 56s, and Campbell Nunn in the 57s with Ronnie Moller right behind them also in the 57s. We move back to Mackenzie, who's in the 58s. We've got Walter Eppel and Carey also in the 58s before we move down to a little bit further down. Neville Zaccoli, for instance, back there at the 62-second mark. This is Ronnie Moller, number 7. Great racer. Been around for donkey's years, our Ronnie Moller. Great to see him in the muscle cars racing, WA muscle cars. Number 76, this is Clinton Rayner on screen. Heading down the hill, chased by Moller. Rayner and Moller heading down the hill. Moller doesn't think about it, which is good. Doesn't quite think about it. Rayner will go across the stripe. Oh, getting a little sideways out of turn 7. This will affect his straight line speed. And Molly does drive up the inside here into turn 1. Well, that little bit of sideways action coming out of turn 7 didn't do the world of good for Rayner. And Moller, taking no prisoners, dives up the inside and shuffles himself up into 4th position. As they go into turn 4, Ronnie Moller. Been racing for as long as I've been a spectator. Here is our Ronnie. Used to race a Chevy Camaro with effectively, used to have one headlight. Seriously, used to race the Night Masters with a single headlight. I used to refer to it as the torch. There's Ronnie Moller negotiating turn 6 as he makes his way back up the hill. Just on 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes plus 1 lap here on this 12-minute race. Here, of course, race number 1 for the sports sedans, sports cars, WA muscle and street cars. Let's see the times. 56.5 still. Ryan Humphrey quite happy with his 56.5. Miles pulled out a nice little gap here over Rayner after having just overtaken him on the previous lap. Let's have a look at Ronnie Moller's times. 57.6 and Rayner was a 57.9. Yeah, just on 4/10 of a second, or 3/10 of a second, I guess, was the margin there. But it does look like he just pulling away from him is our Ronnie Moller. Across the stripe, some more races across the stripe, and here we go. It's Carey. He's across the stripe there with a 1:01. 1:01, just on 61 seconds. Here we go. Humphrey down in turn 7. There's no doubt about it. Grant Hill is catching him fist over fist. Whoa, that's good. So just on the 1 minute to go, according to my timing screen. Moller. Oh, yeah, a little bit of a brake lock-up in there. Turn 1 was Ryan Humphrey. As we look heading down in towards turn 6. Beautiful scenery in the background. Beautiful native Australian bush. Big, thick sand trap down there. That sand trap down there in turn 6, if you go walking through that, I can assure you will sink down to your knees. Very finely filtered sand. So you're coming down into the braking zone here. Christopher Pavey and Jared Carey. Racing street cars. Let's see, we go across the stripe. We've got a 1 minute 1.2 there for Rayner, and Carey lobs himself a 62.2 second lap on board the Camaro. As I say, just on a few seconds to go, we're just about to get the checkered flag. Just on a lap to go, I'd say, as Ryan Humphrey negotiates turn 1, closely followed there by Grant Hill, who I thought he was catching him, but it's an elastic band. Under braking, it looks like he catches him, but under acceleration, no, Ryan just pulls away. See Ryan Humphrey there negotiating turn 4. So he works his way around, possibly the last lap, not sure. Grant Hill's got a lot of work to do. That XE Ford Falcon, home built, that XE Ford Falcon by Ryan himself. He personally built that. That was the car he used to go to tech school, to TAFE school, when he was a 17-year-old lad. And at one stage, it was a chicken house on the back of the farm. They rebuilt it, resurrected it, and Ryan has done all this work to it, built it into effectively a V8 supercar. And here he comes around the corner, takes turn 7 across the stripe. There we go, folks. Your first win to Ryan Humphrey. Ryan Humphrey takes the win. He will win over Grant Hill's in second place. Campbell Nunn comes home for third. Ronnie Moller across the line for fourth, waiting on Clint Rayner. There he goes, car 76. He goes across the stripe. Let's see, we've got Mackenzie about to cross the stripe also now. Walter Eppel, another great competitor down here. A great name, the Eppel family name racing. And we've got car number 62 about to come across the stripe also. That'll be Peter Mackenzie. He'll be next across the stripes. We see him coming down the hill. In actual fact, there goes young Walter. Mackenzie, I should say, and Peter Mackenzie, young Rayner, car number 98 across the stripe. And, and of course, all eyes, Ryan Humphrey. Congratulations. We see the replay of young Ryan going across the stripe. Well done. And Grant Hills, to wrap things up, as there's the checkered flag as we speak. So your winners are, in first place, Ryan Humphrey, the best time of a 56.5. That was quick. Grant Hill in second place with a 56.9. Campbell Nunn, third place with a 57. And Ronnie Moller back there in fourth with Clint Rayner, bringing up fifth place. And that's the way they finished, folks. Race number 1 for sports cars, sports sedans, WA muscle and street cars here at CARCO Raceway on a beautiful Saturday morning. Okay, folks, we'll take a little bit of a break here. And in actual fact, Grant Hill, car number 93 for the Saloons.
Good morning and welcome down to pit lane right here at CARCO Raceway. It's Demelza and Jamie with you for round 3 of the WA Sporting Car Club Racing Championships.
And this sponsorship for this category, the saloon category, happens to be Rightway Industrial Proprietary Limited. We're joined by Gary Hills, who came first in his first qualifier. Gary, you must be happy with that. Great result for the first race of the day.
Yeah, it's not too bad. We've been working on the car a lot this week to get it to the front, and hopefully we can keep it there.
So you told me before we came on air that you actually put a new engine in this year. Has the engine worked out well? So what are the other things you're working on if the engine's working out okay?
We've got to probably work a lot more on car setup, car balance, which we're slowly getting there. So hopefully we can improve a little bit more today and throughout the day.
And Gary, you're one of the only people here that are driving a Commodore. Is there a reason behind this? What's the secret? Why the Commodore, mate?
I just love Holden, so yeah, I just always driven the Commodores and enjoy them, so stick with what you know.
Fair enough.
And in terms of your support crew that you have today, who's helping you with the car?
I have a friend of mine, Emma Coffey. She does all my data and checks the car over and prepares it and basically makes sure it's good to go for each race.
And how are you feeling knowing the competition that you have out there today going in for the rest of the round?
Look, the competition's good. Unfortunately, we lost young Mason in quali, which is a bit of a shame because it's always good to race with. But we have got some other young blokes coming up through the field, so it'll be good to see how they go.
So with Mason not racing today, who's your greatest competitor on the track for these sort of rounds, for the saloons?
Oh, geez, I don't know. There's a few of them. We've got Jackson Callow. He's always pretty quick. We've got Rob Marcon in another Falcon. He's very consistently fast. And there's a couple of young blokes. Michael Cobblestein, who's got a brand new car. He's doing well. So, yeah, anything can happen, I suppose.
And today's a picture-perfect day when it comes to racing, which means, you know, the cars can drive at their optimum. You don't have to worry about any wet weather, any hot weather, no wind and so forth. So there should be some pretty good lap times coming up today.
Yeah, hope so. Yeah, we've just got to keep on top of the car setup and adjust it to the conditions, which look good today. So today might be a good day to get some good laps in.
Fantastic. Well, good luck for the rest of the round today.
Gary.
Lovely. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Gary. Thanks for being here. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jamie and Demelza. Really appreciate that interview. Really, really good. Yes, well, we're about to move on with FSR. This will be race number 1 for the FSR, and of course, racing for the Radical Australia West Cup this weekend. Racing over 5 races. Qualifying we've got races 1 and 2 today, and of course 3, 4, and 5 tomorrow. So an awesome day of racing, and we finish off with the FSRs with 2 20-minute plus 1 lap races. So they're going to be some really good endurance races there. Looking forward to that. But yes, it is FSR about to come up next after qualifying, and unfortunately it was a pretty disappointing qualifying, really, given that unfortunately Bryce Moore, he accidentally buried the car in turn number 1, which brought out the red flag, which ended the qualifying session. And so Bryce Moore qualified second effectively. Once he crossed the stripe to get the fastest lap time, he decided to bury it in the drink, and he maintains first position. So it's Bryce Moore in first position, Eldridge in second, Wong in third, Derek Burns, hey Derek, in fourth, mate. Derek, come on, settle down. Reindler in fifth, Mason Harvey, not sure. Yes, I do think Mason will be, yes, he is joining us. Yep, Mason Harvey will be coming out also, followed by Jackson, Piper, Mercer, Stuart Burns right down there in second last position, and bring up the tail of the field to be number 18, Russell. Yeah, here we go. About to get those Bradley Russell, car number 18, as we kick things off. We'll have with the Radical Australia West Cup. The Radicals will do 2 formation laps effectively, or you might call the first one a sighting lap, and the second one will be a formation lap, and they'll have a rolling start. So you'll find the safety car will go out and support them around the final lap. They'll grid up and have a rolling start and come across the start-finish line. For effectively, I think we're looking at a 15-minute race. So 15 minutes plus 1 lap for the Radical Australia West Cup here at CARCO Raceway. Did mention it's more, actually lost the the qualifying figures. Yeah, I did have, yes, so it's Moore, Eldridge, Wong, Derek Burns and Reindler. These are your top 5. onboard camera here with Stuart Burns. Love this onboard camera. If you're lucky enough to be watching our stream, Stuart Burns, young man, dead. His father, his dad, Derek, a little bit higher up the grid, in an unusual position of fourth. Derek feeling a little lost being in fourth position, normally a little further down the grid, but this is the camera on board here with Stuart. As we say, he's just basically just warming the car up. Sometimes you see the cars in front going from side to side, aggressively side to side, really trying to scrub the tyres across the road. And that's what they're doing. You'll find they're not just going side to side for something to do to warm up their shoulders. They're really scrubbing the tyres across the bitumen, along with some fairly heavy braking, and I can see that with the brake lights blaring away as they head towards turn one. You want to get as much of the heat from the effectively the brake caliper to work its way into the carcass of the tyre. That'll give you the warmth and the grip, as much grip as you can get out there on one of these radicals. Very lightweight car. You see they've got they're a two-seat configuration effectively. Would you call it an open wheeler? You could do. But radicals running out of Rise Racing, and what a magnificent job Rise Racing do. A real world-class company located here in Western Australia. But yeah, these cars are very light. Plenty of power, although some would say they're, they've got the right amount of power for the weight of car they have. But an awesome car to drive around. I did say they have a passenger seat. They're a two-seater configuration. These cars, you can actually purchase them in right-hand drive or left-hand drive. You do have a choice. And really a really great track car to learn. You can have a driver coach out there with you, sitting next to you and guiding you through that, and that's something that Rise Racing specialise here in Perth, Western Australia. So check them out, Rise Racing. Great company here for driver coaching and all about getting out there and having some fun in a radical. All right, here they come, folks, down in towards turn 7, about to negotiate the corner. And it'll be interesting to see, because we didn't really get a great qualifying order at all. So I think some of the faster cars may be shuffled around the pack here. Nonetheless, Bryce Moore is in pole position. Eldridge on the outside. Cross the stripe, and there they go. Bryce Moore takes the green flag, and he'll go into turn number 1. Let's see. He'll go into turn 1 in first position. Nice little bit of work. Oh, a bit of touch. Oh, there's a heavy touch there, actually, between Eldridge, Wong and Burns. I'm not sure if that was Burns. He might have shuffled himself up into second place. Actually, might have taken advantage of that. But it's Moore that's gone out. Wow, he got a nice little lead. I did think there was contact between Eldridge and Wong, which did appear to have affected Eldridge. Always hard when two cars want the same piece of real estate into turn 1. But as we see on board coming down into turn 6, great vision here, gearing the car down. This is Stuart Burns. We're on board with Stuart Burns. He is right behind, I do believe he is right behind Tony Mercer. Side by side, great racing, and across the stripe. Wow, Bryce Moore has got a nice long lead. Wow, taking the Joker track, or the Joker circuit, car number 35, right around the outside. Wow, that was pretty neatly done. Went right around Cohen Jackson, that was, right around up towards McCracken House. Could almost have bought himself a beer at McCracken House. He was out that wide. And comes back and joins us, just loses the one spot. We see, so the first lap, a 53.23 there by Bryce Moore on his first lap. And Reindler's in second place with Wong. So it was actually Derek Burns that got mixed up in that little hiccup earlier on. And he has dropped right down the field. Disappointing for the old man. But take nothing away. And this is Stuart Burns on board here, negotiating turn 6. He's got a lot of work to do. He finds himself in 8th, just behind Jackson. Mason Harvey in 6th place as we go across the stripe to complete lap 2, and it's Bryce Moore getting the car nice and fast with a 55.83. 55.83. Reindler in second, Wong back there in third. Looks like a dive up the inside and gets the job done up the inside here. I'm pretty sure that was Mercer on... was that Mercer on Burns? I'm not quite sure. That was really interesting. Up the inside in towards turn 1. See the rest of the Radicals working their way around through turn 4. Just on 8 minutes remaining here for round 1. Race number 1 for the Radical Australia West Cup. Again, Bryce Moore leading the field. Nice sector time. The sector time for sector number 2 with 42.2 seconds, with his lap time of a 55.83. Let's see, can he improve on that? A 55.51, getting faster. So is Reindler. Reindler's also getting much faster. Reindler in car number 28. Eldridge also getting fast. Yeah, the cream's coming to the top, dropping down to the 57s. Even Jackson's got himself in the 59s. It's Mercer who's a little bit off the pace, and both Piper and Russell are not competing, unfortunately, for they. We see working up through turn 7. I do think that is Stuart Burns just in front here. I do think that's Stuart Burns, followed by Jackson, car number 35, following closely down into turn 7. Turn 6, I should say. So they exit up the hill. It's Mason Harvey, actually, I must admit. I was wrong about that. It is Wong and Mason Harvey. So this is Mason Harvey diving up the inside of car 33. And this is Wong. Well done, Mason Harvey. Neat work. Didn't get a good qualifying lap in, obviously, because, nobody got a decent qualifying lap thanks to Bryce Moore, but lovely move there between turn 6 and turn 7. Now, let's watch this young lad stretch his legs. Might just drive away here. Certainly, Mason Harvey really looking good here. Bryce Moore delivered himself a 55.37, so he's getting a little bit faster. It's really tough at the top. And Reindler also right behind Moore. There's barely 0.2 of a second in the margin here, with Christopher Reindler right behind Bryce Moore. And Eldridge back there. He's in the 57s, the 57 too. And Jay Harvey's also in the 57s. Wong back in the 58s. As we look exiting the bowl down there at turn 3, turn 6, to say this is Stuart Burns. Stuart Burns right behind Jay Wong. Right behind Jay Wong, Stuart Burns. Look at Wong getting really sideways. We see the onboard there from Stuart Burns. Wong in turn 7 getting really, really sideways. Let's see, can he get the slipstream? Can Stuart get the slipstream? Will he dive underneath? No, he won't. He's happy just to sit back. Plenty more laps to go. As we see, we've got around about 6 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Stuart Burns out wide through turn 1 and turn 2. Lovely work up through turn 3, just sitting right behind Jay Wong. Oh, got a little understeer there through turn 4 himself, did Burnsy. And this is Wong heading down towards turn 6. Stuart Burns right behind. Oh, we have a spinner at turn 4. Fortunately being able to collect it up and get going. Oh, that was... fortunately there's nobody coming the other way, not the other way, or coming behind. That can be a little bit of an issue, but that's the case. And we see Bryce Moore, he was the next car in the queue, and he's currently leading the field with 6 laps gone. Bryce Moore, Reindler in 2nd place, Eldridge in 3rd, Harvey in 4th, and Wong back there in 5th. And of course this great battle here back between 6th and 7th, which is Jackson and Burns. Stuart Burns, he's the one with the onboard camera. Up through turns 5. Car number 54, I should say, Mason Harvey rotates turn 5. Plunges down towards turn 6. This is 35. This is Cohen Jackson. Now on screen, this is Stuart Burns in the white number 3. And heading up the hill towards turn 7. Quite spread out, actually, the FSRs. And of course, we did mention we've got 5 races for FSRs this weekend, racing for the Radical Australia West Cup, which will be presented at the Rice Racing Sheds tomorrow evening. Make sure you go down and check that out. This is Andrew Eldridge on screen. He's currently in 3rd position. He's rotating at 56.6 second laps. So he works his way up through turn 4. I believe he's being, closely followed by Mason Harvey. Let's see if Mason can put a move on him. Got around about 4 minutes to go. This will be interesting. Mason's right on him. He's got the eyes on him. The big beady eyes. And let's see if the lap times. I'm kind of surprised that, let's see, Mason's been doing 56.0s. Oh, yeah, right. So, and he's been going around about 0.6 of a second faster per lap as Mason. So I think with 3.5 minutes to go, he may well fight Eldridge here for a spot. Let's see, can he do it down the main straight, looking to the slipstream, sitting right behind Eldridge in that slipstream as Harvey. You can see the way he's gained up on him big time under brakes into turn 1. They now shuffle their way through turns 2, 3, into turn 4. That elastic band between them shrinks again under brakes as Harvey gets right under the back of Eldridge. Over there towards turn 5, dropping down the hill. I think a little bit too far away. Eldridge may be able to hold this out with just on 2 minutes to go, 2.5 minutes to go effectively. Eldridge, can he hold off Harvey? He's looking good. Meanwhile, it's Bryce Moore out in front, Rainler second. This is Eldridge and Harvey. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th. Is Harvey close enough this time? No, I don't think so. But he used the slipstream to get even closer when he tried to dive into turn 1. Still got a couple of minutes up his sleeve. Oh, he's right close to him. Will he have a look? Thinks about it. Doesn't quite go for it this time, does Harvey. Happy to sit in behind Eldridge for one more lap, maybe. It's a lot of hard work trying to get as close as you can. Again, under brakes into turn 4. Harvey's right behind him. Such good racing, such good young competitor. I mean, Mason's barely 20 years of age, I'm pretty sure, as a young man, going places quickly too. This is another good battle going to turn 4 here as we see this one. But over the crest of the hill, who have we got? Who will be first over the crest of the hill here? It'll be interesting to see that great battle between Eldridge and Harvey. Just on 1 minute 40 to go. Let's have a look. Coming down the hill, it's still Eldridge who is in first position. This is a great battle here. 33, Jay Wong. Jay Wong in front of Jackson. This is Cohen Jackson. Jay Wong and Cohen Jackson. Another good race. Oh, he does get past him. Mason Harvey gets his way past Eldridge into turn 1. That was lovely. He worked on him and worked on him and worked on him and found that particular opportunity into turn 1. Dives up the inside, and Mason Harvey, as he heads up through turns 4 into turn 5, takes a nice little lead and pulls out around about 20 to 25 metres over Eldridge, plummeting down in towards turn 6. Currently, it's still Bryce Moore in first place, Reindler in second, Eldridge third, Harvey fourth, with Wong back in 5th, and Jackson right behind Wong in 6th. Oh, no, yeah, Bryce, good driving here. Bryce Moore overtakes the tail ender, who just very politely shuffles away, shuffles sideways, and lets the leader through. Here we go, coming out of the bowl again with just on 30 seconds to go before we have the checkered flag waved in our face. This is a terrific battle here. Jay Wong up against Jackson. Cohen Jackson. Can he make the spot on Jay Wong? Really good, tight racing, using the slipstream as much as he can. Can he dive out? Thinks about it. Looks like a little bit of a wiggle-waggle under brakes there. Car 35. Car 35, of course, of Jackson, Cohen Jackson. Look at them as they head into towards turn 4. There's barely a cigarette paper between them. Superb racing as going across the stripe is Bryce Moore. He completes another lap with his 55 3/4s, but all eyes are on 33 and 35 here. Jay Wong up against Cohen Jackson. Might almost be the last opportunity. I'd say there'll be one more lap after this one for Cohen Jackson. We see Mason Harvey come across the stripe to probably start his last lap. In actual fact, yes, the last lap board is out. So just a 1 lap to go here for pretty much everyone. Mason Harvey, but it's still Bryce Moore in front from Reindler. Harvey in 3rd place. Eldridge back there. And Wong still battling out with Jackson. That's another good battle here as they go through turn one. Look at this, coming down the hill for the last time. Congratulations, Bryce Moore, number 8. Oh, how good. Lance East Exotics, the side of the car, across the stripe. How good is that? Bryce Moore takes the win with a 55.34 being his fastest lap over Reindler. Reindler comes in second place. We're now waiting on a tail end to come through. Number 28 comes through, or 70 I should say, waiting on Mason Harvey. Congratulations, Mason Harvey. Came from a long, long way back to get the job done. And Eldridge comes across the stripe in fourth. We're still waiting on this battle between Wong and Jackson. Oh, this has been a good battle for about the last 5 laps. Terrific racing, side by side across the stripe, and it will be Wong that'll hold off. Yes, Wong holds off on Jackson, and it'll be Stuart Burns with Mercer coming up. The next one's across the stripe. There goes Stewie Burns. Good on you, Stu. Across the stripe. Well, that completes race 1, folks, for the FSR. We'll be racing all today and all tomorrow. Okay, all right. Yeah, so that's... wow, great racing. Really enjoyed that. Bryce Moore, Reindler in second, Harvey third, Eldridge fourth, and Wong back there in fifth. Okay, well, we'll now throw down to Jamie Owen de Munza, and we've got a little interview with Ryan Humphrey. Come in, guys.
Thanks very much, Sean. I really appreciate that. So we just saw the running of the combined grid, which included sports cars, sports sedans, WA muscle cars and street cars. And the winner was Ryan Humphrey in his Ford Falcon XC. Congratulations, Ryan. Well done. Great way to start the day of championships.
Yeah, no, we had a good day. And g'day, Sean, up in the commentary box. Been a while since I said g'day up there. How about the mouthful of how many combined classes we got too, eh?
Oh, exactly. As you said, this is the first time I've had to read out a combined grid, and there's a few things there that'll make you stumble. I should also mention the fact that your category was sponsored by ADH Club Car and Pillage Systems Australia. So thank you very much for the sponsorship and support. But listen, you must be happy with the first result. Yeah, a good win, and you said it was a pretty hot field.
Yeah, it was good to have a good combined field. Like, obviously, the more cars we want, the better, you know. So we have more competition. So I got a bit of an early jump there, and then Hilly just pushed me all the way to the end. We had a few little technical dramas, which is just my own doings, but I got the guys there talking me through it, and we just managed it to the end there, so we're pretty happy.
We've got a long weekend of qualifying here, so 2 days worth of races. You've got 3 today and a few tomorrow to worry about. So on that point, I mean, you know, with the competitors and so forth, you've obviously done a fair bit to the car since the last championship round. So have those changes and those variations come good for this today's race?
Yeah, so I played around with just some wheel speed stuff and just some technology that I'm really fumbling my way through. So I'm probably going backwards a bit in that way. And we come down with a wicked test session that they did on Tuesday night, and the Sporting Car Club ran it so well. It was just really good. One little mix-up for the whole night. Someone in a Falcon put it in the sand trap. But other than that, it was just a really good practice day. And you can tell the confidence in them running the events now that it gives us flexibility, and yeah, it just makes it more enjoyable.
And what made you decide to get into racing sports sedans in the first place?
Yeah, I think sports sedans specifically, like this was just my street car that I used to drive everywhere, and I saw people doing laps, and I said, I want to have a go at that. So I just started doing laps with them, and then the only class I could really fit into by the time I'd done the mods was more of these open-ended classes like the sports sedans. So we just evolved into it and just keep chopping it up and changing things. And that's what we like, I guess, some of us sports sedan guys, is it's a lot of the in the build. So you go mad scientist in the shed and try something like these wheel speed sensors, and yeah, maybe they don't quite work, and take you maybe 3 rounds, and then you get back up on top of it and ask some of the other boys, how did you guys make it work? You know, and they help you out a bit time to time, or maybe they tell you the wrong thing, I don't know. But, yeah, that's half the fun for us is getting out there.
And you were just saying that you've got quite the support behind you. Who's here cheering you on and helping you out today?
Oh, mate, it's always my family and me wife, Eloise, me mum's here, Carleen, my brother's here, Philip. I've got Maddie helping us on the tools. I've got Rob as well. Yeah, we've got a good crew. And as it says, like, my parents aren't really normally massively into motorsport, but they come down just to support me. And all of our team, really. Like, we're a little bit in motorsport, but we've never done this before. This is just us, you know. We've done it for years, but only one car.
Wonderful.
Ryan, congratulations on today's win. I really hope you have a great day of racing, a great weekend of racing. And it's back to you, Sean, in the central commentary position.
Thank you much, Demelza and Jamie. Great job. And Ryan, great to see you here, mate. Yeah, and it is an absolute privilege to be back on the microphone here at CARCO Raceway. I can assure you of that. Okay, well, we now move on to race one. Race one for the production cars and improved production cars. 12-minute journey with the one lap on top of that. So once we clock over 12 minutes, one more lap to go. And that's the way she wins. WA Hino on board with production cars and improved production cars as they come out on track. Okay, well, so far, after qualifying, we had Steve Turpin in first place, Brent Peters back there in second, Corello in third, Hokawama in fourth, and Robbie Lansmere, car number 56, back there in fifth. Robbie Lansmere, great to see that young man been doing a little bit of work on the radio with his brother. Okay, Steve Turpin, the man himself, Les Turpin, the man behind the spanners. We've got the young fella out there driving the VE Commodore, and he's in first position. He's running in the D class, and Brent Peters running in the B2 class. B1, B2, nonetheless. So Brent Peters out here in the BMW M3. We've got Laurie Whitome. He's in the RX-7. Not racing the Mustang this time, the RX-7. Christopher Lillis, he's in the Chevy, the HSV Camaro. And Michael Woodhead, well, who's pretty much been dominating production cars. Well, should I say the 3 Series production cars. He's in the Cooper S, beautiful little Mini, and don't we just love the Minis? And wait till the Historics come here tomorrow, folks, and the Minis come out. You're going to absolutely love the racing. Steve Turpin, he's in the VE Holden Commodore. We've got Joe Corello in the BMW, William Panizza, Hyundai XL, Cameron Burns, the Honda Civic, the Volkswagen Beetle is being steered by Madison Galton, Lachlan Cove, Lachlan's on board, the Hyundai XL, Grant Gallen, Ford Escort, Robbie Lansmere, the Toyota GT86 or the GTS 86. Yeah, Toyota 86, a well-known sports car. Gary Edwards on board the BMW. Ashley Cove, Hyundai XL, also Hyundai XL. Charlotte Cove, Trent Hukamau on the Mazda RX-7, and finishing things off another Hyundai XL, Harrison Burns. Great to see some big names out here. Just about to grid up as we look forward to race number one. Race number one for improved production and 3 production cars here at CARCO Raceway. Did say it's a 12-minute race plus 1 lap. Just waiting on the green light to come out. The onboard camera here looking great. Just about all clear. Turpin in first place. Brent Peters on the outside in second place. I wonder if Brent Peters might actually get the better launch here. Wouldn't be surprised if Brent doesn't actually get the best launch here. Maybe get in front of Stevie into turn 1. Here we go, folks. Green flag, racing away they go. Oh, terrible start there by Brent Peters. A shocking start. Turpin is out of there. And Corello up into third place. Oh, man. With Hackamel back there in fourth. Yes, indeed, Steve Turpin, great start. Brent Peters must be just about kicking himself with a terrible start from position number 2. And he finds himself just behind Corello there as they work their way up through turn 4 for the first time. First time of probably 10 laps. I say it's a 12-minute race plus 1 lap. Turpin, sector time of a 46.7. Not surprised. Brent Peters finds himself down there in third position as they dive down into turn 6. Safety car has been called. Oh, disappointing. Safety car. We've got the stall on the start. We didn't get off the start, unfortunately. Oh, the little Beetle, the Volkswagen Beetle of Madison Galton hasn't got off the line. Oh, darn it. That is so disappointing for young Madison. And the car's getting towed away. Oh, that is disappointing. So the field comes under the control of the safety car, the Seaview Ford Falcon safety car. And we see car number 24. Oh, the little Volkswagen Beetle being shuffled away. Ah, damn, that is so disappointing for Madison Galton. Yep. shuffle away onto the infield, and that'll be collected after the race. We did say that during the officials' briefing that if cars do break down or stall on the track, we'll be just shuffling them quickly, putting them out of the way, and then carrying on with the race, and then moving them completely at the end of the race, rather than having lengthy delay periods. So that's really good work by the officials here at the WA Sporting Car Club, getting the young Beetle off the track. So we could pretty much say that the Seaview safety car could pretty much turn out those amber lights and bolt away. And I think the amber lights may have just about gone. In actual fact, no, they are. The amber lights are still on, so the safety car still is active. But I wouldn't be surprised if we don't go racing pretty much straight away. Still got 6 minutes to go in improved production cars and 3E production cars. Race number 1 here at CARCO Raceway. Yeah, safety car at the moment. It's great to see the yellow flags out. We see the safety car boards out there. And again, we really appreciate the work that all our staff and volunteers and everyone that makes the racing happen today, the efforts you put in today. Thanks again, guys and girls. Really appreciated. Big 2-day race meeting, and Steve Turpin leads the field around. Unfortunately, yes, we say that Madison Galton is out, but Steve Turpin leads the field across the field with Corello in second place, Brent Peters in third, Halcamo is in fourth place, Robbie Landsmere in fifth, Burns back there in sixth, Whitmore in seventh, Gary Edwards, good on you, Gazza, back there in eighth, Harrison Burns in fifth, and Panizza back there in 10th position. We've got the onboard camera sitting right behind Stevie Turpin. This is Corello, and it's Turpin across out of turn 5, heading down the hill in towards turn 6, closely followed by Corello. Brent Peters, who got that shocking start off the grid position. I mean, he stalled it, or I don't know what he was doing, but it was a terrible start there by Brent Peters. And he found himself in third position. I revved him up. I thought he might be able to get himself, in front of the VE Commodore off the start. Wasn't to be the case. And Steve Turpin coming down towards turn 7 in first position. Car number 3. Dad Les Turpin pretty much spins all the spanners, or at least that's what he tells us. And across the stripe there, let's see, the lap was a 62.49 there for Stevie Turpin across the stripe, and Corello back there in second place with a 1:04, so a 64-second lap. Brent Peters also in the 64-second laps. Joel Corello in second place, had mentioned, on board the BMW 318i. On screen 181, this is, of course, Trent Halcamo on board the Mazda RX-7 of the red car, black and red car. Trent racing out here. What I say, he's currently in fourth position, doing the 1:06, so 66-second laps. Just a little bit, he's actually just about level there. Robbie Landsmere also doing 67-second laps, so this will be tough. Landsmere, can he overtake Halcamo? I don't know, that's going to be really tough. Because he's got a nice little lead. Brent Peters in third place, a nice little lead over the top of them. So coming down the hill, Gary Edwards, a nice little lead on board the BMW. Oh, looks like somebody trying to dive down the inside. Not quite getting it done. That was Brent Peters trying a little dive on Joel Corello. Couldn't quite get it done into turn 1. And back on here we got, this is that terrific battle here between Trent Halcamo and, of course, Robbie Landsmere. Robbie Landsmere, super experienced racer. XL pretty much anything. He reckons he can race anything, does our Robbie Landsmere. And he's doing his bit, doing his darndest up towards turn 5 as we speak. Gary Edwards down a little bit further in the BMW. Oh, Panizza went out very, very wide there at turn 1. Collects up, fortunately. Thank you for not bogging it all the way down to the axles there, Panizza. That was very nice of you to not cause the delay. Here we go, second and third. Joel Corello, Brent Peters. Oh, Peters blew the start, otherwise he may well have had that position in front of Corello. Coming across the stripe just on 2 minutes to go, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Of course, this is race 1 for improved production cars and 3E production cars. Diving down towards turn 1, Steve Turpin has literally pulled out. He's in a different postcode, is our Stevie. Stevie Turpin up through turn number 1 as he's just about to turn into turn 5 and fighting their way through turn number 4. It's this great little battle between Joel Corello and Brent Peters. Really good, really good racing. Both racing in the 103. In actual fact, Brent Peters, he pulled out a little bit. He's racing in the 103s. So he's got about half a second pace on Joel Corello. But of course, track position is all the difference. Oh, getting a little sideways. Brent Peters out of the bowl of turn 6. And he's really pushing hard. We see there's all these Hyundai XLs. Isn't that great to see them racing in improved production? Almost double duties with the Hyundai XLs. There's a lot of Hyundai XLs in garages here in West Australia. Or across the stripe, Brent Peters having a look up the inside. Can't get it done though, unfortunately for he. Corello doing a little bit of blocking. This is good racing across the stripe. Let's see, coming across the stripe, it's Gellan, Hokomo and Landsmere. That is a good little battle. Gellan on board the Ford Escort, and Hakamo and Landsmere right behind him with Burns and Edwards. And Harrison Burns even doing well back there in 9th position. Unfortunately for Panizzo, had a little bit of an outing there at turn number 1. Thought he'd check out the temperature of the sand. He's able to bring it back on track without causing any delays. Over the top of the hill, here we go. Look at this little gaggle. And look at big Steve Turpin about to catch them all. Big Stevie Turpin in the VE Holden Commodore. And here's the battle behind, the battle even further for Joel Corello and Brent Peters. Turpin round the inside, takes 3 Hyundai XLs in one step. One giant leap for the VE Commodore, puts himself in front of the 3 tail enders, and he'll shuffle himself up, or gives himself a further commanding lead of about 150, 200 metres. He's got the lead over Joel Corello back there in second place, who is holding off Brent Peters. And Brent Peters, he was right up there. He appears to have dropped off the pace ever so slightly, as we do believe we've got the last lap board. If we're not got the last lap board, we must be very close to it. Exactly, we've got just on 20 seconds remaining, I do believe, on my timing screen here. Steve Turpin, another more time for you to do another lap, Stevie Turpin, wherever you are out there. Here he comes down in towards turn 7. Turpin. Car number 3, the VE Holden Commodore, comes across the stripe and he gets the last lap board. So this is the last lap board for Stevie Turpin. Car number 3 as he goes into turn number 1. And his next competitor, who's behind him, still coming down the hill towards... actual fact, across the stripe now is Joel Corello. Brent Peters still trying to get past him, doing the 103s. And Brent Peters been doing the 103s and Joel Corello in the 104s, but he just can't, Peters just can't find his way past. Here we go. Steve Turpin on his final lap, down in towards turn 6, overtakes the tail ender. Last lap board is out there. This is like the gravy part for Steve. He can just put his feet up, rub his hands through his hair, thinking, how good is this? The VE Holden Commodore looks on song, it sounds on song, comes down the hill to negotiate turn 7 for the last time. Stevie Turpin comes across the stripe. Let's see, what'll he do for the last lap? Lobs himself a 102.1. It's probably his fastest lap, actually, the last lap. A 105, I should say. A 105.37 there for Steve Turpin. So he takes the win. Joel Corello in second. Brent Peters, after really muddling up the start, comes in second. We've got Gellan in third. Hakamo, yes, back there in 5th. He comes across the stripe. Robbie Landsmere in 6th. And we've got Burns back there in 7th, still waiting for the boys to come across the stripe. And that's the way they finished. Okay, folks, well, I tell you what, that was a terrific race. Really enjoyed that. Steve Turpin first place, Carello second, Peters third, Gallen in fourth, and Hakamo in fifth. We'll just throw down to our reporters. We've got Jamie and Demelza down there. How you going, guys? Who have you got with you?
To pit lane, it is Demelza and Jamie here, and we are here with the Radical Australia West for the FSR category and Andrew Eldridge. Andrew, you did pretty well in that last race. How are you feeling?
I'm good. That was quite a surprise because we had a truncated qualifying, and I managed to get one good lap in and ended up starting off second, which is the first time I've been off the front row. So holding fourth was kind of relatively easy. It was it's a pretty small field today, and of course you get that spread out effect at the beginning, so I was lucky enough to be up the front and more or less stayed there for the whole race.
Andrew, we were talking before we came on air, and you did mention the fact you haven't had much done to the cars since the last round of championship racing. So how did it feel today? And also, who are your greatest competitors on the track in this category?
The car felt great today. The track is fast. I had brand new green rubber. So, conditions are perfect today. And the car is nicely tweaked. I've done so many laps around here that really I don't have to change anything from one race to the next. My normal competitors would be Jay Wong in the orange car. We had a little tussle at the beginning, and Brad Russell, who unfortunately dropped out today. Normally Stuart Burns, he also dropped out unfortunately because of the incident in qualifying. So we occupy the middle of the pack normally. And the fast three today just shot off into the distance, which is not a surprise.
Well, with a couple of exemptions for the next race, I mean, surely this is looking good for you to sort of, get yourself closer to the winning position, mate.
Well, hopefully. It's a funny format this weekend because we have the winner takes all in the last race, and the heats really just sort out the grid position for the next race. So finishing fourth in race one, I'll start off position 4 in race 2, and hopefully if I can maintain that position, might be somewhere in the top half a dozen for the final race.
Let's hope so.
Yes.
Still got to finish first.
Andrew, good luck for the rest of the competition.
Thanks, Elsa. Thanks very much.
And it's back to you, Sean.
Thanks very much, guys. Absolutely brilliant job. Great to love the interview. Thanks very much, Jamie and Demelza. Well, I tell you what, we're moving on now with race 1 for Formula Classic. I just love Formula Classics. The museum items out on track for us. I've got a 12-minute race plus 1 lap. Can't speak enough highly of the Formula Classics, how privileged we are. And I did make a little bit of a joke earlier on about what is the oldest, the age of the drivers or the age of the vehicles? I can assure you, got some real gentleman racers out here. Won't give their names too much or their ages out too much, but there's not too many young numbers out here. Let's just put it that way. I think our youngest racer of the lot would be 55-year-old Peter Marsh on board the Aztec, the AR9 F3. So with Formula Classic, as you can understand, it's another real vintage character class where we'll have two formation laps, effectively called a siding lap and a formation lap, and then a rolling start. You can understand with this sort of equipment, effectively you wouldn't want them to be jumping from a standing start all the time. Rolling start's a little bit more easier on the drivetrain, the running gear. So we'll have a rolling start as the vehicles will come across the start-finish line. As we see the safety car just heading up through turns 2 and 3, that'll just guide the cars around all the way till, I suppose, a couple of metres before turn 7, when the amber lights will be distinguished on the safety car. That'll pull into the pits and we'll go racing. Speaking of going racing, our grid will be Norman in first place, Jones in second, Marsh third, Virago in fourth, Yude in fifth, Thompson sixth, Grove seventh, Dearden in eighth, Magistro ninth, Swarbrick 10, and Bruce Mitchell in 11th position, and car number 48. What a beautiful day. If you're looking on the live screen, this is the beautiful pictures of the area of, we're in the suburb of Nirabup, and it's a sort of a market garden suburb. Lots of forest and pine plantations around, but also lots of market gardens, strawberry farms, etc. around here. Of course, this area of Wano Raceway, or should I say CARCO Raceway, was originally built in 1968. And it was a goat paddock many, many years ago prior to that. And we first raced here in 1969. But all eyes are on Formula Classic as they come down the hill in towards turn 7. And it'll be Mr. Norman in first place. He will have the lead as they go side by side, shuffle up towards the start line. His foot sinks into the skinny pedal on the right-hand side, does William Norman, and he goes into turn number 1 in first place with Alan Jones in second. Got Peter Marsh back there in third. We've got Ricky Virago in fourth, and Colin Yude in second, with Thompson back there in fourth in car number 182. There we go, up the top of the hill. William Norman leading the field down the hill. Alan Jones in second place. Glenn Swarbrick, having done double duties on his in his Formula Ford, out here also racing in Formula Classic. His Formula Ford is a real classic. That is the oldest Formula Ford I have ever seen, but she's a ripper. And steered by a darn good driver in Glenn Swarbrick, who gets to do a lot of kilometres under his belt down here at the CARCO Raceway. Obviously, racing 2 categories, Formula Ford and Formula Classic. And he's an excellent racer and a fine young man at that. Jones, nice time. Let's see, Alan Jones right behind William Norman, heading up through turn 4. There's a nice little battle through turns 2 and 3. Lovely section of road between turns 2 and 3. Nice little kink in the road. The road goes up and then sort of drops ever so slightly on the braking zone into turn 4. And you will find lots and lots of cars of locking brakes into turn 4. It's just that little section where you come over the bump of turn 3, steer to the right-hand side and try and brake without locking up into the turn 4, which is, of course, that steep uphill left-hander. Across the stripe, let's see across the stripe. First flying lap. Oh, that's a ripper. A 58. Well done. William Norman, a 58.35. And Alan Jones, a 59.87. Just 1 second off the pace there. Peter Marsh, he drops himself into the 62 second bracket. Ricky Verardo, he's dropped down a couple of spots, unfortunately for Ricky. We've got a yellow flag. Oh, that is... Yeah, that is very disappointing. Oh, gee, unfortunately, Ricky Virago, car number 43, we have word that the car's under duress at the moment. Might have a little bit of an issue. Won't jump into speculation, but unfortunately, there it is, Ricky Virago. I'm just seeing it on at the corner of my eye. Sort of fair bit of smoke coming off it. I'm not sure whether that's smoke or what it is, but nonetheless, unfortunately, that car has pulled off up there by, I think that's around turn, just in front of turn 7. So, unfortunately, Ricky Virago, I should say, has just exited the track, so that's disappointing for he. Safety car is out there, and that has taken the field around with William Norman in first place, Alan Jones in second, Peter Marsh in third, and back there to Craig Thompson, who's in fourth place, and Colin Yude, I should say, in the Tigger, back there in fifth. Disappointing. Fortunately, the safety car's already out on track, taking control of the field. And Ricky Virago, gee, be disappointed with that. Really just got the one flying lap done. Did Ricky, so he'd be very disappointed with that. Just looking at the lap records from previous, interesting one here. 2002, it was Ray Stubber who got the track record in Formula Classic of a 55 seconds. Do you remember Ray Stubber? How good is he? Is the Stubber family still racing in Speedway around Australia? And great to see the name come up, Ray Stubber. Remember him out here many years ago, going sideways around the track, drifting, just racing, but he was out front. He was just having so much fun. He just drifted all the way around turn 4, all the way down the back section of the track. He was just a loose unit, was our Ray Stubber. Great to see the name on the screen. Just on 4 minutes to go here in race 1 for Formula Classic. 12 minutes was the initial time allocation, 4 minutes plus 1 lap. We have the safety car, which has just picked up the leader. Let the rest of the field go past. They'll shuffle around and rejoin the back, but the safety car has now picked up the leader, which is, of course, William Norman and Alan Jones. Safety car's going particularly slow, around about 60 kilometres an hour. Obviously, the race control has asked just to slow the pace down so as we can move that car that's stranded on the side of the track and get racing as quickly as possible. We are endeavouring to just simply move cars out of the way for the time being, and at the end of the race we will pick them up on the back of the double AC towing tilt tray and move them out of the way altogether. But just initially, we're just moving cars out of the way so as we can get racing without too much delay. So we see the Seaview Ford, BA Ford Falcon safety car doing its damnedest, heading down towards turn 7. Just going past us, Craig Thompson and Colin Yude, David Dirridon. They're on their way around to catch up to the safety car, which is round by turn 6. (11:44 a.m. in Perth, Western Australia. I hope you're absolutely loving it out there. If you're sitting out here at CARCO Raceway, hope you're enjoying the late morning sun. A beautiful day of around about 21, 22 degrees planned for you. Not a cloud in the sky, hopefully. And certainly no chance of precipitation, not until later on this week when it's going to belt down. Hope the farmers are getting the rain. Hope the dams are filling up and our gardens are getting a nice little drink. So still circulating, another lap under the safety car. Again, I want to say a really big thank you to all our flag marshals, everyone that's involved here today that makes the racing happen, whether you be from ticketing, whether you be security, whether you be scrutineering, whether you be a marshal, whether you be in race control, wherever you are. One more lap under safety car. Good news. Thank you, Andre. You just received the word, one more lap under safety car. But yeah, whoever you are and wherever you are, the work you put in to make the racing happen here this weekend, and every time we go racing here at CARCO Raceway, really appreciate your efforts. Really, I know the dedication by our staff, our volunteers, flag marshals, you name it, is second to none. And tell you what, nobody puts on a better race meeting than the West Australians. Really know how to do it well. So one more lap under safety car as the field bunches up behind safety car, which is down there towards turn 6. And we'll go racing with, looks like we might have a dash, a sprint. I'm not sure how many laps sprint we'll get to the finish, but we're getting down towards our time allocation. Meanwhile, I do believe the safety car has dropped its lights and it's sprinting away. Well, sprinting away as a safety car does. Yes, that's it. Safety car's in the pit lane, and that's actually one and done. So all the cars are now pulling into pit lane, so that will be the race has been called. We just got the green flag, but the race has been called. I do understand. Glenn Swarbrick has actually decided the race isn't over, and he's going to cross the line. And and get the checkered flag. Now, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know the rules, but I wouldn't be surprised if Glenn Swarbrick hasn't just won the race. Quite honestly, Andre, I know you're up here with me. Glenn Swarbrick is the only car that didn't pull in through the pits, and he's taken the checkered flag. So we'll wait for... I can't believe it. I'm looking at my timing screen, folks, and Glenn Swarbrick, who was literally second last, didn't pull in the pits when everyone else did. He just went across the line, greeted the checkered flag, and to my money, has taken the win. Incredible scenes here for Formula Classic Race 1 here at CARCO Raceway. How cool is that? Craig Thompson just... car number 182. There's Glenn Swarbrick I'm talking about. I don't know, Glenn, if you've ever won a Formula Classic race before in your life, but if you haven't, you have now, mate. That is incredible. Oh, I think there might have been a slight bit of miscommunication there, Andre. What happened, folks, is the safety car come in the pits and the rest of the field followed the safety car in. Now, it was still green racing conditions, and the one that didn't follow the safety car in was Glenn Swarbrick. He just stayed on the track, went across the line and greeted the checkered flag. So, quite interesting. And now we've definitely got the checkered flag. So, I tell you what, I haven't seen that in years. So literally, folks, the safety car pulled in the pits and the field followed it in the pits. Apart from one, Glenn Swarbrick, who stayed out there, went across the line, greeted the starter and took the checkered flag. Incredible. Don't think I've seen that before in my life. Okay, the official numbers are up. Glenn Swarbrick in first place, Bruce Mitchell third, Craig Thompson in second, Leon Magistro third, and Wood in second. Wow, that was absolutely incredible. Of course, the safety car restart will, of course, be investigated, as you can understand. I think the entire field need to be investigated apart from Glenn Swarbrick. That was just something special. Okay, in a minute we'll throw down to our commentators downstairs. Of course, it's great to have Demelza and Jamie on board doing all our pit and grid presentations. Getting all the inside scoop from our drivers. Great to have these guys on board. And a big thank you also to Shane Laurie, of course, from Turn 7 Media, and Andre Jensen up here, keeping me company up here and pulling all the switches, pushing the buttons, keeping me entertained, telling me jokes. Yeah, so in a minute we'll be throwing down to a throw, and we'll be speaking with Joel Corello, who's car number 7 in improved production.
Big weekend of racing here down here at CARCO Raceway. We're joined by Joel Corello in his BMW, who just raced in the improved production categories. This is sponsored by WA Hino. You came second, Joel. You're going to be happy with that. What a great result from your first race today.
Yeah, it was good. We had a bit of a scrappy testing yesterday, just on some old tyres and stuff. We made a lot of changes to the car, new diff and some damper settings. But yeah, had a spin in quali, so I was a little bit behind as well already. But yeah, managed to keep it together. Had some good defence against Brent. He was pretty quick, but hope it was all kosher. But yeah, no, it was good. It's good race.
It's a pretty competitive category, isn't it, Joel? So when you're out there, I mean, apart from the fact you're all driving different vehicles, there's a lot of driving skills required, isn't it, to get around this track? Unfortunately, today is a perfect day for racing.
Yeah, so with our class as well, there's quite a bit of variance in the cars and the setups. A lot of cars will have straight line speed and less corner speed. Mine sort of sits somewhere in the middle where it has quite a bit of straight line speed and it's a little bit lower on the corner speed. So yeah, it is tough, especially for me, basically first real season, getting used to the car. It is a handful to drive. It's very tail happy. But yeah, I'm getting there. Every race is getting better.
And how did you get into this field?
So yeah, my dad had a lot of time up here in his younger years, about 20 years. Through the late 80s and 90s. So growing up, I was always involved, just seeing it happen, seeing the cars built in the shed.
And you also did some time in go-karts as well, Joel.
Yeah, just a little bit when I was young. Obviously, wasn't super well off and got to tour around and do it full time, but I did get a bit of seat time. So And I've always been into cars, watched so much motorsport. Like, I've just grown up with it, you know, played sim racing, all that sort of stuff these days. So, yeah, I'm just, I don't know, maybe born for it.
Like many other people here, Joel, you've got a great family connection with your family being involved in racing. You said your father for 20 years and so forth. And it seems to be the norm here with most of the competitors of some sort of family lineage when it comes to racing.
Yeah, well, that's local racing, you know, like that's the way it stays afloat. Families stay involved. Yeah, exactly. Like, I can't even count on my hands the amount of people here that my dad raced against or knows from back in those days, and they're still here today, you know. It's everyone, so that also helps.
Getting back to racing, who are your main competitors on the track in your mind?
So sort of locally, we're in an interesting spot with the improved production. We're in only in WA we sort of do the under 3 litre class. So there's a few guys, the Gellens, the Trent in his rotary RX-7, Matty in the VW Bug, and yeah, there's a few others. But ultimately the goal is to get sort of outright pace and up the front with those V8s as well. Yeah.
Well, second place is a good start.
Absolutely. Good luck for the rest of the competition today.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
I really appreciate your time, Joel. Thank you very much. I've got to say to you also, Joel, that, you know, really, second place, this is a time to actually test your car out. It'll be a really interesting day of racing. I have no doubt about it for you.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thanks a lot, Joel. Much appreciated.
Thanks, it. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Jamie and Demelza. Absolutely brilliant. Okie dokie. Well, we now move on to Formula Ford. This is race number 6. And Formula Ford, of course, after Formula Ford, we'll be having our lunch break. Having a little bit of a break in the Formula Ford grid walk during the lunch break also, and Jamie and Demelza will have that sorted for you. Yes, indeed. So Formula Ford's here, and Brock Brewer, what a great start. Number 57, great qualifying. He's in first place. Joshua Matthews is in second place. Xavier Henderson, good on you, Xavier. He's in third. And we've got Maruld there in fourth. Van Leeuwen, Chirella, Hall, Begley, Piper, Barron, and Glenn Swarbrick. Oh, mate, the man who just won the last race in Formula Classic finds himself the bottom of the field here for Formula Ford, car number 29. And I can't get over that. Glenn Swarbrick, winner of race number 1 in Formula Classic. How cool is that? Can't wait to see his face at the presentations later on this evening. I don't know if he's ever won a Formula Classic race in the past, but he has now. Good on you. All right. See the cars shuffling from side to side, coming down the hill. Of course, these guys will grid up. They're having a standing start, which is atypical of Formula Ford. As we saw Formula Classic have that typical rolling start. But Formula Ford and many other categories, it's all about the drop of the clutch. And that is also important on the start line, and especially for, look, in pole position, Brock Brewer, he wants a good start, obviously, and Josh Matthews on the outside. Sure, it's probably the cleaner part of the circuit, but you will be on the outside of turn 1 should you be elbow to elbow with your counterpart on the inside. And you need to really find some good grip out there in turn 1 to maintain your position. Brock Brewer, car 57. Joshua Matthews, car 65. On the front of the grid, looking back to Xavier Matthews. Then car number 31, Jensen Maruld in 4th position. We've got the all clear. We've got the green flag. Race number 1 for Formula Ford. Let's go. 12 minutes on the clock and away they go. First out of the blocks, very even start. I do think Joshua Matthews might get the nose in front. I'd say Joshua Matthews, yes, Matthews in front. Matthews takes first place over Brock Brewer. Henderson, I think, has held on to 3rd position. And Jensen Maruld in 4th as they work their way up through turn 2, 3 and into turn 4. Oh, right on the gearbox there. Brewer's right on Matthews. I really might be a little bit disappointed at getting on pole position, dropping that spot. Let's see how they plummet down into turn 6. As we say, Matthews and Brewer in that order. And it's so tight as, going out wide. That's someone out wide in third place there. I think that's Xavier Henderson trying the outside path, and he will get it done. Oh, lovely drive round the outside into second place. So Matthews covers in first place. Wow, lovely drive by Henderson all the way around the outside into second place. Brewer tries the outside lane in towards turn 7 and will get the job done, taking that wider radius round turn 7. A little bit tighter on the inside there was Josh Matthews. So Brewer will cross the stripe in first place for race number 1, lap number 1 of race number 1 for Formula Ford. Brock Brewer in first place with a 101, I do think the lap time was. Josh Matthews in second place. We're looking at Xavier Henderson in third and Jensen Marold back there in fourth with Andrew Van Leeuwen fifth place. Terrific racing. A 101 is the lap time. I do believe we have a 101 is the lap time here for Brock Brewer. Good time, if that's the case. I'm not sure it is actually. Joshua Matthews back there in second place. Yeah, Brewer across the inside of the track, trying to break the slipstream, and the slipstream working well here. Not quite enough slipstream here for Matthews to dive up the inside of Brewer, and Brewer holds on to the position in number 1. He moves to the inside of the track, as you would expect. Good, crafty driving. And Matthews having a look up the inside. You got to get up early if you want to make that inside move done on Brock Brewer. He looks like a good, sharp young racer. He works his way up through turns 2. Now into turn 3. Right behind Xavier Matthews, putting plenty of pressure on Josh Matthews, who is in second place. Wow, this is awesome racing. Just slipstreaming each other. You want to stay right behind the car in front of you. You don't want to get out too wide unless you're making an overtaking move, that is. Speaking of overtaking moves, who is this one? This will be Jensen Marold trying a move up the inside there for third place. May not have got it done. Brewer still out in front. Joshua Matthews. They pulled out a slight little lead over Henderson and Jensen Marold. Josh Matthews down the outside, down the inside, I should say, into turn 7. Brewer goes very wide and will drop 3 spots. Has to go around the ripple strip, which sometimes does help you with a reduced radius, but unfortunately he's dropped another spot. So Brewer will now drop down to 4th position, and looks like Van Leeuwen keen to make him drop even to 5th, but nonetheless, good racing. And this is Josh Matthews up in front, Henderson in second, Brewer down to 4th actually, and Jensen Marold finds himself up in 3rd there, with Andrew Van Leeuwen sniffing on the heels of young Brock Brewer. Down towards turn 7, I do believe, for the 3rd time or the 4th time, my mathematics. And Josh Matthews, a 102.34, so a 62-second lap for the Formula Ford classic racer, the Formula Ford racer, I should say. Slipstreaming again, Xavier Henderson right behind him, thinks about it. Looks like Brewer's made up a spot back into 3rd place over Jensen Marold. That was a good move. That would have been down into turn 6. Andrew Van Leeuwen in 5th, and Hall back there in 6th, with Chirello in 7th, and Begley in 8th. Again, turn 1, Joshua Matthews, nice little lead. They work up through turns 2 and 3, past the bus stop, as it's known, that bus stop there in turn 3, which was effectively built for motorcycle racing to reduce the risk of that an accident between turns 1 and turn 4. But here we go again, plummeting down the hill in towards turn 6. It is Matthews. Lead of probably a car and a half length over Xavier Henderson. Brewer fighting hard to hold off Jensen Marold there for 3rd place, with Marold looking good. Andrew Van Leeuwen, he's just up at the top of the hill. Having him go here. Xavier Henderson pulls out on a lovely bit of slipstream racing as he overtakes Matthews. And Henderson up in a 1st place with a 101.9, so he drops himself into the 61 second bracket mark. Lovely driving Xavier Henderson in first place, Joshua Matthews in second, Brock Brewer in third, and Jensen Marold fourth, with Andrew Van Leeuwen right there in fifth. But this pack of four, look at the pack of four as they go around turn 4 into turn 5. They are tight. They've just dropped off Andrew Van Leeuwen in fifth ever so slightly. Look at this, going down the inside, blocking down the inside. Xavier Henderson saying, you're not going to overtake me, but there has been an overtake. Oh, Josh Matthews drops, he's gone from first effectively down to fourth now, with young Jensen Marold taking that spot with a nice little overtaking move into turn 6. Andrew Van Leeuwen in fifth. See the boys and things. I want to try and catch these guys. But here we go. Xavier Henderson about to cross the stripe now. This will be the first lap that he has led as they're very slowly catching Glenn Swarbrick, the winner of Formula Classic. But Xavier Henderson is still in first place. Brock Brewer, geez, he's a good racer, up into second, with Jensen Marold in third and Josh Matthews in fourth. It's like a deck of cards, these first 4 runners. They're just shuffling the cards backwards and forwards. A lot of action here around turn 4. And wow, Andrew Van Leeuwen has caught the pack that was a few metres in front of me. He's really caught them. So there's a pack of 5 now up through turns, heading down in towards turn 6. It is still Xavier Henderson out front, Brewer in second, Jensen Marold in third, Joshua Matthews in fourth, and Van Leeuwen, who has caught this pack hand over fist. Although he drops off a little bit now. Look at this side-by-side racing, almost 3 wide. Formula Fords, at CARCO Raceway, a track designed for slipstream racing. Formula Ford, CARCO Raceway, you just can't get any better than this. Yeah, and hanging on again, Brock Brewer. Geez, a good driver. As I say, they keep shuffling these top 4 cars like a deck of cards. You're first, no, I'm second, so on and so forth. And look at Josh Matthews, was fourth, now fights his way up into third as he makes a really tough overtaking choice of spots there. Turn 3. Turn 3 is not your usual overtaking place at CARCO Raceway, but Joshy Matthews, yeah, easy work for him. Find himself in second. Yeah, Brock Brewer's got a nice little gap here, according to my timing, just on a minute to go as we head just on midday here in Perth, Western Australia. Down the hill again, Brewer in front. Not close enough this time. Matthews in second place in the yellow Formula Ford. Not close enough this time, but Xavier Henderson back there in third. He might have a dive. He might have to dive down the outside here. Brewer really blocking. Wow. Using the full contours of the track. Using all the track in actual fact. Making sure, wow, nobody's going to get past me. Look at how wide I am. The widest Formula Ford in Western Australia. Brocky Brewer. Good on you, mate. As he fights off Joshua Matthews. Xavier Henderson in third. Jensen Marold in fourth. And Andrew Van Leeuwen just dropped off ever so slightly in fifth. He was with this front pack. He just dropped off a little bit. Again, the pack flies down the hill, down in towards turn 6. Down in towards turn 6 for the 8th time. And it's Brewer in first place. Matthews up the inside. This is good racing. Side by side, Josh Matthews. Oh, lovely work down in turn 6. Got the job done over Brewer. Let's see, will Brewer try the under over, or will he go around the ripple strip? No, he goes traditional orthodox line and does it well. But across the stripe, Josh Matthews in first. Trying around the outside is Henderson. He thought better of it. He thought he'll have a go at Brewer around the outside. No, they go on the inside. Up through turn 2 and 3, this is close. Look at that, this is really superb racing. Matthews in front, Brewer second. Henderson third. We're on the last lap. Last lap board has been displayed. Only a couple more opportunities here for Brewer, and he's up the inside. Here's his opportunity. Will he go up the inside of Josh Matthews? We see him heading down in towards turn 7. No, Matthews holds out the front spot. Brewer drops into second. Oh, dropping off the pace ever so slightly with Jensen Marold. Oh, Brewer's up the inside. This is going to be magnificent. Look at this coming over the hill, folks. Brewer up the inside. Matthews out the outside. Henderson trying to get underneath Brewer. Oh, will it be Brewer? Will it be Matthews? Will it be Henderson? Brewer out wide. Let's see. Brewer or Matthews. Side by side. Brewer, Matthews. Give it to Matthews. Give it to Joshua Matthews. Well done, son. Great racing. How good is Formula Ford racing here at CARCO Raceway, folks? How good was that? That was just superb. There had to have been millimetres across the stripe there. Joshua Matthews, Brooke Brewer, Xavier Henderson, Jensen Marold. In fifth was Andrew Van Leeuwen, with Chirello back there in 6th, Hall in 7th, Begley in 8th, Piper 9, and waiting on Barron, and Glennie Schwarbrick. As he negotiates turn 7, he'll cross the stripe to wind up the field. How good was that? That racing was superb. I cannot speak highly enough of that. Yeah, not quite sure, but... Okay, yeah, so all right. So what we'll be doing now, folks, is we'll be having a little bit of a lunch break now. We've got to the end of race. Of course, straight after the lunch break, we'll be kicking things off with the Saloon Cars. Then we race 2 of the Saloon Cars, to say. Then, of course, the sports cars, sports sedans, AA muscle cars and street cars. And then, of course, the Radical Australia West with the FSR. But in the meantime, as we'll be having a little bit of a grid walk, so after the race, we'll be going down for a lunch break grid walk. Available for the patrons. So all patrons, once the cars come to a complete stop, we will be opening the gates. So you are welcome to come out onto the track, have a walk along the grid, and have a look at the cars up close and have a look at the drivers. And Jamie and Demelza will be down there soon doing some interviews, which would be terrific to see. Great to get the opinion of the racers as they slowly step out of the cars. And speaking of stepping out of the cars, Joshua Matthews side by side with Brock Brewer. How good was that racing? They walk over. I'm sure they're about to shake hands. Yeah, takes off the gloves. Pats Brock on the back. Good shake of the hands. Great sportsmanship this. Look at the Formula Fords. Look at this coming up here. Xavier Henderson, he'd be so wrapped with his 3rd place. He comes forward to congratulate both Brock and Josh. Look at the sportsmanship here, folks. This is superb. Formula Ford racing at its peak. The gates are open, folks, so please make your way down towards the track if you'd like to. The race is over. The lunchtime break has just started, and the gates are open, so please, if you'd like to head out on the track, you're more than welcome to go out there and have a little bit of a look around. Well, it is the lunch break, folks, so we'll be taking a little bit of a break now. Andre's giving me the nod. He's a bit hungry, as am I. All right, folks, we'll see you straight after the lunch break. We'll be back with more racing here, and as I say, we'll be kicking things off with the Saloon Cars here at CARCO Raceway, the home of the AA Sporting Car Club. We'll be back with round 3 very, very soon, folks. Enjoy your lunch. All right, folks. Well, here we go. It's time for the interviews. As I say, all the cars are on the grid. The gate is open if you'd like to step forward and go out there and have a little bit of a word with the drivers and see the races up close. Please do. In the meantime, let's go down to Jamie and Demelza.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Normally we try and hide from the media, but you know.
Trackside here at CARCO Raceway. We're joined by the Deputy Clerk, of course, Matthew Newman. Matthew, big weekend of racing here. Obviously, a lot of responsibility for the officials here to put this car together and make sure it runs smoothly.
Yeah, it definitely is a big responsibility for us. Everyone pulls together really well to make sure these events go off as smoothly as possible.
Well, there's a lot of volunteers here as well, which is even more requiring more acknowledgement, really, because there's a lot of effort. This is an entire weekend, early start, late finish, with a lot of intensity to make sure that the safety aspect of the racing goes ahead without any problems.
100%, and it's not just the officials who volunteer their time for this weekend, but it's also the officials who volunteer in the lead up to and after the event to make sure the organisation works in the background as well.
And how have you found today's racing so far?
From my end, it's been quite busy, actually. We've had a fair few incidents on track, which have required us to manage in the background, review some incidents and issue some penalties as a result. But from what I've seen on track, when I have actually been watching, it has been pretty good action as well.
It takes a lot of hours, and commitment to be here and a lot of preparation and so forth. So for those people out there that are interested in car racing, but not necessarily as a driver or involved in the actual mechanics of the car, they can still be a part of the CARCO Raceway situation by being an official or a volunteer.
Yeah, absolutely. This sport relies entirely on its volunteers, and we have a really good group here at CARCO Raceway. To get involved is really, really simple. You just need to get in touch with the WA Sporting Car Club or Motorsport Australia, and they will get the ball rolling on that process. The team supports and trains any official to bring them up to speed and make sure they're used to everything so they can perform at the level they need to.
Matthew, have you ever raced yourself?
No, no.
So you're purely happy being official? You just enjoy being in that sort of that role when it comes to for driving and racing?
Yeah. Prefer the role as an official. Do it for the love of the sport. At the end of the day, that's all it comes down to.
And what's your favourite category? Got to ask.
Oh, that's a tough one. Formula V normally provides some of the best racing for me.
16 or 12?
16s.
We've got 2 days of racing here. What are you hoping to see for the rest of the weekend?
I'd love to see a clean set of races from here on out. Some clean, hard racing from all the competitors would be the best thing to see.
Well, Matthew, listen, have a great day. Hope you enjoy this weekend's racing, and I hope it does run smoothly for you. So at least we can all get out of here on time.
Fingers crossed. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Matthew. With Matthew Newman here down trackside, and it's back to you, Sean, in the commentary position.
afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to CARCO Raceway for round 3 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship for 2025. Well, we are well and truly in today's racing. Well, this weekend is racing, of course, we're back-to-back racing. Tomorrow we'll be back here from around about the kick-off racing at 8:30 a.m. We've got Formula V, we've got HQ Holden, the XL, the Cup, historic touring cars, and of course the FSR. We've got the remaining 3 rounds of racing coming up tomorrow. Complete what is going to be an amazing weekend of racing for the Radical Australia West Cup. Of course, round 3 of the WA Sporting Car Club here at CARCO Raceway, and we're just about to move into the afternoon session and be kicking things off with race 7, which will be the Saloon Cars, on our sports cars, sports sedans, muscle cars and street cars, then into FSR, onto production cars, then through production cars.
10 seconds to stream.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to CARCO Raceway for round 3 of the WA Sporting Car Club's Championship for 2025. We are well and truly in today's action. Of course, we have a full weekend of action. We'll be back tomorrow, Sunday, for racing here. We've got, we kick things off with Formula V. They'll be kicking things off around about 8:30 with qualifying for Formula V. Then we've got HQ Holdens, the XLs, of course, historic touring cars, and FSR. Big round of racing tomorrow, but we are right in the middle of what has been an awesome day's racing so far today. Let's kick things off. Well, we kicked things off earlier today with the Saloon Cars, and the winner for the Saloon Cars in race 1 was Mr. Hills, followed by Callow, Koberstein, Chilella and Dylan Barr back there in 5th, and they're about to come out for race 2 of the Saloon Cars. Joining me up here is Chris Neavesy. Great to have you back, Chris. Mate, what have you been discovering from downstairs for the Saloon Cars? How do they all pull up after race 1?
Good day, Sean. Happy to be here, always. There's a couple of issues with a couple of cars. Hopefully they've all got it sorted. Unfortunately, Walker had done a ignition problem, but he's back out there, so he'll be starting from the back, Mark Watkins. And Robbie Marcon had a bit of a driving error, no one to blame but himself. He put his hand up pretty honestly, which is always admirable when someone does that. And he's got a fight on through the middle of the pack. And there was a couple of issues with out-of-date fire extinguishers and out-of-date belts. And I believe all those issues have been sorted, so all the cars should be back out there, raring to fire, ready to put on a show.
Yeah, terrific, and they certainly did that in race 1. There's no doubt about that. It's really competitive out there, Chris. Really, really good racing. Some great names out there also. Obviously, Mason Harvey. Now, he's not racing, is he? In the Saloon Cars?
Mason Harvey today, he's done a motor, unfortunately, in qualifying, so he's out. He's still out there in the FSR category, I believe.
Yep, definitely.
And he's just a bit of a part-timer this year in the State Series. Obviously, he's racing nationally in the Aussie racing cars, and quite successfully so.
Glenn Tincombe, I was down here on yesterday, actually, for a testing day. I noticed he's really bashing the rev limiter as he stays in 4th gear, coming down the hill in towards turn 7 from turn 6. Is that an issue with the Falcons? They like to stay in 4th gear, whereas the Commodores will grab the 5th coming down the hill. Is that the way you see it?
Both cars have the same ratio gears, effectively with 4th in the diff ratio, but that's more of a driver preference. Some of the drivers like to grab 5th and look after the engine. Some of the guys love to bang it off 4th because it always sounds really cool when you're in the car.
It does sound pretty cool even when you're out of the car, I must admit. But I was wondering, was there any, would he be better off grabbing 5th and try to get a few more metres?
Sometimes in 5th it's a little bit faster, but it can be a little bit tricky going back from 5th into 3rd. Some drivers struggle with that, and it's easier just to go 4th back into 3rd. So that's, like I said, it's more of a driver preference thing.
Okay.
Speaking of Glenn, he's also in a new car, so he's probably a little bit unfamiliar with the car. He's been out in an AU Falcon of recently, but he's just changed to the EA VN class, so he has an EA Falcon now, which obviously has a lot of horsepower as well. So the EAs are quite torquey, and you're going to have a fair bit of limiter bashing in those coming down the hill.
The Saloon Nationals, Chris, where will they be held this year?
Okay, so the Saloon Nationals this year are at Shell v Motorsport Park, which is Tailem Bend in South Australia.
Yeah.
Obviously, we hosted the Nationals last year, which Mason Harvey won, and I was a very begrudging runner-up. We're hoping to, a lot of us, I think there's 8 or 9 drivers from WA that are heading over to South Australia for the Nationals.
That is good.
So we're exciting about that, but it looks like we've got some timing issues, so there's going to be a slight delay.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, a little bit of time. Obviously, there's a delay at the start of the day too. But Chris, did the guys end up sorting out the issue with the grid start earlier on in race number 1, where the guys a little bit out of position on the grid? Did they sort of sort that out? Did they have a bit of a discussion between themselves between that race and this race about who was in the wrong? Or
all right, the grid issue effectively was there was one car. I won't mention who he was, but he was a fairly new guy, and I think he was one grid spot back from where he was supposed to be. And unfortunately, that creates a domino effect, and everyone behind bunches up. And obviously, that created a delay. That was sorted when we did the restart, and I take my hats off to the stewards for extending the race length. Because the competitors hate losing time.
No, I can understand that. Yeah, exactly. Chris, were you a fan of, in the old days, won't go back that far, having 8-lap races or 12-minute races? Do you prefer time certain or length certain?
You are asking the wrong guy about that.
I thought I would.
That's one I really shouldn't touch. I'm definitely in the favour of lapped races.
Yeah, fair enough.
But that's the direction that the club has taken, and the idea is to save time in some areas. Unfortunately, you lose time in other areas. You never get a clear winner. But that's all I'm going to say about that issue.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I can understand. Obviously, when you have multi-safety cars, an 8-lap race can turn into a lot more than 12 minutes.
Unfortunately, if 2 or 3 cars get buried in a sand trap, it's race over. And that sucks. The spectators don't get to see the racing. The officials don't get to see much racing. And the guys that spend hours and hours prepping their cars basically go home with very little racing. Just touching on the Nationals, because I'll kind of go through that. We've got a large contingent from WA heading over to South Australia. So I believe we've got Gary Hills, Reginald Ralph, Brock Ralph, Justin Chaffee, myself, Mason Harvey, Jackson Callow, so possibly Robbie Markon. So there's a large group of WA cars that are heading over, and we're all, when we go over east and we have fun, we enjoy ourselves, we try and do it as a group. We all try and hang out together. We courier the cars across, stay together. It looks like we've got some technical infringements.
Yes, we do indeed. See if they come up. I think you did mention that there was a few issues with seat belts and other things when you first stepped up here. But it'll be interesting to see if that's the category. So multiple technical infringements from race 1. So lots to be sorted out. And that's why we've got this little bit of a delay, I do believe. Yes, it certainly has been a frantic start to the day too, and I tell you, I think it all sort of went haywire in qualifying round 2 for the FSR when one gentleman decided to bog the car in the in turn 1 there on the first lap of qualifying.
Oh no!
And qualifying was effectively cancelled from there on.
That's terrible.
So the lads in the FSR got off to a pretty tough start in the Radical Australia West Cup, which is of course run over 2 days, today and tomorrow. Yeah, so folks, we are just treading water at the moment. We've got a little bit of an issue. We've got multiple technical infringers just being sorted out, and we also had a small timing issue. So we are waiting on kicking things off. We are moving on to race 2 for the Saloon Cars. I think I mentioned the results previously. We had Hills, Callow, Corbestein, Chilella and Barr. Speaking... with Chris Neesey. Actually, Chris, there was a piece on there on the social media stuff going back where Greg Barr brought out his V8 supercar in the last race meeting and had, Adam Marjoram racing it. Were you here for that at all?
Oh, I was here for part of the meeting, yeah. They've had Adams in their camp. Adam Marjoram is a fantastic guy in the sport. He loves to help out every chance he get. Him and his store, Auto One in Morley, which I'll mention is one of our sponsors for our category.
Oh, cool. Good.
But he's also been doing a lot of driver coaching with Dylan Barr, his son.
Yeah.
So he's been test driving the Saloon and giving quite a few pointers. And obviously it's showing off because Dylan Barr qualified 3rd for the category. So that's an amazing to do for such a young guy.
Here we go. We've got some interesting news here through the Saloon Cars. This will be car 6, 41, 82, all disqualified from race 1 due to technical breaches. That is interesting. Cars 6, 41 and 82 disqualified from race 1 due to technical breaches.
So that would be Glenn Tincombe,
yeah,
Reginald Ralph, and 82 is, I'm not sure who 82. Oh, Rob Marcon. Oh, so that means they've got a lot of work to do again in this race.
That is a blow. And we, if we look on the screen, we see some of the Saloon Cars actually heading back around towards the pits. In fact, they're all heading back around towards the pits. Not quite sure what the story is here, Chris.
They're going to have to do a regrid, so the grid will be correct up to the highest place of those cars, and they're going to send everyone around the paddock. They'll rejig. They'll come up in their new positions. I don't know why this has taken so long. They've had an entire lunch break. You think by now they could have sorted out those sort of infringements, but let's hopefully they get it all sorted now, and we can start this race over. There's going to be some disgruntled drivers, I can tell you that from first hand, but the rules are the rules. You've got to play by the cards that you're given.
Quite interesting. I see what you mean with Robert Marcon basically being held at the back there. So it looks like he'll end up gridding up down the rear end of the grid, I guess. That'd be the penalty, would it?
A disqualification means you've got no results from the first race, so you will be starting rear of grid in the following race.
That makes sense.
So Reggie, Glenn Tincombe and Robbie Marcon from rear of the grid, as well as Walker, because Walker had these technical, electrical incidents in the first race.
Yes.
It's going to be quite exciting watching these cars come from the back, fight their way through.
Yeah, I like
Hopefully no too many fireworks.
No, indeed. No, I'm looking forward to that, actually, yeah. It's good to see I always did like a reverse grid race. I guess those that spend the money and get their cars up to the pointy end of the grid only to find themselves starting last probably doesn't suit them. But as a spectator, I love reverse grid racing.
As a spectator, I loved it as well. As a driver, I hated them.
I can well imagine it, yeah. All the work you'd have to do to shuffle your way past the goons, as some people like to refer to those middle pack races.
Some of the reverse grids that we did in saloons where we only reversed half of the field wasn't as bad.
Yes.
But early on in my days when I started in HQs, we used to do a full field reverse grid. And we're talking 26, 30 cars.
Incredible.
And it was like traffic jam on the Kwinana Freeway.
It would have been.
You'd come down the hill, everyone would be three side-by-side cars, and there's nowhere to go. You've just got to wait. You've got to pick the right line, like NASCAR racing, and hope that you've picked the right one and fight your way through to the front. It was not enjoyable.
But I tell you what, I bet the spectators had a grin from ear to ear for sure.
Yes, I bet they did.
That is loose, yeah. No, just love the reverse grid racing personally. I know sometimes they'd say your first race would be run on qualifying results, your second race might be reverse grid, and your third race based on the results of 1 and 2. Different ways of mixing it up. I think if you were down the... Look, I reckon, I don't know, would it be, if you were, say, down the rear of the grid and you were promoted to pole position, would you rather just start in pit lane, or would you actually go out there and have everyone overtake you?
My first ever race win come from maybe sandbagging race 1.
Oh, did it really?
Getting to start pole for race 2. Leading and not being passed. So
I like that.
You can play that to your advantage if you have the opportunity.
Yeah, I like that. Yes, just to get a race win, just one in my entire career.
It counted, trust me, it counted.
And never forgotten. Oh, here's the great news. Here we now just release the field. Saloon Cars coming out for race 2. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, so 15 minutes race 2, 15 minutes plus one lap.
Usually equates to about 12 laps.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, no safety cars would be good if that were the case.
Jackson Callow's moved up quite high from qualifying, which is interesting because the state championship battle this year is really between Gary Hills and Jackson Callow. So you've got first and second in the championship, first and second on the grid. So they're not going to give each other an inch. This will be quite exciting.
It certainly will, yes, indeed. As a rule, Chris, do you prefer to be on grid position number 1 or 2?
On the inside, position 1.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, position 1 on the inside. Yes. But looking forward at this race, I think Gary Hills would definitely prefer to be on the inside.
Yeah, it's funny. But just the reason I say that is because the little bit more grip on the outside, sort of the dirtier part of the track is the inside. Not quite the racing line, but you don't feel that makes a heck of a lot of difference.
Maybe in 600 horsepower cars.
Yeah.
Saloon cars, we're talking more like 300 horsepower.
Yeah.
So they're not V8 supercars, but bang for your buck, they're fast enough to have fun.
Oh,
you don't have to spend silly money to get involved in the class. Like I don't own a business. I'm just a Monday to Friday factory worker.
Yep.
Throw a few coin on the side, and you can go out there and just have the time of your life for not spending a lot of money. But yeah, they're not massive horsepower cars, so you always want that inside run. Yeah, an ideal track car, though, I can well understand. I know when you sold your previous car, I considered purchasing it, but decided, look, I'm better off just being a commentator, and that's the thing. But that was a consideration I certainly thought of. It would have been, I think it'd be a lot of fun to be out there racing, I must admit. You must have the absolute time of your life when you're out there. It's always fun to dip a toe in the water, but I'm sure a lot of these guys are going to have fun right now, and let's hope for a clean race. Yes, indeed. Looking them about to grid up, as we did say, a 15-minute lap journey, a 15-minute journey with one extra lap after the 15 minutes. And getting on cue, we've got Jackson Callow in position number 2. And as you say, Hillsy, Gary Hills, car 93, pole position. Looks like a field of, what about 25 cars? I was going to say 23, 25 cars. Brilliant, right out towards turn 7. All beautifully... beautiful liveries on all the cars independently. Some of the cars are immaculately presented. There are. Some. Certainly are. Vinci Keller in particular, that is drop dead gorgeous. Anyway, here we go, just about to kick things off. Waiting on the green flag. The gentleman with the green flag. Popular today. Waves it in frustration. All right, Hills v Callow. Corbestein in 3rd place. Come on, Hillsy, don't make a liar of me. Oh, and out of the blocks, looks like Hills has got the better start there, Chris. And Coberstein up the inside as well. Very good move from the young guy. Very nice, from 3rd up to 2nd. Well done, young lad. And unfortunately for Hills, Callow just gets held out to dry. Yeah, indeed. You definitely don't want that outside line. No, indeed not. No. What's it like being on the outside through turn 3 here? It's slippery. Yeah, is it? Yeah. You don't go on the outside. In fact, you can see Clark, a young guy, he's just gone on the outside and was passed by Daniel Carricane. Yeah, that's one of the risks out there. Lots of marbles and dirt and junk out there on that side of the road. They dive down in towards turn 6. And Callow, it's Hills in 1st place, 93. Callow dropped that extra spot, so it'll be Michael Corbestein, I do believe. Coberstein? Yes. But Callow right on his bumper, and we don't call him Max and Jackson Callow for no reason. He'll have a dive first chance he gets. Maybe not the first lap, but it won't be far away. Hills rotates turn 7, comes across the stripe to complete the first lap. Let's have a look at his first standing lap. And there's the dive bomb from Jackson on cue. No, he's pulled out of it. He's thought better of it. Hey, he's right up the ginger there of Corbestein. Right up there. Well, as you say, he'd be keen to shuffle his way past, probably looking the spot towards turn 6. As we look at the rest of the field coming through turn 4. Into turn 4, I should say, the long sweeping left-hander. As they work their way up to the top of the hill and plunge downhill towards turn 6. Interesting to see how Hills and Coberstein are going up with their battle against Callow as they exit turn 6. Now 33 on screen. Sarah De Silva down the back having fun. We've got a few cars up the front, nose the tail, coming out of turn 6, heading up the hill. They're trying to get a tow. If you can get a tow, you can pull out and pass down into turn 7. Now it looks like Looks like Vince is holding position. Like I said in the previous race, Vince is a really hard guy to pass. He's been around a long time, old wily Vince. And you've got your work cut out for you. If you're going to pass Vince, you've got your work cut out for you.
Yeah, Tyson Sadler right behind him, and Dylan Barr also. He's back there in 6th place. Lapping first, Gary Hills, a 106.52. 106.52 is his first lap time. First couple of cars are in the 106s before we drop down to Vince Giacella in the 108. Of course, that was lap number 2. Huge field of around about 23 saloon cars here at CARCO Raceway.
So this is an interesting battle. Occasionally we get the VNs on the back of the AUVT class, and you'll be surprised. Some of the VNs, they can hang with the AUVTs.
Yes.
Gary Hills, he's not really pulling away in this race. Michael Koberstein, which is fairly new to the class, he's hanging on the back of Gary. He's trying to stay in that toe, and that toe is probably what's helping him hold the position to Jackson Callow, because the Falcons are quite fast in a straight line.
Here we got 2 really distinctive groups of 3 up front, Hills, Koberstein, Callow, and of course the second group being Shalella, Sadler and Barr. And Koberstein, he's really putting plenty of pressure on Hills. They head up through turns 3 and 4 with a gaggle of cars coming down into turn 1. Here's one of the Ralph boys who negotiates just behind Markin.
This Markin's is a little bit slow to make his way through the pack, but slowly, one car at a time. You can see he's ticking them off.
He really penalised himself early on, starting down by the rear of the grid, but that's racing at more opportunities to overtake other cars. I guess as a driver, that's probably what you want to do, Chris, is keep overtaking. Would you prefer to be on pole, run out, run ahead, or would you like to just overtake all day long?
In my early days, I actually preferred to follow. But as I got a bit more experience, it's better to be out front. You can control the pace, control the position. Right now, we've got a position on the front straight about to happen. We've got 3 cars almost side by side. Gary's getting defensive. Koberstein's getting defensive. Jackson's looking for the outside line. That's hard to make that one stick.
Certainly tried to, Jackson, around the outside there of turn 1.
It looks like maybe with the warmer temperatures, Gary's car's not quite as quick as it was in the first race, because he can't seem to break the toe from Michael Koberstein. So hats off to Michael Koberstein holding the position, and Jackson's there just waiting, ready to pounce.
Yeah, plundering down towards turn 6. You say that's a really good battle there for 2nd and 3rd. Koberstein on Jackson trying hard to catch the man in front. Still lapping in the 106, so 66 seconds.
Yeah, that's a fair bit off the lap record, but each year the track resurface loses a bit of grip and the time slowly degrade. Oh, we've got a yellow flag out at pit lane entry. That's an unusual place to have a yellow flag. That's not actually a flag point. Oh, here we go. Callow on the grass. He almost had the overlap required to command track position. Sometimes in these cars, it all comes down to track position. If you can get a foot of overlap on the car ahead of you, you command track position, and the corner is yours. Yeah,
fair enough too, and he was very close to that. He almost had 1 foot out in the grass there on the infield. So close, working very hard.
And so here's some early side-by-side model. Oh, yes. Ken Power just had a spin. Ken Power.
Yes, and he's backed it into turn 1.
He's going to bury that there unless he holds it in reverse. Hold it. No. That's going to be a safety car.
He's in quite deep there, Chris. Do you think we might get away with just a local yellow, or how do you feel? He is quite...
I'm not in race control. I wouldn't call a safety car, but that's their prerogative, and I would expect them to call one, and they have called one.
Yeah, safety car, full course yellow, unfortunately. Oh, that was disappointing. It was Ken Power who backed the Commodore, the VN Commodore, into turn 1. And as we see, still racing along here, they finally get the yellow flags, and Hills, Koberstein and Callow will now slow down as the BP safety car comes out on a track.
We still have 4.5 minutes remaining plus a lap. So if this is a quick recovery, he is quite deep. There is a chance we might be able to get this restarted.
Yes, I see the Manitou making its way over there towards turn 1. there's any job, there's anything that'll get a car out of the dirt as Manitou. They're an extremely good machine. But yeah, the safety car now really bunching the field up as they head up towards turn 4. Just repeating the order, it's Hills in first place, Michael Koberstein in second, Jackson Callow in third, Vince Shillella in fourth, and Greg Barr, he's back in fifth with Tyson Sadler.
That's Daniel
sixth.
Barr.
Sorry.
The son, the kid.
I think I said, did I say Dylan Barr?
You said Greg Barr.
Oh, sorry. Oh, Greg. Oh,
That's Dylan.
Greg.
Dylan Barr.
Oh, Dylan. No, gee, sorry about that, Greg.
Be a bit scary if there's a Tirana out there.
Yeah, it would do. Or the Castrol V8 supercar.
Oh, that would be, well, that'd be exciting.
Yeah, safety car on track. Again, thank you very much to all our flag marshals, all our workers out here doing a sensational job this weekend. Of course, big double header this weekend. We'll be back racing tomorrow. Of course, it's the Radical Australia West Cup. Raced over 5 races. That's pretty impressive. Qualifying today, race 1 and 2 today, and 3 races tomorrow before they decide their winner for the trophy. FSR, of course, that'll be presented in the Arias Racing Garages on Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening. Let's see how we're going over there. Oh, right, the Manitou's done a pretty good job. It's certainly, I don't know if it's moved, picked it up. Yes, dragged it all the way down to the corner point, actually. It's another four-wheel drive out there, another rescue vehicle out there. But the Manitou's pretty much done a good job of getting that car out of the sand, extracted as much as we can. We've got 2 minutes 40 to go, plus an extra lap.
Yes, well, I believe we'll definitely get a restart in this race.
That's good. That is really good news.
Which will be exciting. The tyres have cooled off a little bit. All the drivers are bunched up. What's the old commentator saying? Safety cars causes
safety cars.
Something.
They breed safety cars, so they reckon. Yeah.
Something. But the restart will be critical. Gary seemed to be a little bit off the pace in this race compared to his first race. So can he get a good restart and break away from the field and just break that toe? Or will Michael Koberstein be able to hang on to the back of him? It's all to play for.
It is, and I guess the bunching up of the field will certainly help some of those a little bit further down, like Robert Markham, for instance, who had that terrible, he started from a poor grid position. He's made up a heck of a lot of spots.
So is Mark Watkins, because he's up in 9th, so he started around the back, so that's a good job from Mark Watkins.
Yeah, probably Markham's probably just followed Watkins when you look, he's just one spot, a couple of spots behind him.
And you look back through the pack, you've got first place of the VNs, you've got Adam Koberstein, and second place in the VNs, Andrew Martin. Now, Andrew Martin is our category sponsor, Riveway Industrial, so he's having a fantastic day out. And looks like the lights are out on the safety car. We're ready to go.
This is great news, Chris. Yes, just on a minute 15 plus another lap to go, so we should get 2 sprinting laps at least. Hopefully, see him coming down the hills. Coming down the hill.
Hills down the hills.
He has, hasn't he? Pardon the pun.
Wait for it. He's gone.
He's gone. Gary Hills puts his foot on the skinny pedal, smashes it to the floor out the back door. Michael Koberstein right behind him. Jackson Callow in third place. Actually, Jackson fell off the pace a little bit there in the restart.
Jackson missed that jump. He'll be disappointed in himself with that.
He's backed himself up towards Vince Shillella, and Sadler's right on the back of Shillella, with Dylan Barr back there in 6th place, but all eyes on the front here. Gary Hills, Michael Koberstein, right on the back of Hills. I tell you are right about Hills not having early pace. I think Koberstein may be able to dive down the inside here into turn number 5. On board here, car 33.
There may definitely be an opportunity, but Gary's a bit like Vinny. He's no easy pass, unless he's got a car problem, but Gary's not an easy one to pass either. He's very professional with his racing.
And he couldn't get it done. You're right, Gary has held on the front spot there. Yes, Gary Hills is in front of Michael Koberstein. And, a little bit further back, Jackson Callow there in 3rd place. Let's see if they'll get the last lap board. Yes, the last lap board is out, Chris, so just the 1 lap to go. Going around the ripple strip, taking a wide radius there is Jackson Callow in 3rd place.
It's hoping for that slingshot effect, get on the tail of the top 2 and hope something happens in the last lap.
He certainly is, yeah. Wow.
You can see Robert Marcon's made up a few spots. He's right on the back of Daniel Carricane and now on the back of Watkins, and even those two will be battling for this last lap. But looking at the front, you can see it's nose to tail. Gary, he's got some good horsepower. Koberstein, they've got even better horsepower. You watch this coming out of turn 6, it's going to be a drag race.
Oh, and look at Hills going up the inside. Getting a little bit wide was Jackson Callow, I think. A little bit wide on the outside of the ripple strip. But look at this. Up the... Copperstein's trying... is up the inside trying it. Oh, look at this. Gary Hills.
Line of stern. Callow's looking for the overlap. He's got the short ratio Falcon, the extra torque. He's looking for the punch. Here he comes. No, he thinks better of it.
Oh, round turn 7. Negotiates turn 7. Gary Hills, congratulations. We'll take home race 2. Oh, very close across the stripe. Diving up the inside was Jackson Callow. Couldn't get it done. Hills first. Cobberstein in second. Callow third. Shalella fourth. Michael Clark, wow, what an effort, up to 5th, overtaking Dylan Barr. Tyson Sadler back to 7th. Robbie Mark on 8th. Mark Watkins in 9th. And Koberstein back in 10th place with Reginald Ralph in 11th.
I'll take my hats off to Michael Clark for that one. This is only his second race meeting and he's already up into 5th out of 25 cars on your second race meeting. That's something to tip your hat at.
That is something, isn't it? That was a good race. Koberstein really did put the pressure on Hills the whole way around. And of course that, I don't know if that safety car came at the right time there for Koberstein. He probably might have wanted a few more laps at Hills.
Yeah, possibly. We always want more laps, but we take what we can get.
Yes.
All right, thanks for having me up here. And a bit of a surprise for the last race. We're either going to have one of the Harveys. It may be Mason, it may be Clint.
That'd be good. Look forward to it. Thank you very much, Chris Neesey. Thank you for your help today. Folks, that was Chris Neesey. Super saloon racer and an all-round nice guy. All right, so that was Callow Chikella in 4th place and Clark back there in 5th. As we see them circling around the track on their slow down lap. And that was race 2 of Saloon Cars. Okay, folks, we'll just take a very short break and be back with more racing at CARCO Raceway very soon. Welcome back, folks, to CARCO Raceway, home of the WA Sporting Car Club. You'd mentioned, of course, the Radical Australia West Cup coming up a little bit later on, running through today and tomorrow. 5 races for they. That is the FSR. We now move on with race 2 for sports cars, sports sedans, WA muscle cars and street cars, running over 15 minutes with an extra lap once we get to the 15-minute mark. And we kicked the day off with some dominant style. Ryan Humphrey was first. And we got Hill in second, Nunn in the second, Ronnie Moller in third, and Clint Rayner bringing up the 5th position. And Ryan Humphrey will leave from pole again. And we've got Grant Hill, the other V8 supercar, the BF supercar, he'll be from second. And Campbell Nunn in the sports car, the first sports car, the Porsche GT3, 911 GT3 Cup car. He'll be coming out in 3rd place. Ronnie Moller brings out the WA muscle cars, the Chevy Camaro. And Clint Rayner in 5th position. Yeah, so we're just waiting for them to shuffle their way around. We did mention previously that the sports cars, sports sedans, WA muscle cars and street cars do a 2-lap warm-up. So in other words, they have a sighting lap, which you've seen, and now we go into the formation lap. The cars will then, once we get out of the bowl to turn 6, between turn 6 and turn 7, the safety car will sprint away. The yellow lights will be extinguished and will head off into the pits, and of course then we'll go racing. Did mention Ryan Humphrey in 1st place, Gary Hills in 2nd, we've got Nunn in 3rd, Ronnie Moller in 4th, Clint Rayner in 5th, Mackenzie in 6th, Walter Eppel in 7th, and down to Mullet, who's in the back of the field. That is, of course, Robin Mullet. Cars quite spread out as they follow the safety car around on what is effectively the formation lap. They'll get side by side and come back and join us. Good opportunity now to shuffle from side to side on the track, try and get some temperature into those tyres by shuffling across the bitumen. And you see in particular Ryan Humphrey doing that up front, and also Grant Hill and the big V8, V8 supercar, leaving from 2nd place, the BA Ford Falcon. Like to get a bit of heat in those tyres as we see the Seaview Ford Falcon safety car disappears off the track. Its lights out, and it'll now be up to Ryan Humphrey from grid position number 1. So he rotates number 7, turn 7. As soon as he puts his foot on the skinny pedal, the race will begin. Just waiting on the green lights, the green flags. Here they go. It'll actually be Grant Hill be first across the stripe, nonetheless. Side by side, both the supercars out that door, and it'll be Humphrey in 1st place. He will hold out, as you would expect. Grant Hill in 1st place, and they shuffle their way around. A 15-minute journey here, 15 minutes plus 1 lap, and we got Nunn in 2nd place. Ronnie Moller's actually jumped up in a 3rd place, I should say. So it's Humphrey 1st, Hill 2nd. We've got Ronnie Moller in 3rd, Nunn back to 4th, Clint Rayner, he's holding on to 5th at this stage. Plummeting down into turn 7. Lovely onboard camera. If you look closely at the steering wheel, you'll actually see a map of the track also. Left-hand drive out of turn 7, out of turn 6, you should say, as they plummet down the hill, onboard, changing gears. Left-hand drive. Let's see, across the stripe, we've got straight away into the quick times, into the just under the minute mark is, so into the 58 straight away. Ryan Humphrey, nice and quick out of the blocks. And of course, Grant Hill right behind him. Ronnie Moller in 3rd place, and that'd be Campbell Nunn back there in 4th with Walter Eppel. Oh, about to be challenged here by Clint Rayner. Clint Rayner right on Walter Eppel as they head around turn 4. If we look on the screen here, Eppel under tons of pressure. Let's see if Rayner can make something about this and dive down towards turn 6. Rayner moves the inside, gives it up. Not quite enough pace to challenge the Porsche GT3 Cup car, the 911. Beautiful piece of kit it is. got a nice little lead over Rayner here. I thought Rayner might have had the longer legs in the straight line. There's nothing short of the straight line speed there for Walter Eppel. As we see across the stripe here, into the 57s now. Ryan Humphrey now drops the Ford Falcon into the 57-second mark. Also, Grant Hill in the 57 seconds. Ronnie Moller and Campbell Nunn both in the 58s, with Walter Eppel and Clint Rayner racing hard against each other as we see them heading up through turns 2 and turn 3. They're both in the 58-second mark. And back a little bit further is Mackenzie in 7th place in the 59s. As we say, wow, this is a good battle here. Walter Eppel just in front of Clint Rayner. Clint Rayner, what an awesome round he had at the Supercars going back a few weeks. Really, really good racing. And it was so good to see the WA muscle cars on the Supercar calendar, didn't we? Absolutely show them a clean pair of heels. We certainly did. Still racing, yeah. Eppel's just able to hold off Rayner. That is a good battle there back for, that's a battle for 5th and 6th we're focusing on at the moment, because Ryan Humphrey is absolutely roaring away. Puts the car into the low 57s, 57.2 there. Oh, Clint Rayner up the inside of Eppel. Oh, that was close. Didn't quite get it done. That must have been so close. The rear panel there of Walter Eppel on the Porsche as Rayner, car number 76. Right up there. I did think he should have the straight line speed. I would have expected that. Another battle going on down in the pack a little bit further on, the Rayner and Carey. But all eyes on this ripper battle here between Eppel and Rayner. This is Ryan Humphrey up the front. Here we go. This is Walter Eppel and Clint Rayner. Let's see, Rayner, can he do the under-over down in towards turn 6? It's not actually. Wrong category, I must say, or wrong battle, I must say. 911 GT Cup cars, pretty special vehicles. That we see Ryan Humphrey just complete his 3rd lap, I do believe. No, his 4th lap. It was Ryan Humphrey's 4th lap, and he's done a 57.24. So getting faster and faster, a 57.24. And right behind him, Grant Hill with a 57.55. Nice braking manoeuvre under brakes here in towards turn 7. Not quite getting it done. The Porsche GT3 Cup car. Not quite getting it done under brakes there as they go across the stripe. That is, of course, Mullet and Mackenzie. Wow, that's another good battle to keep your eye on, Mullet and Mackenzie. We have a car that's gone off, unfortunately. That is disappointing. Gone off right around turn 7. He's obviously come around turn 7, overcooked it, and put the car in the infield. But he's back out there and fighting another day. All right, still in the lead. Looking here, we got Ryan Humphrey. He'll come across the stripe to finish his, that's the end of his 5th lap. Going faster with a 57.42, just marginally outside his 57.24. As we see Eppel and Rayner on screen, negotiating turn 7 across the stripe. Let's see. Oh, they're in the 58s, both of them in the 58s, Eppel and Rayner. We see him on screen. Rayner in the orange number 76, chasing the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car of Walter Eppel up through turn 4. A little bit of traffic ahead of them as they close up on Campbell Nunn. I believe that's Campbell Nunn just in front of them, falling off the pace ever so slightly, although they're all in the 58.6. It's really interesting. Got Campbell Nunn, Walter Eppel and Clint Rayner all in the 58.6 seconds. So it'd be hard to find a little bit of extra speed to overtake. And coming across again, that was Neville Zaccoli. Just lobbed himself a 1:03 across the stripe. Oh, a lot of work going on here. This is Walter Eppel trying to make a move on Campbell Nunn, and under the brakes as they go under the bridge, he will get it done up the inside. Well done, Walter Eppel, up the inside of Campbell Nunn. Good racing, and I think Clint Rayner will be pretty keen to get past there as well. A nice little bit of driving that by Walter Eppel, able to put a car between he and Rayner after that really strong battles they were having a little bit earlier on. And Campbell Nunn gets a little bit of tyre smoke through turn 3. Look at Rayner right behind him. Will Rayner dive out underneath him through turn 5 into turn 6? This is Eppel. He heads downhill towards turn 6. Campbell Nunn able to hold on to that spot in front of Rayner. Let's see, we've got around about 5 minutes to go. 5 minutes plus 1 lap of the 15 minute race, I should say. Great to see these Porsches out here, these 911s. They look absolutely beautiful in the sparkling midday sunshine here at CARCO Raceway. Not getting it done, actually. Walter's just pulling out a little bit on Campbell Nunn and Clint Raider. I don't know whether he's used up the best of his tyres, Clint, but he's really struggling to stay on the pace here of Campbell Nunn. Slightly heavier car, there's no doubt about it, the big WA muscle car. And it might be taking a toll on the tyres compared to the real lightweight Porsches, like your 911 G23 Cup cars. Lightweight, manoeuvrable, tons of power to a lightweight body effectively. I do love me Porsches. And coming back down towards turn 7, here we go. This is Ryan Humphrey. He's in front of Grant Hill. Kept roughly the same lead the whole way through. Pretty much the whole way through. Car number 30. We see him into the braking zone in turn 1. He's maintained around about that 30 metres as the elastic band stretches as they go through turns 2 and 3. And that band reduces in size under brakes into turn 4. Ryan Humphrey negotiates turn 4 into turn 5. Nice and close to the apex. That V8 supercar looks hot there. Of Grant Hill, the beautiful BA Ford Falcon V8 supercar. Love the sweet sound. There's nothing quite like the symphony of V8 supercars. Well, unless you're watching Top Fuel, of course. And apart from Top Fuel, the symphony of V8 supercars is superb. It's a beautiful, beautiful symphony. And here we go. Ryan Humphrey negotiates turn 7. Let's see, got another 3 minutes to go. This is the end of his 9th lap. What's his lap times going? Yes, still a 57.5, so just on 3/10 slower than his best. A 57.5 there for Ryan Humphrey, and also a 57.5. In actual fact, a slightly faster lap for Grant Hill, so Grant Hill is catching him. This is interesting. Hill is catching Humphrey as they work their way up towards turn 5, coming out of the bowl. This is triple four. This is triple four of Jared Carey, looking very hard to see if he can make a move here. Jared Carey got McKenzie just in front of him. This is Christopher McKenzie, Jared Carey having a look at Christopher McKenzie. Won't quite get it done this lap. Still another couple of laps to go. 2 minutes to go in this particular race, race number 2 for the sports cars, sports sedans, WA muscle cars and street cars. Humphrey out in front. A very small margin actually now between he and Grant Hill. That's really caught up, but this is a lovely battle between Jared Carey and, as I say, Christopher McKenzie. McKenzie just in front. Carey diving down in towards turn 6. A little bit too far back there, unfortunately. We just got 1 minute 42 seconds to go on race 2 of the sports cars, sports sedans, WA muscle cars and street cars here at CARCO Raceway in the suburb of Neerabup in Western Australia. Across the start line. Here we go, 46 across the start line. There's Jay Carey. Carey across the start line, followed by McKenzie. Zaccoli straight after them. Unfortunately, Paving Callow didn't actually make the start today, but here we go. Ryan Humphrey, wow, across the line. That's to complete his 11th lap with a 57. In actual fact, he's dropped into the 58s, a 58.17. So his tyres are starting to go off. I speak of Ryan Humphrey in the V8 supercar. Grant Hill has certainly closed the gap on him in second place. Just on 45 seconds to go. I don't know if they'll have enough time to get to make the move done. They will have another lap to go when they get across the start line. A lap or two nonetheless, but looking very, very tight. Here's a good view. There's Humphrey in front, and we see the view here. The onboard pictures on our stream coming up out of turn 6. Changing gears. See the paddle shift, the right-hand paddle shift. This is Humphrey. Ryan Humphrey takes turn 7. They're coming across the stripe with just on 10 seconds to go. So he will get another lap in before he gets the last lap board. Very interesting. So this will be, that's the completion of lap number 12. So they'll end up getting 14 laps in. That's going to be a darn good effort 14 laps on a 15-minute race. Shows you these V8 supercars when you're lapping at the 57 seconds or the 56, 57 seconds and you don't have a safety car, you can get your quota of laps in quite easily. Been a good, clean race, this one. Humphrey still in first place. No, that's right. We've still got one more lap to go after this one. And Humphrey down at turn 6 works his way back up the hill. He'll have a little bit of traffic to negotiate, but that won't be a problem for the big Chevy. The big Chevy on board the Falcon. And the XE Ford Falcon, Chevy-powered XE Ford Falcon, he will dive up the inside. Needs a little bit of help and understanding there by Jared Carey, which he did get, fortunately. Jared stayed out nice and wide. Also gives plenty of room here to Grant Hill as he gets the BA Ford Falcon supercar up the inside. Yes, this is the last lap. The last lap board is out, folks. This is the last opportunity for Grant Hill to make his way in front of Ryan Humphrey, but he's got his work cut out. Looks like around 25, 30 metres. They work their way up through turn 4. Down to turn 5, just 2 more opportunities for Grant Hill to do something about this. But that XE Ford Falcon, the home-built XE Ford Falcon from Ryan Humphrey, which he built in his own shed from scratch, built it into a rocket that it is today, lapping the times of a V8 supercars. He comes down the hill for the last time in race number 2. A little bit of traffic in front of him, which he's happy to shuffle his way underneath. Lovely work. Guy gets the tail ender, gets out of the way. Buell gets in the way of Grant Hill. Wow. Oh, the car re-entered the track there that went off the track. Probably wasn't aware of Grant Hill right behind him. Oh, that was good. Good work by Grant Hill to negotiate that tail ender that re-entered the circuit a little awkwardly. Anyway, the win goes to Ryan Humphrey, completing 14 laps. He's in first place. Grant Hill in second. Ronnie Moller in third. Walter Eppel, who had an awesome battle throughout the day, in fourth place. And Campbell Nunn, he was able to separate both Walter Eppel and Clinton Rayner. So Campbell Nunn in fifth place, Clinton Rayner in sixth. Well, yes, that's the way they ended, folks. Race 2 for the sports cars, sports sedans, WA muscle and street cars. And we have one of the cars has just pulled off, probably ran out of fuel in the end there, just up by turn 4. Flag marshal waving the yellow flag in the background. And it's obviously on the cool down lap. So often the case, some of the drivers will have just enough fuel in the car to do the laps. And the safety car will help your fuel economy, but on this occasion, one of the cars has just pulled off by turn 4. So that is race 2, one and done, folks, for sports cars, sports sedans, WA muscle cars and street cars. Ryan Humphrey first, Grant Hill second, Ronnie Moller third, Walter Eppel third, and Campbell Nunn back in fourth. All right, folks, we'll just take a very short break. Back turn in actual fact, we've got we've got Michael Copperstein. Michael Copperstein. Please come in, Michael Copperstein. All right, folks, we'll just take a very little bit of a break and we'll be back very, very soon. Okay, folks. Yeah, really sorry about that, folks. We were hoping to have an interview with Michael Kupperstein, but unfortunately didn't quite happen. So we do apologise for that. All right, well, we're moving on with FSR, and this will be race 2 for FSR. We did say, of course, this is the Radical Australia West Cup. Massive weekend for these guys. 5 races, 2 today, 3 tomorrow. And an absolutely special race week, race meeting this is indeed, have the lads. Okay, in qualifying, it was didn't go well in qualifying. We all sort of heard what happened there. Unfortunately, Bryce Moore bogged the car in turn 1 on the first qualifying lap, and nobody was able to get a lap time in apart from he. So, yeah, that wasn't too good. But race 1, it was Bryce Moore who was first. Reindler was second. Young Mason Harvey in third. Eldridge in fourth. And young Wong, Jay Wong, back there in 5th position. That was the way they finished after race 1. And now shuffle into race 2. And race 2 will be the last race for the FSR for today. I did mention they got 3 races tomorrow. A racing, of course, for the Radical Australia West Cup. That'll be presented in the Arise Racing Rooms tomorrow evening after the last race. So just running through the names, we've got in the FS Cup, we've got Christopher Reindler, Stuart Burns, Garrett Piper, Bryce Moore, Bradley Russell, Derek Burns, Jay Wong, Cohen Jackson, Mason Harvey, Andrew Ulrich and Tony Mercer. Now your races for this weekend, and we see the cars going from side to side, trying to get some temperature into those in the tyres. And the tyres, that's what you really want, the temperature for your steering tyres in particular. When you get in the corner, you want them to have plenty of traction and plenty of directional turn. You don't want understeer, that's for sure. And FSR, what a great category of racing this is. Big thank you to Derek Burns for dropping some information in. I must apologise, I made a few errors race number 1. You're making many errors all day today. I just want to clarify that yes, in the FSR we do run Formula 1000 and also the Radical SR3s. And in the future we'll be running some 2A prototype and 2C sports. So, but just want to thank you very much to Derek Burns for correcting me on that. We see now the cars going through their second lap of formation effectively. I guess sighting lap is the first lap. Second lap is formation, and now as we see the safety car, lights off, disappearing back towards the paddock as it turns turn 7 and will disappear. Now the cars side by side. Here we go, the FS cars all side by side. We have Moore, Reindler side by side, Harvey and Eldridge in lane 2, in row 2 side by side, Wong and Jackson side by side, Burns and Mercer side by side, and Burns and Piper side by side, and all by himself is Mr. Russell back there in bringing up the field. Here we go, side by side. The race doesn't start until the green flag is available, and also the driver in position number 1 puts his foot in the skinny pedal right towards the start line, and away they go. A very even start. Moore and Reindler. Looks like Moore will have the inside running. Yeah, takes that one nicely. Reindler slips in a nice little gap between he and Harvey will find himself back in third position. Yeah, third position with Eldridge in 4th. I think Wong might be 5th with Jackson back there in 6th. But as they make their way up to turn 4, lovely start by Bryce Moore. Did mention that Bryce Moore unfortunately put the car in the kiddie litter turn number 1 in qualifying, and ruined qualifying for everyone else except for he. But he leads them. He leads the field around through turn 6 and back up the hill, the long hill that comes from turn 6 all the way down over the crest down towards turn 7. Extremely steep as the cars plummet down towards the braking zone of turn 7. Oh, big gap there between Mason Harvey and Eldridge, between 3rd and 4th. That's quite unusual. The rest of the field really banked up a little bit further back. I see, looks like Jackson and Wong having another good battle. Stuart Burns also in there with Tony Mercer, and Derek Burns, the tail of the field on the in the orange FSR as they head back up the field, back up the hill, negotiating turn 5. plummeting down in towards turn 6. This is again Bryce Moore, number 8. Christopher Reindler right on his tail, trying to do his best work with a bit of slipstream. Mason Harvey also dropped a little bit off. He dropped off by about 80 metres there from young Reindler. I do believe Christopher Reindler it is, yeah, second place. Right behind this lad, young Bryce Moore first, Christopher Reindler second, Mason Harvey in third. Waiting on Eldridge. Eldridge has dropped back around a bit. Can't believe the margin between Harvey and Eldridge. That has really dropped off almost 100 metres back there. And after Eldridge got Jackson, then Wong, then Stuart Burns, Mercer, and Derek Burns comes across the stripe to bring up the rear. Let's see our lap times. The 56.18. Wow, 56.18 here for Bryce Moore and a 56.42 for Christopher Reindler. Mason Harvey, the 56.8. I tell you who's going pretty darn quick is Eldridge. He's on the 56.3s. So he's actually the second fastest out there, although he's in 4th position. That's kind of interesting. I thought he dropped off the pace a little bit there off Mason Harvey, but he's certainly right in there. Coming out of the bowl, or coming out of the basin one more time as they plummet down towards turn 7 in front of Max McCracken House. Coming across to complete, I'd say this would be to complete lap number 4, I do think. And it is Bryce Moore. That's lap number 3, just completing lap number 3. Bryce Moore with a 55.87, so he's dropped into the 55s. Wow, 55.87 second for Bryce Moore, 56.48 and a 56.49, both in the 56s. I'm talking of Christopher Reindler and Mason Harvey, second and third. Yeah, they're certainly around about that half a second off the pace of Bryce Moore in first place. And if we look at the lap times also here of Eldridge, yeah, young Eldridge here. He's, Andrew Eldridge. Yeah, right. He's actually the second fastest out there is our Andrew Eldridge. He's just marginally slow on the Bryce Ford, who's in first place. And we look at this work coming out of the bowl. Bryce Moore, you did mention, first place. Good work plummeting down the hill here. That's Cohen Jackson. Cohen Jackson right behind Eldridge and just in front of Wong with Stuart Burns back a little bit further. This is Andrew Eldridge, Cohen Jackson. This is a good battle. Eldridge and Jackson negotiating turn 1 as they work their way up through turn 2. Kink to the left and a kink to the right for turn 3, and then the long sweeping left-hander. Jackson, Eldridge, Jackson, Wong right behind them. Eldridge, Jackson, Eldridge just in front heading into turn 6. Jackson doesn't try the move. Happy to sit behind. Of course, we got plenty of time to go. We are less than halfway through this particular race, which is a 15-minute race. So we got just on 6.5 minutes to go of a 15-minute race. 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Wow, a 55.7 for Bryce Moore. Getting very fast, a 55.73. I'm loving this battle. This is a ripper little battle here. Andrew Eldridge fighting off Cohen Jackson as they negotiate turn 1. Jackson must be getting this slipstream, might be assisting. Almost identical makes it, well, they are identical makes of car. Really comes down to, I guess, the way you drive it. Your own personal body weight, of course, that would add to the weight of the vehicle, but also how you drive it, your level of skill, your level of courage, determination, and there's a lot of really good coaching going on at Arise Racing. You have the best driving coaches in the business at Arise Racing, and you can see that rubbing off here on the skill of driving. And let's see, will Jackson ever go here? Oh, Mason Harvey, a 55.54. Wow, getting faster and faster. Mason Harvey sets the fastest lap with a 55.54. If you don't mind. Oh, Andrew Eldridge. This is an awesome battle here, Eldridge and Jackson. Jackson right on the boot. Not that the FSRs have boots, but wow, right on the tailpipe. So they negotiate turn 3. Into turn 4. Just got to find that little bit of a gap, does Jackson. And this will be young Burns. Do believe of Stuart Burns in the white. Car down towards the rear of the field, actually just by Stuart Burns, just behind Jay Wong, who's just behind Jackson. Jay Wong, let's see, Stuart Burns, what he's been circulating around the 57 seconds. So he's only just around, 2 seconds off the pace, 2 seconds off the pace of Bryce Moore. Bryce Moore, the fastest lap still with Mason Harvey, the 55.54. And 55.73 there for Bryce Moore, 0.3 of a second off the pace. This is Mason Harvey heading down and towards turn 6. And his work cut out, chasing, of course, Christopher Reindler and Bryce Moore. I think he's made a little bit of room on, he's getting good sector times. This is the thing, Christopher Reindler, he's getting good sector time. He's got the fastest sector time in sector number 1 with a 24.16 over the first sector. His second sector, it's about average with the rest of the field, but he's lapping right on the 55.9. That was a 55.98, that particular one for Christopher Reindler. Still chasing the faster lap time there, the 55.3, of course, of Mason Harvey. Just on 3.5 minutes to go in race number 2 here for the FSR. And it is all Bryce Moore out in front. This awesome battle here. This is, of course, as we did mention, young Stuart Burns. And one of the privateers, I'd like to say, out here racing, and Stuart Burns is right on the tail of Wong. Wong chasing, of course, Jackson. Christopher Reindler just set the fastest sector time there in sector number 1 with a 24.1605. Super impressive. This could be a good lap here by Christopher Reindler, who's in second place. And a fair bit of work to do to try and catch Bryce Moore, but that's the name of the game. Yeah, Stuart Burns doing his darndest. He's really catching Wong. You see him coming down in towards turn 7 there. Negotiates it. Uses a little bit of the ripple strip. This bunch, this field is bunched quite up nicely now for Andrew Eldridge, Jackson Wong and Stewie Burns. As they head up towards turns 2 into turns 3. Now turn 4. As we look at the clock, 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go, plus 1 lap here in this 15-minute race 2 for FSR. Their last race for the day before they come back for 3 races tomorrow. Plunging down the hill in towards turn 7. Here again, this awesome battle between Eldridge, Jackson, Wong and Stewie Burns on screen. Just on 1.5 minutes to go. Car 60. Andrew Eldridge been able to fight off Jackson the whole way. There's been around the last 8 or 10 laps, they've been right beside each other. Here we see coming down the hill, Tony Mercer. Good on you, Tony. Good to see Tony out there. He's a margin behind Stuart Burns. He's been lapping in the 59s. So yeah, look, a little bit off the pace, 2.5 seconds off the pace of Stewie Burns, but nonetheless, Tony Mercer, beautiful car. Having an absolute ball, and he's got to still got about I suppose he's a few hundred metres away from being lapped now, as we see really catching Bryce Moore about to catch some tail enders with just on 1 minute to go as he works his way up through turn 4. Look at the air around the outside of the tail ender. Plenty of work to do. As we see coming out of the bowl, number 78, Tony Mercer. What a great... I love the helmet. I think it's like a peach sort of coloured helmet. You see sitting up at the top of the FSR car, looking towards turn 7. About to come down. Oh, into the dirt. Oh, absolutely buried in the dirt in turn 7. I'm not quite sure. I was looking towards turn 7, looking towards the race leader, actually. And unfortunately, another car's just plummeted right in the dirt. I'm not sure if that was Tony. I hate to say it might have been Tony Mercer, actually. I hate to say that, Tony. I didn't put the mocker on you. But getting the green flag with another lap to go, I believe. Yeah, another couple of laps to go, actually. And this is Bryce Moore. We may have we do have a local yellow out for turn number 7. Fortunately, the car that's gone in deep has gone in deep. I mean, real deep, which is just as well. And Bryce Moore, we see him rotating or circulating around turn 5, plummeting downhill in towards turn 6. He's got a nice little lead. Oh, quite a handy lead, actually, over Christopher Reindler back there in second. Mason Harvey doing really good in third place. Hasn't been able to reduce the gap at all, neither of them. Although look at Mason Harvey, on Reindler here with just on 1 lap to go as they were about to receive the last lap board. Harvey thinking about it, he'll have one more opportunity. Another lap to go as Bryce Moore starts his final lap here for lap number 2 for the FSR. Christopher Reindler and Mason Harvey. Now this will be the race of races for second and third. Reindler, can he hold off Mason Harvey? Christopher Reindler negotiates 3 up to turn 4. This is the last lap, folks. Oh, Reindler. Can Harvey do it round the outside? The young man lapping the fastest lap so far today has been with Mason Harvey. Coming out of turn 6. Oh, yeah, got this sewn up as Bryce Moore. Lance East Exotics on the side of the car. He has this sewn up. FSR, the Radical Australia West Cup. Race number 2. Bryce Moore took pole, took race 1. Comes across the stripe and will take out race 2. Bryce Moore. Congratulations, Bryce. Christopher Reindler in second. Mason Harvey in third. Oh, that was a great race. Good, tough racing all the way. They give each other nothing. There was nothing left on the table, effectively. And we've got Derek Burns just coming across the stripe. And here's this awesome battle. I've enjoyed this one too. Andrew Eldridge, Jackson, I should say, Jay Wong and Stewie Burns. And that is the way they finished. Bryce Moore, Christopher Reindler, Mason Harvey, Andrew Eldridge. We got Jackson, we got Wong. Stewie Burns back there in 7th. Derek Burns brought up 8th. And I do believe, unfortunately, the gentleman parked in the beach by turn 7. Darn, up near Max McCracken House will be Tony Mercer. He'll be first at the bar for drinks tonight. He's that close. Tony Mercer devastated, with just on the 1 lap to go. But was really impressed with the fastest lap of the day. That was Mason Harvey put in like a 53.6, I think it was, or thereabouts. Super fast. All right, so that is race 2 for FSR run and done, folks. So what we'll do is we'll be coming back straight away with production cars, W. Hino production cars and improved production cars, and then we'll be into Formula Classic. So I think we'll just take a very short break here, folks. Hope you're enjoying the best of the racing here at CARCO Raceway. We'll be back very, very soon. Okay, folks, we have a very special interview. Ronnie Moller about to be interviewed. Please, take it away.
I hope you're enjoying this wonderful racing this weekend here at CARCO Raceway. We're joined by Ron Moller, who came third in the combined grid race in a muscle car, no less. Now, the combined grid is actually sponsored by ADH Club Car and also Pool Edge Systems Proprietary Limited. Ron, congratulations. Third's great. Now, you just told me before we came on air, you haven't been in the car for a couple of years and you've already pulled out a 4th and a 3rd today alone.
Yeah, we're slowly edging our way back to where we should be. But we've still got a bit to go yet. But pretty happy with the way we've gone today.
So why the break, mate? Why did you have a bit of a break from racing?
I was racing TA2 cars. Oh, okay. So that's been what I've been doing the last few years.
All right, so muscle cars. Give me the idea. Why muscle cars for you? Was it something that you grew up with, that you sort of had a fascination with, or you just thought the power of the car suited your driving ability?
No, I've had a fascination since early teens when they first came out in the late 60s, and just followed them through there, and always wanted to have one, and we've just kind of moved up the plate over the years. So, yeah,
So you've been out of it for a couple of years. You've come back on the track today, perfect conditions. What's going through your head?
No, I haven't been out of racing, just this car.
Just
but
this
I've been
one?
racing the TO2 car regularly. So,
And how have you been finding that today through that?
comparison between the two, very different. I'd forgotten how much more effort this one takes to drive, but it's a hoot when you get it right. Yeah.
And how are you finding the competition today?
Well, I'm out a little bit by myself in between everybody today, so there are a couple of guys at the front that we'd like to go to, but that might be the next meeting or two.
And when it comes to muscle cars, I mean, it really, because nobody actually knows what the specs are for the other vehicles you're driving against. But I mean, do you really feel that the skill of the drivers comes to the fore with a muscle car? Because it's a pretty big car to be thrown around a track.
There's a certain amount of talent you need, but if you get the car right, that's half the battle. It's probably 3/4 of the battle, and then providing you've got a little bit of talent, you just got to keep them on the track, because they will bite you pretty hard if you get your timing wrong.
Ron, who's in your support team? I mean, who helps keeps his car on the track?
Well, I've got Matt behind me, Matt Reid, who does all the engine preparation. Glenn Baker does all the electronics and gives me the guidance and checks the data and sees what lies I've been telling. And then I've got Marco and Paul that do all the basic work in keeping it ready to go on the track.
You've been driving for 32 years. You must love it.
Yes, yeah. She's been something I was only going to do for a few years till it got out of my system, but I'm still waiting for it to get out of my system at the moment. Yeah.
Well, let's hope it does, and I wish you great success for the rest of the day. Thanks for joining us, Ron. Over to you, Sean. Thanks for over to you in the commentary position.
Thanks very much, Jamie. Thank you, Demelza. Ronnie Moller, tell you what, he's been a fan of mine. I've been a fan of his for many, many years. Ronnie been racing all sorts of vehicles down here. And I did mention earlier that Ronnie's last car, I think it was the Chevy Camaro, if I'm not mistaken, Ron. You'll correct Jamie, no doubt. But used to turn up at the Night Masters, and you'd be coming down the hill and you had the one headlight on, just a single headlight. And I always thought it was pretty strange, and I sort of, I used to refer to it as the torch, Ronnie Moller's torch. Okay, so we're now looking at moving on with our next one, which will be WA Hino's Production Cars and Improved Production Cars coming out to join us. Look at their racing earlier on today. Qualifying was all about Steve Turpin from Brent Peters, Corello, Gallen and Hukumo. And in race one, it was pretty much the same order. It was Turpin, Corello, Peters, Gallen and Hukumo. So they'll be coming out for race two very, very soon. Absolutely superb days. We see the safety car just doing a quick lap. Obviously, just making sure everything is nice and tidy and clean and ready to go. I'll tell you what, while we're just taking a very short break, we'll have a small break and we'll be back here with rain. In actual fact, we won't. We're kicking things off straight away. Okie dokie, all right, back with that of the intro there for the improved production and 3E production cars. Another 15-minute race with 1 lap extra. So we run 15 minutes, and when we get to 15 minutes, we go for 1 extra lap, as the name suggests. Okay, let's look at the field. We've got Turpin, Corello, Peters, Gallen, Hukumo, Landsmere, Burns, Edwards, Whitmore, Burns, Panizza, Cove, and unfortunately Galton unfortunately was pulled out in race number 1. That was really disappointing for Ye. It was Madison Galton, unfortunately, the Volkswagen Beetle. Unfortunately, that pulled out effectively. It stalled on the start line, I guess you'd call it, for race number 1. It had to be towed away, so disappointing for Madison. Let's hope she has a better run this time. Did mention Steve Turpin. I did get that wrong. Sorry. Let's try that one again. Just talking about Steve Turpin. Actually, Les is not Steve's dad, uncle, and Les does not work on Steve's car, so I must apologise for getting that all backwards. I do apologise. I catch up with Les quite often at the WA Racing Drivers Club, which we will do next Tuesday. And if you want to come and join the WA Drivers Club, please come and join us. Yes, Andre, you're pointing at something in front of me. All right, okay, yes, so straight after this, folk, we'll be on with Formula Classic, then Formula Ford, and then we'll be on with Race 3 for Saloon Cars, but this is WA Hino's production cars and improved production cars, all coming to join us on the grid. Turpin in first place, Corello in second, and Brent Peters back there in third, who absolutely fluffed the start just on the race 2. Did start from position number 2 and fluffed the start pretty badly. Finds himself back next to Mr. Gellan, number 40, in grid position number 4, right next to Grant Gellan. All right, we just about got the green flag. We do. We have the green flag at the back there. Camera on board with Trent Helcamo. And away they go. We get the start. Turpin out of the blocks. Let's see, Turpin and Corello. Joel Corello. Turpin, oh, wow, that VE Commodore is quick off the blocks. Unfortunately, a bit of a lock-up there for Grant Gellan in the Escort, but he's able to round it up. Ford Escort Mark 1, able to round it up and get right on the back here of Joel Corello, moving up in towards turn 3. We say we've got the camera on board with Trent Hockermau on board the Mazda RX-7, but this is all Steve Turpin as he runs away from the start. Steve Turpin from Joel Corello, Brent Peters in second, Grant Gellan looks like he's trying to make a move down there. Well, that's Brent Peters actually trying to make a move on Joel Corello. Now let's just forget all about Stevie Turpin up front as he roars away, and it is Grant Gellan. Looks like he's made a move up there on the inside of turn 6 on the inside of Joel Corello, and he has a long straight down, long drive down the straight towards turn 7. Peters, he come up with some steam in 4th place. I thought he was going to run in the back there of Joel Corello. Managed just to negotiate not to do that, and Steve Turpin across the line with a 1 minute 5. Start off with Grant Gellan. It's right behind him. Joel Corello in 3rd place. Brent Peters in 4th. Robbie Lansmere back there in 5th. Trent is in 6th. Gary Edwards in 7th. And Burnsy back there in 8th as we see Grant Gellan working his way up through turn 4, closely followed by Joel Corello and Brent Peters. Brent Peters, I said, fluffed the start at race number 1. He'd be kicking himself. He was in grid position 2. He now finds himself 4th on the track. He'd be most disappointed with that. Grant Gellan, the Mark II Ford, the Mark II Escort. Beautiful piece, isn't she? The Mark 1, I should say, Mark 1, the Ford Escort Mark 1 of Grant Gellan. Diving down the inside, Brent Peters, his registration plate hanging on by a thread, swinging in the breeze, just one of the nails holding that front registration plate onto the car. Looking quite funny as he chases number 7 there of Joel Corello. But look, Steve Turpin, he has checked out. He's gone. I think I said he was another postcode. Well, he's in another postcode again with Grant Gellan doing his darndest in the Mark 1 Ford Escort. Of course, back there in 3rd place, Joel Corello with Brent Peters right on his back. Robbie Lansmere got his own little bit of room there. No one right on his tail. And Gary Edwards working his way up through turn 4. And Cameron Burns, great to see Cameron Burns out there in the Honda Civic also. He's in the running too in position number 6. And Brent Peters, all eyes on him with the front registration plate dangling in the breeze. And old Brent, knowing quite well he'd be devastated. He's prides himself on the appearance of his car, and just the fact that only one nail is hanging in there, Brent. Oh, it's not good, mate. He absolutely love the Ford Escort here of Grant Gellan. He gets into turn number 1. Out of turn number 1. Yeah, all eyes on Brent Peters. Oh, poor old Pete. Brent Peters on board the BMW M3. sponsored by his own company. Oh, he's a nice little battle. This is Gary Edwards. He's found someone to pick on. Gary Edwards, and he's who's he racing with? Racing with Trent Hocamo? Yep. He certainly is racing with Trent. No, in actual fact, it's Burns. It's young Burnsy. Number 17, young Cameron Burns. Young Cameron Burns racing there with Grant Edwards. Two similar cars racing against each other. Been seeing that BMW of Gary Edwards for donkey's years. That has been for around as long as I've been watching improved production racing, which is many, many a moon. And he finds himself actually in 7th place with Burns just back there in 8th position. Looking at the lap times, Steve Turpin, wow, he's dropped into the 1 minute too, so 62 seconds for the man who exits turn 4, ran into turn 5. Grant Gellan in the beautiful little Escort, he's doing 1 minute 3, so 63 second laps. Also impressive for the little Escort. Good race this, 93 up against 17. 93, the BMW. The BMW of Gary Edwards, of course, taking on the small little version of Cameron Burns. Looks like Turpin just rounding up, yep, overtaking the tail enders, giving them one less lap to do. Wow, just on 6.5 minutes to go in this 15-minute race here. And Steve Turpin puts in his fastest lap, actually, a 1 minute 2.2. His fastest lap, Steve Turpin, so he decided to stretch the legs, and even though he was somewhat compromised at braking turn 7, puts his fastest lap out there. Good on you, Terps. Grant Gellan also up there with also in the 1 minute 2s, a 62.9 compared to Steve Turpin's 62.2. And a further couple of seconds back is Joel Corello. He's in the 64s, and Brent Peters also in the 64s. And from there on, Landsmere's down there in the 65s. So a little bit off the pace. I did say 6 minutes to go, a 15-minute race. All eyes on number 111 going through the bowl down there. This is Ashley Cove. Oh, this is good. The Hyundai's up against each other. This is good. Ashley Cove. Who's right behind Ashley? Yeah, it is number 36, of course, which is Lachlan Cove. So Ashley Cove, Lachlan Cove. And, of course, getting overtaken pretty darn quickly. That was, I think, Joel Corello flying past him in the Beamer. I'm not quite sure. I think it was. Yeah, Joel Corello going past there in the Beamer. Number 7, he's in 3rd position, lapping at 64 seconds. Oh, going into turn number 1. Look at the Coves having a battle. Ashley and Lachlan. Lachlan up the inside of Ashley on that occasion, I think, diving into turn 1. Good racing. Meanwhile, eyes on Steve Turpin as he exits turn 5, heading down towards the Basin, or Cons Corner, formerly known as Kolb Corner, here at CARCO Raceway, the home of the WA Sporting Car Club. Turpin, the big V8 VE Holden Commodore from around about 2000, 2010, 2009, 2010, 2011. Goes downhill in towards turn 7. For the 7th time, he's about to complete lap number 7, I do believe, is our Stevie Turpin. And across the stripe that time, goes across the stripe with a 63.8. So he was doing 62.2, now he's doing 63.8. So whether he's shut up shop or his tyres have gone off or he looks in his mirror and says, oh, gee, Grant's a long way back. We'll just take it easy. Let's drop a second a lap. And if that's the case, we've got a car running off in turn 7, just running out of brakes there. And that was number 9, coming number 9. William Panizza ran out of brakes into turn 1. Fortunately able to pull it up before he found his way all the way into the kiddie ladder, which is always a nice idea. And he's been able to fix it up and get back on the track, and now finds himself back on the track, heading up through turn 3 into turn 4. On board with car number 181, this is Trent Hocamo on the Mazda RX-7. And here we go, Stevie Turpin earns 10.7 again across the start-finish line to start lap number 8, I do believe. or complete lap number, I should say. Stevie Turpin, Grant Gillen right behind him. Grant's also dropped into the 63, so they've both backed off the pace. Stevie Turpin, 63.5. Grant Gillen, 63.3. So a very small margin of catching. Grant is doing the catching. I think Stevie Turpin in the big VE Commodores probably thought, wow, look, we've got enough of a lead. Let's just go easy on the tyres. We've still got another race to go this afternoon. Another 12-minute race plus 1 lap coming up a little bit later on in the slightly cooler conditions. But Stevie Turpin completed 8.5 laps. Here he comes, negotiates turn 6. Heading back up the hill. Look at these Hyundais on the main straight. This is the Cove boys, Lachlan Cove and Ashley Cove, racing against each other, just being overtaken there by, I think that might have been Harrison Burns doing the overtaking, who went past them 36 and 111. Lachlan Cove in front of Ashley Cove. They bring up the tail of the field, but they're having a heck of a time in the Hyundai XLs. About to be lapped by Gary Edwards, I do believe. Yeah, Gary's about to catch them and lap them. They're having great fun, these two Coves. Blocking and under-over racing. Really good stuff. Have the time of their lives. Lachlan and Ashley Cove out here racing down my turn 7. And yeah, it's Gary Edwards who gets in the middle of them, splits them up as the BMW as he rises up the hill, up out of turn 6, up towards the crest of the hill. Covers the crest of the hill, over the hill, down in towards turn 7. Oh, look at these XLs. Oh, going underneath each other, both the Coves. Oh, good driving, sorting out between themselves. Lachlan and Ashley Cove across the main straight. Good to see. Just good racing up and down the field. 111 versus 36. Almost identical liveries on the cars. The purple one's got a little bit of green, one a little bit of sky blue. And it is Lachlan out in front, I do believe. Lachlan out in... Sorry, no, it's actually Ashley in... I'm not sure about that after all. Yes, it is Ashley in front from Lachlan in just behind. And we look back towards the racing. And here we go. Young Gallen coming down the... in towards turn 7, I do believe. Still Turpin in first place. He's just completed 10 laps. And that was, yeah, Gallen going across the stripe. Joel Corello in third place. Brent Peters in fourth. Robbie Lansmere, I mean, pretty much by himself most of the day, sitting on 1 minute and 6 second laps. He's been quite content to have his own little race out there. We got Trent back there in 6th. And young Burnsy in 7th with Gary Edwards, as I did mention. Lapping some of the slower ones. He's back there in 8th, lapping at 1 minute 7. So 1 minute 7 seconds. And here we go, the Coves across the start-finish line. 111 in front of 36. Ashley Cove in front of Lachlan Cove. 12 and 13 respectively. Trent Haucamo got a little bit of work. Looks like Burns right on his back. Dives up the inside. Yes, it is. That is Burns. Takes a spot from Trent Haucamo. Let's see if Trent's got the straight line speed. No, just pulling away. No, just pulling away. Hadn't quite got enough there. And young Burns out in front. And car number 17 lapping 1 minute 6s. Got the longer leg, so we'll get down to turn 7 and get the job done there. Oh, just on half a minute to go, 27 seconds to go in this particular race before we get the last lap board. That'll come out. I assume Stevie Turpin, he'll have another 2 laps to go as he crosses the line with just on 40 seconds ago. He might have just received the last lap board. I do believe, yes, Stevie Turpin has just received the last lap board. So we are on our last lap, folks. Race 2 of improved production cars and 3E production cars. Been a 15-minute race. And it's Stevie Turpin heading up through turn 4. The VE Holden Commodore looking strong. Grant Gallen in right behind him as we see. Negotiates turn 5 to Steve Turpin down in towards turn 6. Let's see in the camera shot, we see Grant Gallen. There he is, Grant Gallen in the Mark 1 Ford Escort, trying to do as best he can. He's still about 6 seconds off the pace. Stevie Turpin Last time he crest the hill, heading down in towards turn 7. A dominant weekend so far for Turpin. In towards turn 7. Negotiates it. No traffic ahead of him. Car number 3, VE Holden Commodore, across the stripe. Goes across the stripe. Whoa, a nice one. A 62.9, so went a little bit faster. And Grant Gallen in second place with a 63.2. Lovely. Joel Corello about to come across the line there in third place. Robbie Lansmere will be back there in fourth. So the way they ended, we're still obviously waiting on a few more to come down the hill. Look at these coves. Wow, Ashley Cove and Lachlan Cove. Have these two guys had some fun in this race? 36 and 111. Let's get the camera out. Who's going to get there first? Oh, we'll give it to 111. Oh, darn it, we'll give it to Ashley Cove over Lachlan Cove. Good racing, guys. That was good fun racing between the two coves. All right, just looking at the results. Steve Turpin first, Grant Gallen in second, Joel Corello in third, Robbie Lansmere fourth, and Brent Peters back there in fifth. Well, that was Hino Improved Production Car and 3E Production Cars, race 2, done and dusted. Well, our next category, we come up with Formula Classic. So they'll be coming out. That is our rolling museum. We just love the Formula Classic cars. They'll be coming out pretty darn soon. Yeah, so we might be having an interview in the not-too-distant future. It'd be nice actually to have an interview with Stevie Turpin at some stage, but I think we might have Jay Wong on the microphone for an interview. Yes, all right. Can we throw down there Jamie and Demesia? I believe you have a special guest for us.
That's right. We are here down at pit lane for the FSR category, thanks to Radical Australia West. And we have Jay Wong with us. Jay, you've placed 5th and 6th in your races today. How are you finding today's race meet?
Awesome. It was, I suppose, a little bit of a challenge initially, but once I found a little bit of pace, managed to keep up with the rest of the team, and it was really good fun. Yeah.
And you've been driving for a couple of years now. You had you're back after a very short break. Yeah. How are you finding getting yourself back in the car?
I treated today more as a testing session to try and just get a feel for the car, just try and get comfortable with the race again, and more importantly, just to finish the race safely. And I think I achieved that, and yeah, I'm pretty happy with the results.
Well, seeing you've had a 6-month break, Jay, you've got to be really happy with the results today. You're obviously in the middle of the pack, 5th and 6th, yes. But obviously that means you've got a great day, a great opportunity to improve. And the weather and the conditions for racing has just been perfect, haven't they?
The weather's been beautiful today. I was a little bit worried that it will rain today, but everything came out really well. The track temp was excellent. We were all on green tyres. It was really, really good.
But, having a break, obviously there must have been a little bit more anxiety related to today's race. But, I mean, obviously very impressed with what Arize is doing with your vehicle and so forth. And obviously you're happy with the way the car's responding to your driving.
100%. Look, these guys just make sure the cars work. They make sure we come here, we rock up, we jump in the car, everything just works. So, kudos to the mechanics. The team just makes it so seamless for us. And we just come here and enjoy ourselves and have a great time.
Well, wishing you continued success this weekend, Jay. I wish you all the best. I hope you have a great weekend of success. And you're really happy with the results that you're going to pull out, especially after a 6-month layoff, mate.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate having the interview. Yeah.
Thank you, Jay. Over to you, Sean.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jamie. Magnificent. Great to see Jay out there enjoying his racing with Arize Racing. And, wow, he's got a grin from ear to ear, and that's exactly what you want to see from our racers, is our racers just absolutely loving it. Well, we move on to Formula Classic. Race 2 of Formula Classic. What can you say about these guys apart from the Rolling Museum? And we love them to bits. And Formula Classic, if we run through the finishing order for race number 1, now this was absolutely ridiculous. Glenn Swarbrick won the race number 1. That's right, Glenn Swarbrick, race number 1. Bruce Mitchell in second, with Thompson third, Leon Magistro in fourth, and Colin Yude in 5th. How good was that? I just can't get over that. Glenn Swarbrick in 1st in Formula Classic. That was just a really comical end to that particular race. Pardon me, don't know if Pardon me. I don't know if you heard that, but so what happened effectively was during the race, getting towards the end of the race, we had a safety car, and the safety car went in the pits with a couple of laps to go. Most of the field followed the safety car into the pits, but the smart one, well, that was of course Glenn Swarbrick. He didn't follow the car in the pits. He went across the finish line and took the checkered flag. Incredible. And as we see him actually in first place, because whoever wins race 1 starts in pole position for race 2. Oh, Glenn. Oh. Don't know if you've ever won a race in Formula Classic, but have you ever had pole in Formula Classic? I think we've seen some first today here at Formula Classic. Absolutely awesome racing. So just running through, Glenn Swarbrick in first place, Bruce Mitchell second, Thompson third, Magistro fourth, Yude fifth, and back to William Norman back there in sixth. Okay, welcome back, folks. Formula Classic here. We see the cars running side by side as they grid up effectively. 2 laps warm up. We said the safety car has already bolted, and it'll be Glenn Swarbrick, who is on pole position, who will lead the field, surprisingly, lead the field across the start line. Here we go. Formula Classic, race 2, folks. 15 minutes plus 1 lap. Oh, somebody has flown past around the outside. I'm not sure if that's... Of course, we must point out a lot of the faster cars are starting from the rear of the grid. You wouldn't normally see Glenn Swarbrick up the front of a Formula Classic field unless it was reverse grid racing, and that's what it looks like today as Glenn fights his way up there with Bruce Mitchell. We've got Thompson, Magistro, Yude, and William Norman. So they negotiate turn 4 into turn 5. This rolling museum of gorgeous museum pieces. Historic cars, almost vintage cars, and as I say, the who's older, the cars or the drivers? Real gentleman racers here, I can assure you, and that's why they want to really don't want any touching. Want to keep us give each other plenty of room, so there's no contact. You wouldn't want any damage on these beautiful machines. You can't just go and find parts for these sorts of cars. Let me just say that. Everything needs to be pretty much handmade, I would have thought, these days. All right, coming down the hill, plenty of action coming down the hill in towards turn 7. Let's see who's across the stripe first. It is William Norman. William Norman first across the stripe. Second to be Alan Jones. Wow, Thompson in third. Yude fourth. Peter Marsh in fifth. Glenn Swarbrick, yeah, from first to 6th within 1 lap. Poor old Bruce Mitchell back to 7th. David Dearden in 8th. And 9th is Grove. And little Magistro back there in 10th. We see him coming across turn 3 into turn 4. Norman, Jones, Thompson, Yude. Here we go. This is Thompson in number 182. He's closely followed by Yude in a different style of racing. Trying the inside line here is Yude. Giving him plenty of room. Thompson, as I say, they don't want to touch these guys. They don't want to have any form of contact. They give each other plenty of room around the corners. But look at the straight line speed. Wow. Thompson got a little bit more straight line speed up the inside. Is Yude going to try? No, exactly. Best not. The Van Diemen of Craig Thompson, the RF82, looking strong as he comes down the pit straight. Meanwhile, all eyes are on William Norman and Alan Jones as they're heading up through turn 4. This is a really good race there between Thompson and Yude. It looks like he had a little bit more under brakes, but Thompson, I felt, had the straight line speed. Craig Thompson, the Van Diemen, and of course, Jude racing the Tiga, the SC80 Tiga. Good race, the SC80 Tiga. Probably try and dive down the inside here. Don't know if it's got the straight line speed compared to Thompson's. Nah, the Van Diemen. Oh, he does actually. He does get it done. Well, very nice. Van Diemen gives him a little bit of room. Good racing all round, guys. And Colin Jude steps up a spot in front of Craig Thompson. That moves Colin Jude up to 5th place. Thompson comes back again. Oh, Thompson comes back again to take that 4th place back off him. Glenn Swarbrick now down to 6th place, or dropping even further. Side by side across the finish line. These two guys are having a ball. This is Jude and Thompson. That time Jude was first across the stripe. Thompson settles in behind him. Awesome, awesome racing. So they work their way up through turns 2, turns 3. Photographers just love turns 3, as you know. Come the supercars here, or you watch the photographs taken. Most of the photographers just love taking those photographs from turn 3, where the car gets nice and light. The 2 right-hand wheels up in the air. Awesome photography opportunity. Looks like you've pulled out a nice little bit of a margin here on Thompson, starting to run away a little bit. The 94 car of Jude. 94 car of Jude. Up through turn 4, we're watching now. Did mention Norman. Norman's dropped into the 58s. That's impressive. William Norman into the 58.7, and right behind him is Alan Jones, also in the 58.7. So these guys have giving nothing away. In actual fact, there's 8 1,000ths of a second is the margin between these two cars over a lap. That's incredible. William Norman and Alan Jones. We're talking cars 3 and cars 85. Peter Marsh steps up with a nice 61 second pass, 61.8. Peter Marsh in car 88 coming down the hill. Or car 48, I should say, coming down the hill. This is Bruce Mitchell. Bruce Mitchell currently in 10th position, just behind Magistro. And that's the end for Bruce. Unfortunately, pulls in the pits. Oh, disappointing for poor Bruce Mitchell. Qualified well. Came second in race 2, unfortunately, and has to retire the car. Bruce Mitchell, Formula Classic, that is a big loss. Bruce Mitchell retiring the car. Okay, but all action, all the eyes back on track. Glenn Swarbrick still circulating. Incredibly, won race 1, started on pole in race 2. Where are you now, Glenn? Down to 7th. Looks like he might drop down to 8th. He might have dropped another spot. He's at least... No, I think he's just been lapped, that's all. It's Glenn Swarbrick, as I say, number 29. Started on pole, just incredible. Just can't get over that. And here we go, 33 on the screen. David Dearden. Love this. David Dearden's got the Reynard, the SF84 Reynard. And he's been closely challenged by Grove. Philip Grove, the Van Diemen. The Van Diemen chasing the Reynard. Going nice and wide. See the way they're not actually taking the ripple strips. These cars, I guess they're so highly sprung. I guess they're so stiff that they're just staying away from the ripple strips. Can tend to grab the car and turn it sideways. But yeah, they're looking for the nice grippy part of the track. I imagine the track is in pretty darn good condition right this time of the day. A very cold start to the day. As we see side-by-side racing and diving underneath. Racing getting the job done. A little bit of lapping going on there. Let's see. Norman still out in front doing 58 seconds. Also Jones doing 58 seconds. Philip Grove goes across the stripe with a 69, a 69.0 flat. Glenn Schwarberg, I should say, with a 71. He's dropped down into the 71s now, Glenn Schwarberg. Magistro, minute 13. Unfortunately, Bruce Mitchell. He's had to exit the island, unfortunately. Coming across the start-finish line, this is Leon Magistro. Unfortunately, he's now bringing up the tail. There's no one behind. He on the scoreboard, that is. Let's have a look. Coming down the hill, 182, absolutely beautiful. Craig Thompson. This has been an awesome battle between Thompson and Yude. Now, Colin Yude, he's been in front of Tomo a couple of times and he's been beside him, next to him, but he's right behind him here as they come along the pit straight with 3 minutes to go. You do something about it. Does he think about diving up the inside into turn one? Nah, he doesn't bother about it that time. Just stay nice and close. See if he can get the slipstream up here through 2 and 3 and into 4. Under brakes, he closes right up under brakes. Does you right up behind Thompson. It's almost as if Yude's car sort of handles that turn 4 corner better. And he's almost able to get down the inside through turn 5 here of Thompson. Yude stays behind Thompson into turn 6. Turn 6 surrounded by sand. You don't want to get stuck in there. Need a spade and shovel and a bucket to get out of there, that's for sure. Thompson, the longer legs down the main straight. Yude not able to stay with him in the straight line. Let's see what he can do under brakes. Certainly dives under brakes, but being caught here as the leaders. This is William Norman catching the guys. William Norman and Alan Jones right behind, first and second, right behind these guys here of Thompson and Yude, letting him through. Yude lets him through. Will Thompson shuffle over there? He does through turns 3. Make sure he doesn't let Yude through. And Yude goes around the outside. Says, thank you, Tomo. Thanks for decelerating. Let's see if I can sneak past you. Doesn't quite get it done as William Norman lapping on the 58s. And the faster is Alan Jones. Alan Jones catching him by just on 1.5 1,000ths, or 15 1,000ths of a second. Doesn't sound like a lot, but I tell you what, it does add up, especially when you've got around about 3 laps to go, or 2 or 3 laps to go. They've completed 9 laps of the 15-minute journey here for Formula Classic. See him coming down the hill. This is close. Alan Jones having a look. Won't quite get it done. I reckon he's got 2 laps to go, I do think. Right behind William Norman. Nothing in that gap. Let's see, dive up the inside in turn 1. No, there's no room there. Certainly thought about it. Stuck the nose down there, but couldn't quite get it done. William Norman holding his line, like not blocking as such, just holding a good racing line as they got some traffic up here through turn 4. Let's hope that just doesn't get in the way of a good challenge. Norman round the outside of the traffic, really struggling to get it done. And that almost balked Alan Jones. Probably lost a little bit of time down there. Probably just lost a little bit as they come down in towards turn 6. Let's see, Norman followed by Jones. Peter Marsh back there a little bit further. But the battle is on here. Oh, I think we've got still another lap to go. We're just about to click over to the 15 minutes. Down the inside, here he goes, going for it. Jonesy, Alan Jones dives down the inside. Will he get it done? He does, but can he hold on to it? And he, lovely driving. So a change for lead. Alan Jones, who has been going a little bit faster, uses that straight line speed to get around Willie Norman. And Willie Norman drops back to second place. Well, has he got enough to fight on, or will that be the way she ends? Jones, Norman, Marsh, Thompson, Yude, Dredden. They are the top 6. Stretching out a nice little lead is Alan Jones here. Just got the job done over William Norman. He just pulling out a lead. 2 more corners to go. I do believe we've got turn 6. And then the long drive back up the hill and over the hill to turn 7. They go right behind him. This is good. This could go either way. Let's see if Norman can actually get this done. I do believe this is probably their last opportunity. I do believe this is the last lap. We'll just wait and see. We've got Glenn Schwarbeck come across the start line. Let's see. Yes, that's the checkered flag, and it goes to Alan Jones. Oh, lovely pass. He got the job done there with about a lap and a half to go. Alan Jones in first place, William Norman in second. We're waiting on Peter Marsh. Oh, Oh, we've got a spinner. Oh, no. How about that? That is disappointing. Thompson and you, they have had an awesome race all weekend. And unfortunately, Thompson has just spun it, coming around turn 7 on the very last lap of the race. Oh, he'd be disappointed with that one. Oh, wow. So the way they finished, folks, is Jones in first, Alan Jones in first, William Norman second, Peter Marsh in third, Colin Ude in fourth, Craig Thompson in fifth, and we're just waiting on David Dearden to come across the stripe in sixth place. Wow, what a great race. Really enjoyed that. Formula Classic at its best. We've got, of course, one more race of Formula Classic to come. It'll be a 12-minute race a little bit later on. But, oh, wow. Talk about leaving it to the very last minute, and that is exactly what Jonesy did. Alan Jones, the very last minute, but he got the job done. Great racing. Thoroughly enjoyed that. Formula Classic at its best, folks. Okay, so we will take a little bit of a break now while we're waiting for Glenn Swarbrick just to complete his journey. And we'll take a little bit of a break and be back very soon at CARCO Raceway. All right, welcome back to CARCO Raceway. Oh, it has been a beautiful weekend. Of course, the Radical Australia West Cup running today and tomorrow. And that'll, of course, be, we've just both the FSRs have had both their races for today. They'll be coming out for their 3 races tomorrow. So come along and join that and check that out. That's going to be awesome. The trophy presentation will be at Arise Racing tomorrow evening, just after the last race. In the meantime, we now move on to our next category, which is Formula Ford. We just had Formula Classic. We now move on to Formula Ford. Wow, Formula Ford. Let's have a look at the racing earlier on today. We started with qualifying. It was actually Brock Brewer who qualified first. Matthews was second, Henderson third, Marold back there in fourth, and Van Leeuwen in fifth. Now in the racing, wow, how about this? Wow, Josh Matthews defeated Brock Brewer in the race number 1 by 0.039 of a second. That's how close it was, 0.039 of a second. So that is 39 1/100ths of a second. was the margin between Matthews and Brewer. In third place was Henderson and Jensen Marold. He was back there in fourth, and Andrew Van Leeuwen in fifth. So we look at the lineup and the gridding. So it'll be Josh Matthews who'll be gridding up in first place. Brock Brewer in second. Xavier Henderson in third. And we got Jensen Marold in fourth. Andrew Van Leeuwen in fifth. And we got Chirello back there in sixth with Hall, Bailey, Piper, Barron, and Glenn Swarbrick out there again. Oh, Glenn Swarbrick, what races you're not in, mate? Absolute brilliant. Can't get over that. A winner at Formula Classic. Cirillo, sorry about that. I've got my names wrong, so I must apologise. That is number 5, Mr. Cirillo. Okay, Mark Cirillo. All right, he's on board the Van Diemen. All right, so we're just about in position. We're just waiting on the green flag. Great to see Tyler Morley out there doing a great job, as always, with the fire units. Well done, Tyler. You're a dedicated man and a great young man too. Good on you, Tyler Morley. Okay, here we go, folks. Just about ready. We got the green flag. This is race 2, Formula Ford. 15 minutes plus 1 lap. On pole, Josh Matthews up against Brock Brewer. And away they go. Matthews moves towards left-hand side, trying to block Brewer. Henderson, let's see if Xavier Henderson can dive down the inside underneath Brewer. No, he can't. And Brewer will hold on to second position. So it's Matthews in first, Brewer second, Henderson third, Marold back there in fourth with Andrew Van Leeuwen in fifth place. Good launch there by Joshua Matthews. Had his work cut out there, or leaving from pole position there with Brock Brewer, who's pretty good on the starts too, is the young man. And Xavier Henderson was going to make him work, that's for sure. He's also very good out of the blocks as we see him heading down towards turn 6. No change in the order yet. Josh Matthews comes out of the bowl, turn 6 in first place. Brewer right behind him. Trying to get a slipstream is Xavier Henderson. He's right on Brewer's bumper. He's decided, I can get this done. Look at it, almost 3 wide. Brewer up the inside. How good is this? Oh, up the inside of Matthews. That's good racing. But Matthews goes the under over and will take the inside, running in towards turn 1. Great racing from the Formula Fords. You see what slipstreaming is all about, folks, and how important it is, and how this racetrack here of CARCO Raceway makes itself a good slipstream racing with Formula Fords, Formula Vs, all your racing categories, but in particular Formula Fords really have found a home here. And looks like Brewer's just about to lose a second spot here, and he's going to lose it to Xavier Matthews up the top of the hill there. And it's oh, that's a good one. Josh Matthews put in a sterling opening lap, a great standing lap. That was a superb opening lap according to my book, but he's got the lead now, and it's Brewer's back to third place, and treading on his heels, I'll tell you what, is Jensen Marold. He's right up there too, with a good chance of getting a job done. No, Brewer looks about second place. Thinks, no, I'll just settle for third. He's obviously got Marold right behind him, so he can't make too many bold ventures. First 2 staying in line, getting the slipstream here is Henderson as he follows Matthews into turn 1. Brewer again holds third place with Marold. Ooh, trying to work his way around the outside for turn 2 and turn 3, not quite getting it done. And they now head up in towards turn 4, the long sweeping left-hander, before they plummet down the hill, very steep downhill in towards turn 6. Another brilliant overtaking opportunity. Get a nice little slipstream down there. Dive down the inside. If you can't do the inside, try go the long way around the outside. And so he came out the long way around the outside. That was attempted to be done here by Xavier Henderson. Look at him right behind Josh Matthews. This is slipstreaming, folks. Get right behind him. You are increasing on him. Catching. Because Matthews goes down the inside, but let's see, can do the under over. Here we go. Xavier Henderson does the under and over. I tell you what, this is almost 3 wide down here into turn 1. Brock Brewer having a dig at it too. And there we go. Wow, Josh Matthews goes from first back to third, just like that. through turns 2 and 3. Gee, these wheels are close. Oh, Matthews hanging on through turn 3, and he will actually hang on all the way out through turn 4. Good racing. I didn't think he was going to get that done. I thought he was about to lose a spot. Meanwhile, out front, Josh Matthews, just don't look in your mirror, mate. Just don't look in your mirror. You don't want to see what's behind you, because there is a marauding horde of Formula Fords, led, of course, by Henderson, Brewer and Manold. Coming up the back turn 6. We've got a change for we've got Henderson up front. So that was a quick change I didn't see. Henderson's overtaken Matthews and Brewer and Manold, and we see it looks like Brewer's just dropped off the pace. It looks like he's dropped back to 4th position. And it is indeed, it'll be Henderson go across the stripe first, I think. I'll just check on my details. Yeah, Henderson first, Manold second, Matthews third. Brewer's dropped right back to 4th, actually. He's having a go. I think he made contact there with Matthews, or very close to it. Either that or there was a bit of a brake lock-up and a little bit of movement in the car. Yeah, Matthews pretty keen to make sure he has turn 3. Yes, you can see that Brewer was keen to share that with Matthews up through turn 3. But no way. Matthews said, no, I'm not sharing this corner with you, mate. And he got the job done. And Brewer pushed right behind Matthews in 4th position, giving Henderson the chance to stretch his legs a little bit, doing 62-second laps with Jensen Manold back there in 2nd place. He's got a nice little gap, just broke that slipstream from Josh Matthews. But speaking of slipstreams, here's Brewer down the inside of Matthews going for 3rd position. And hope he doesn't overbrake himself. He doesn't. He does very neatly. Keeps the car inside the ripple strip. A lovely bit of cornering there. Oh, going out very wide outside the ripple strip there is Mark Sorello. In number 5 went really, really wide there. Didn't lose a spot, fortunately for he. And Josh Matthews finds himself back down to 4th position. Brock Brewer making a spot up. So it's still Henderson, Jensen Manold, Brewer and Matthews from Sorello. They are your leading order. Andrew Van Leeuwen's back there in 6th place, with Hall in 7th and Beckley in 8th. So we look at the cars heading in towards turn 6. The basin, the bowl, what you'd like to call it, Cons Corner, I think it's officially called. And this is Henderson in front of Jensen Manold. Henderson goes the inside. Wow, doesn't allow the slipstream, doesn't allow that. Goes the inside, a real blocking manoeuvre with 6 minutes to go. That's bold. Let's see if we can... Mind you, they're up towards traffic. Here we've got traffic, and that is Glenn Swarbrick, the winner of Formula Classic race number 1. He's got himself just in the way, although he does keep himself neatly just to the left-hand side of the traffic, and allows the first 4 to travel through without being hindered in any way by his momentum or the slowing momentum of his Formula Ford. I talk of Glenn Swarbrick there. As they head up through turns 3 into turns 4. There's another really good battle here. Andrew Van Leeuwen, we've got Hall, we've got Begley, we've got Piper, Barron and Glenn's a little further back down, but nonetheless, Van Leeuwen, Hall, Begley and Piper in this nice little battle here. Back to the front, here we go. This is Jensen Manold. Let's see if he's still in 1st place. Yes, I think he is actually in 1st place with Xavier Henderson. Looks like he's making a move around the outside. He tried a move around the outside. Didn't quite work out for he in the Formula Ford, using the slipstream along the main straight. And is, Jensen Manold in 1st place. Xavier Henderson 3rd. Brock Brewer just fell off that tail there. He's in 3rd, but around about 20 metres further back, so he's probably lost a little bit of that slipstream. But keeping him honest, of course, is Josh Matthews. And Joshua Matthews, a really good racer who I can expect with 4.5 minutes to go, probably be just sitting back there thinking, I'll wait till the last lap or the second last lap, and I'll use my slipstream to fly past Brock Brewer, that is, and get myself a podium. You never know if that's his thinking. Here we go, coming up more traffic as we head down the hill. This is Andrew Van Leeuwen, Hall, Begley, Piper. Begley and Piper. Barron, of course, also out here running. coming down the hill towards turn 7 as the leaders go across the start-finish line. And it is Jensen Maraud in first place. Oh, Xavier Henderson thought about the inside, but there was just no real estate there. All there was lawn. No bitumen at all. No, he decides, no, okay, we'll go around one more time. We'll do another lap. Still got another 3.5 minutes to go. See if we get another opportunity to do the overtaking into turns 6 or 7. And that's Henderson around the in second place. Brewer still fighting here with Joshua Matthews, and Mark Cirillo is back there in 5th place, but this is looking good. All up the front here, these two boys fighting it out. Maraud, Henderson. Brewer, as I say, has dropped off the pace ever so slightly. I think he's out of slipstreaming, but I think Josh Matthews will be keeping him honest down the hill towards turn 7. We're just on 3 minutes to go. Oh, lots of closing speed there with Xavier Henderson on Maraud. Couldn't get it done. And across the start-finish line, let's see, we'll go across the start to complete our 9th lap. We're completing our 9th lap of the 15-minute race. This is 15 minutes race plus 1 lap. Got just on 2.5 minutes to go, and we've completed 9 laps. So we see the race of the leaders heading up towards turn 4. And it's still Maraud with that small gap over Henderson. Yeah, Brewer's still about 20-30 metres, or about 30 metres just off the pace, just out of slipstream, or DRS if you want to call it, but out of slipstreaming. And Josh Matthews keeping him honest out there. Mark Cirillo circulating in 5th, and Andrew Van Leeuwen fighting with Hall and Begley back there for 6th, 7th and 8th. As they crest the hill, heading towards the top of the hill. Here they come again. Traffic up ahead here for Maraud and Henderson as they come up. I think that might be Barron they're about to come up on. Yes, it is young Barron. So this is, let's see, Maraud and Henderson round the inside. Henderson wants to stay outside, and Maraud actually shuffles the left-hand side, almost under braking, making it difficult for the car behind to judge where he wants to plonk his car. Really interesting, but up through turns 2 and 3, up into 4, this is close. Really, really good. We've just got a minute and a half to go in this race, plus 1 lap, as we see the cars disappear over the hill up towards turn 5. As they now plunder down towards turn 6. I see Josh Matthews has dropped off Brock Brewer a little bit. I think Brewer might have found a bit more pace. Let's see if he's able to join the top 3. Now, he's still a fair bit off. Actually, Brewer's off, and so is Josh Matthews. So they've, wouldn't say they've shut up shop, but they've almost given up hope of fighting for 1st and 2nd here with Maraud and Henderson. Oh, Maraud. He really does move around under brakes, Maraud. Really, you don't know whether, if you're following him, whether you'd be better off going the inside or the outside. Here we go again, down in towards turn 1. Look at the leader. That was a lot more straighter. Sometimes he doesn't brake in a straight line, which must make it difficult if you're following him. But that's the end of lap number 11 with just on 30 seconds to go here in race number 2 with Formula Ford. Well, nice little battle into turn 1 here in these tail enders as we're looking at Van Leeuwen, Begley and Piper. Good race that is. Of course, that's also Mark Cirillo, Van Leeuwen, Begley and Piper as they work their way up through turn 4. Very nice little train of Formula Fords there. Not really enough slipstreaming there to get yourself a position. As we get right on 0, we have struck the magical mark of our 15 minutes. So it'll now be plus 1 lap. And we now get the last lap board has just come out on display. So it's Henderson in 1st place, for Maraud in 2nd, Brewer in 3rd, Josh Matthews in 4th as we expected. We're still waiting on Hall, Cirillo and Van Leeuwen to come across the stripe, and here they do. But look at this, jostling up front, dive up the inside. Look at this, up the inside. The Formula Fords are fighting hard into turn number 4. Wow, that was Maraud up the inside of Henderson into turn 4. That is not a normal overtaking place. With the Formula 4s, you would expect the overtaking to be around turn 1, 6 or 7. But look at these boys fighting it out down by turn 6. One more corner to go, boys. Henderson, Maruld, I believe it's Maruld in first place. Henderson second. Brewer third. Out of the running. Josh Matthews out of the running for a podium, that's for sure. Side-by-side racing down in the braking zone. The final turn. Let's see, what can Maruld do about this? What can Henderson do? Can he get around the outside? No. Maruld will take this. Jensen Maruld will take the win here. And he does. Jensen Maruld takes the win here on the 13th lap from Xavier Henderson in second place. Brock Brewer, a lovely race there in third. Joshua Matthews just couldn't quite stay with Brewer. In that particular race, he comes home in fourth. Now we have the remainders coming across the field. We have Hall. We have Chiarello. We have Andrew Van Leeuwen. We have Begley. And just waiting on Piper to be the last one to greet the judge. And here we go. Here we go across the stripe now, number 88. And that is the field one and done. So that's the way it ended for race 2 of Formula Ford here at CARCO Raceway. In first place was Jensen Maruld. Second place, Xavier Henson. Third place, Brock Brewer. In fourth place was Joshua Matthews, with Hall in fifth place. Super exciting racing, as you would expect from Formula Ford here at CARCO Raceway. This raceway blends itself for good slipstream racing, and we see that every time coming down from turn 6 to turn 7. Please put your hands together, Formula Fords, as they come past you. Completed their second race. They'll be out for another race before we end the day, just in front of McCracken House. All right, folks, we'll take a very short break and we'll be back very, very soon at CARCO Raceway. Okay, well, it's a really good opportunity to have a word with young Steve Turpin, who's been doing extremely well. You down there, we got Jamie down there, have we?
Exactly right. I'm joined by Steve Turpin, who just won not just the first race today, but both races today in the improved production category, sponsored by WA Hino. Congratulations, Steve. What a great result today. Is this something you expected to keep coughing up every time you get here at CARCO Raceway?
Definitely wasn't expected, but I'll take it.
But I mean, obviously the vehicle's actually running really well, and so it's keeping in the front of the pack. So how much work goes into the car to get up to that sort of standard?
There's a lot of work, a lot of hours after work, and get into it and do it.
And how about the people that help you out?
Yeah, if I didn't have them, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Do you want to give them a mention and give them a bit of a plug, pat in the back for all the effort they've made on the car for you?
Yeah, Jeff and Steve Thomas at Guru Engineering. Without you guys, I'd be stuffed. Nelson Transport, sponsorship, and then everyone else that helps, and parents, family.
You got to thank the parents, don't you? Really, but your parents, you got some sort of family lineage. If your grandfather was a racer, and what about the rest of the family?
Yeah, my grandfather Dick Turpin, he raced here for many, many years. Les Turpin, he races here as well. And then my dad, he just helps out with the car when I'm racing.
Now, back to the race component for today. You're clearly doing extremely well today. Where is your head at going into the rest of the round?
Let's just hope I can keep it cool, and we'll try again. I'm really happy with my starts at the moment, so just keep going and head down and go.
Fantastic, Steve. Thank you so much for chatting with us today, and good luck for the rest of the round.
Thank you.
Keep winning, Steve.
It's back to you, Sean.
Welcome back, folks. This is CARCO Raceway, and we move into race 3 of the Saloon Cars. I've got a very special guest up here with me in the commentary box. Please welcome Clint Harvey. Clint, congratulations, and thanks for joining us up here in commentary.
Cheers, mate. Thanks for that. When you look around for a special guest, I was looking over my shoulder. So,
no, you certainly are our special guest, that's for sure.
I'm the only one in here, so I must be special.
No, I did mention, Clint, that I saw you for many, many years racing, and you'd have your helmet on inside your car, and now you walk up in here, and I'm like, who are you? You know, if you had your gear on, I'd know straight away.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Washed up old race car driver now, helping a young fella out. So, no, it's been good. It's been fantastic.
And he's been doing it incredibly good, hasn't he? I mean, obviously come with good pedigree, but gee, been doing incredibly well, hasn't he?
He has. No, he's been doing really well up here. Won the Nationals last year up here, and off over racing the Aussie cars over east right now. So, yeah, doing really well. But let's talk about the category here, and before we go any further, I want to mention a couple of fantastic sponsors who help us out, and we probably wouldn't be on the grid without them. So, Rightway Industrial, Fox Roofing, Word of Mouth Signs, Auto One Morley, and Bailey Brewing. So, without those sponsors, we probably wouldn't be racing. So, big thanks to those guys.
Absolutely, you certainly need sponsors to go racing. There's no doubt about that. It's an expensive sport, a great sport, but yeah, a little bit expensive. Yeah, well, I tell you what, we got Hills on first place, Koberstein in second. That's Michael Koberstein in second, Callow in third, Schialella in fourth. We've got Michael Clark in fifth, Tyson Sadler in sixth, Robert Marcon back there, and Mark Watkins bring up the top 10, I do believe.
Yeah, I'm just looking down there on the front row now. I see Koberstein's got his car pointed towards turn 1 already, so he's doing the Verstappen line there and heading straight towards turn 1. So, yeah, good racing up the front in the last race, so we might be able to get in front of Hilsey on this one and see how we go on the start.
He's on the grippier part of the track, Koberstein.
He is.
Koberstein, I should say.
Yep.
So let's see if he can... make the most of this launch, but got his work cut out against Hills.
He has, yeah. Hills have been driving really well, and Callow's been up there after a poor qualifying, so we'll see how we go. Green flag, so yeah, it's about to get going.
And away we go. That's good. Great start. Oh, I think you're right about the car pointing in the correct direction. Koberstein might get him.
He looks like he might hold around the outside. Hopefully Hill gives him enough room, and it's getting a bit tight. Yeah, I think just shut the door on him to the exit. But yeah, long way to go. We've still got a lot of minutes to go in racing, so it's not over until the fat lady sings.
No, indeed not. No. Hills out front. Koberstein in second place, and looks like Callow with Chiquella. Clark back there and Sadler also, as they snake their way up towards through turn 4 and towards turn 5, plummet over the top of the hill in towards turn 6. Who's the onboard camera with? Can you work that out there, Clint?
It looks like it's behind Reggie's car.
Mm-hmm.
So where's that going to be? Car number 43, I think.
Oh, Daniel Karukin, do you think?
I think.
Daniel Karukin, I might have. Anyway, nonetheless.
Yep.
Oh, look at this.
Yep, young Callow just made a move up the inside on old Vinny. Nice move, nice and clean. So he might be able to start jumping forward now and getting on the front of the front guys.
Well, look at Koberstein up the inside here. Koberstein up the inside, and we'll get it done. Well done.
Nice work.
Gary Hills. Well done, takes a good spot there.
He had some awesome pace in that second race. He just couldn't get past Hills. So hopefully he might be able to put his head down now and turn the mirror up and just go for it.
Terrific. Car 43 we have with the onboard camera. It is Daniel Karukin who has the onboard camera. Thank you very much, Andre. Terrific. I love the onboard cameras. We get to see, give you a real bird's eye view, or a passenger's eye view, I should say, of the track and the racing itself.
We can't also forget the Pro-Am as well. It's been a pretty tight fight there between Adam Koberstein and Reggie Ralph. So they're battling away right now in P9 and P10s in their own class. So we'll see how that sort of unfolds as the day goes on.
Yeah, Gary Hills. We've got, actually, no, it's Koberstein in front, I should say. Yeah, Koberstein in front, Michael Koberstein in front, Gary Hills second. We've got Jackson Callow in third place, Vince Schialella, who just got overtaken last lap around. All negotiating turn 7 nice and neatly. And we've got lap times of 1:06, so 66 seconds, 66.8 here for Michael Corberstein. And we've got Gary Hills lapping in the 67s.
Yep. Rob Marcon just put the quickest lap in for that race. He's had some bad luck this weekend. Had a couple of car issues, and I think got a penalty or something for some unforeseen thing as well. So he's come from the rear grid, but he's heading forward now.
Yeah, it was interesting. He got a disqualification in race number 1. A technical disqualification, and obviously gave him a very poor grip position for race number 2, but he certainly fought his way back up, and he's certainly right back up there again, back up to 5th already. It's an incredible effort.
Yeah, you see young Callow on the back of Hillsy right now, going for P2, so we'll see how he's under brakes and if he can make a move or not.
Do you know, Clint, I noticed in race...
Hillsy,
yeah.
Yep.
I noticed Hillsy sort of seemed to slow down a little bit in the race, probably by, say, half a second or 0.8 of a second over a lap. So I was wondering if his tyres are maybe past their peak.
Probably he was past his peak, to be honest, I reckon. So he's probably getting a bit tough for an old fella.
Yeah, it's a nice little lead here that Michael Koberstein has got.
Yeah, certainly wasn't expecting to pull out that much, but he's definitely got some pace. Young Callow's got the first, the quickest first and second sectors right now.
Yeah,
so
interesting.
He's on the move to try and hunt down Koberstein.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, 12-minute race. We did have 15-minute races for the race 2 of each category. We're back to the 12-minute races here. 12 minutes plus 1 race, and this will be the last race for Saloon Cars for the day. Just on 4.5 minutes to go.
We've got a big train of cars from about 12th downwards, so it looks pretty interesting down there to see what's going to unfold.
Indeed. Unfortunately, Terence Bellevue de Silva, poor old Terry de Silva's just got himself a 15-second penalty. He'd be devastated with that.
He certainly would be.
Yeah, he's down there in 19th, but nonetheless, that's a big blow for Terry de Silva.
We just had Mark Watkins go off there at turn 7, unfortunately, so he's dropped back a few spots.
Oh, that's a blow. Yeah, he gets the car back on the track, a fair bit of sand rolling out the back, so especially when he hits brakes in turn number 1 there. Big heap of sand, beach sand falls out the back of the car.
There's a big gaggle of cars there back in that 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th. See, I think Ken Power's leading that train right now, so it's pretty interesting down there. All fighting for a sheep station.
Yeah, they certainly are. Yeah, Reginald Ralph out here. We see him going up through turn 4, just chasing Daniel Karukin. Daniel Karukin, of course, carrying our onboard camera. And straight behind him is, of course, Martin. And young Game behind them, and Kenny Power, of course.
Michael Koberstein just put in the quickest first sector, 10th quicker than Jackson in that first sector. And you can see visually on track that he's pulling away from Callow.
Yeah, Corberstein, Callow, Hills in 3rd place. Gee, Marcon up to 4th.
Yeah, doing a good job after the circumstances.
Good? I know, but yet he's not necessarily like the fastest man out there. He's very close to the fastest man out there, but he's really making up some positions.
He is, yeah, certainly chasing down Hills right now. So what have we got left? 2.5 minutes roughly to go, and he's certainly going to be on his bumper in less than probably half a minute, to be honest.
Yeah, no, 2.5 minutes to go. I reckon Jackson Callow could possibly get very close to Corbenstein, I should say.
Yep, you're right about that. Young Jackson Callow was fastest in that first sector there, so he got a 10th on Koberstein. So, he's on the move to try and catch up to him.
I was watching young Glenn Tincombe yesterday during test and tuning, banging the rev limiter in 4th gear coming down the hill by the Perth signs there, or the Bosch electric signs. Looks like he was on their rev limiter for around 100 metres or thereabouts. You're a nasty man. What about 5th?
I'm guessing he's not paying for the motors.
Exactly. I know. He did it every lap. Oh, come on, change gears.
As we were talking about earlier, Rob Marcon just got up inside of Gary Hills into turn 1 there, so he's on the move.
Good work, yeah.
Young Jackson Callow just pulled out the quickest lap in that previous lap, so he's got a 10th and a half on Coberstein.
Yeah, with just a minute and a half to go, plus 1 lap. There could be a possibility there. Plenty of work going on. 3 wide down here into turn 1.
Yeah, it's massive. That's a pretty cool little group of cars there racing. So, and they're all racing pretty clean as well, it looks like. So, yeah, good on them.
Yeah, and they all pulled it off quite neatly, which was appreciated. I'm not sure where that was going to end up at one stage. And Tim came down the back there, but was waiting for our leaders to come back into sight. Here they come down the hill in towards turn 7. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Jackson Callow is catching Coberstein. No doubt about that.
He is. He's got the eyes on and head down, and yeah, he's heading the right direction right now. So we'll see how we go. What do we got left? Probably 2 more laps, I think.
Yes. Yep. Actually, I reckon Gary Hills have been the surprise of the race. Probably surprised at the wrong end. They've gone from first to fourth.
You're probably right about that, actually. Yeah, he's gone from hero to 0.
Especially with Robert Marcon making a fool of him there with a lap to go.
Yep.
The distance that Marcon's pulled out from him over that short half a lap, that's incredible. 1 lap.
Well, it's nearly a second that lap. You look at the timing screens.
Yeah.
Young Callow just pulled out, gained 2 tenths roughly on Coberstein, so they're catching up.
Aren't they just? Yeah, 7 laps gone, so there'll just be a little bit more to go. Just on 10 seconds before the last lap board will be displayed. And Coberstein still in front. Jackson Callow second. Rob Marcon, he making lots of ground on Callow. And 3rd place, and Gary Hills back there in 4th. Yeah, another faster sector here for Jackson Callow.
Yeah, you can visually see it on track now as well. Yeah. He's only probably, 3 car lengths behind him.
Yeah, and of course we're getting the last lap board now.
We are. So it's going to be on up the front.
Yep, this is the last lap board. We have a car just gone off here. It's actually in the short section, so that's okay. Right out of the way. We'll forget about that. He's exited off turn 4 and lost it, but back to the top here, Clint.
Yep, it's looking pretty good there at the front. He's about a car length behind Coberstein, so we'll see what happens. We'll be going to turn 5 and back down to turn 6 at the back of the track. So
yeah, really 2 more opportunities to have a go.
There is.
Oh, isn't this exciting?
Yep.
Yeah, the top of the hill.
Well, that field here going down front straight right now is still pretty tight for, what is we talking, P2, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16?
Yes. Yep, great racing. Yeah, last lap. Here we go, folks. Coberstein, sorry.
Just coming out of the bowl, so see who's got the better motor coming out of there. Oh, it's got a bit of an overlap from John Jackson Callow, so we'll see how he goes coming over straight. Well, he's actually up beside him.
I reckon he's got it.
Nice work.
Just got to control his braking.
Yep.
Young Jackson Callow up the inside. Will he get it done on the last corner?
He will.
The under-over, though, Clint?
No. It all worked out for him.
Wow.
The Fords have got the torque, so coming out that last corner, the Fords has got a little bit more than the Commodore when they do the overtaking.
Yep.
So
Gotcha.
paid off for him there.
Wow, how about that, folks? The winner, Jackson Callow, in first place. Wow. And Michael Cormstein in second. Robert Marcon, what an effort he's done for 3rd, all the way from starting race 2, literally at the bottom of the grid. He's found his way up to 3. Gary Hills in 4th, Michael Clark in 5th, Vince Chilella in 6th, Tyson Sadler in 7th, and
Adam Coberstein ended up finishing. He looks like he won the weekend in the Pro-Am class.
Isn't that good?
So over Reggie Ralph.
That is superb. Great racing. Yeah, and that looks like the way they finished. Yeah, Jackson Callow first place.
I'm still pretty sure Hills would have won the weekend. He got 2 wins actually, it might have been pretty tight because he ended up finishing 4th in that one. So, yeah, we'll see what the points are like as the day goes on.
Yeah, get 25 for a win, 22 for second, I think 20 for third, and then 18 and so on further down the list. Yeah, we'll have to get the computer boffins to work out actually who's won that one.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Clint. Really appreciate you coming up. Folks, this was Clint Harvey. Really appreciated that. Just got to head down, got to throw down to Demelza and Jamie. Demelza and Jamie, are you on? Have you got your ears on?
Yeah, I have, absolutely. Sorry, I didn't get the cue. I'm glad I have now. I'm joined now by Trent Hakamu, who just competed in the improved production category, which was sponsored by WA Highlight. Congratulations, Trent. You're in the middle of the pack, but you've just told me before we came on here, this is your first year of racing here at CARCO.
Yeah. This is my first year, second meeting here, but yeah.
And what's the experience been like? Has it been a childhood dream sort of come true for you to be able to race on a track like this with such great competitors?
Oh, yeah, I've done a bit of dirt racing in my teens and stuff, and now in my 30s and doing circuit racing at school, yeah.
You're originally from New Zealand. Apparently your mum and your grandma are actually watching this streaming service right now. So how about giving them a wave down the camera, because I'll be watching right now. They must be so proud of your achievement.
Yep. They tune in over in New Zealand and watch me on TV. It's good. Yep.
Now, with the racing today, how are you feeling you're going?
Going well. I've had just need to get some time in the seat, and had a few car dramas throughout the year, so it's just good to get the laps in, yeah.
And the weather has been absolutely beautiful. I keep saying it the whole day. How have you found that compared to your last race here?
Yep. It was night race, my last race here, yeah. And that was an experience for my first circuit race and the night race, so yeah.
And like most things, Trent, your team or your support team are actually like a family affair. It's your wife and your kids.
Yep, just me and my wife and my kids, and yeah.
So you're doing a fair bit of work in the car yourself, obviously. Yeah. So what do you think needs to be tweaked to sort of be more competitive on race days?
We've got a spark issue at the moment, so we're down on a little bit of power, but just go and fix that up, and maybe a bit more tuning, and some more seat time, and we should be able to maybe go up a little bit more.
Fantastic. And how do you feel you're going to go heading into that final round? Final few races, rather.
I don't know, we'll give it heaps, we'll just see how it goes.
And when you're out there, mate, do you really feel the competitive spirit sort of kick in? Do you feel like a lot of pressure around you from the experienced drivers?
I just, sometimes when they're right on your tail and then you sort of notice them, you can, but I'm getting a bit better at when I see them there. Just, if they're faster, I just let them go through,
And your confidence will build up, obviously, race by race. Mate, congratulations on a great weekend's racing so far, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend. It's back to you, Sean, in the commentary position.
Thanks very much, guys. Appreciate that lovely interview. Yes, well, I tell you what, folks, we're flying through things. We now move on to race 3 of sports cars, sports sedans, WA muscle cars and street cars. This is race number 14 all up, but race number 3 for the sports cars, sports sedans, WA muscle and street cars. Well, so far we've had a pretty interesting day as far as the racing goes. We kicked off qualifying, and that was Ryan Humphrey, followed by Campbell Nunn. Hill was in third place, Rayner in fourth, and Walter Apple back there in fifth. Race 1, Ryan Humphrey again. Grant Hill was in second, Campbell Nunn in third, Ronnie Moller, good on you, Ronnie, up there in fourth, and Clinton Rayner come home in fifth. On to race 2, which was that much longer race, and again, Ryan Humphrey stretched his legs and took out the win. Grant Hill in second place, Ronnie Moller, this time third Ronnie, getting better and better. Walter Apple up to fourth, and Campbell Nunn down to fifth. So this will be the third race. This is running over 12 minutes with a lap, an added lap after the 12 minutes. Straight after this, folks, we'll be into... we're moving to WA High Nose production cars and improved production cars, followed by Formula Classic, and those slipstreaming specialists will finish the day off with the Formula Fords. Okay, we've got some lovely inboard cameras if you're lucky enough to be watching the live stream here. I'm pretty sure that Clint Rayner just ahead of us. Ronnie Moller. Ronnie Moller. Great to see Ronnie out here. The onboard camera is indeed with Ronnie Moller. Thank you, Andre. Yeah, Ronnie Moller. I said I've been watching Ronnie race for years and years and years. In actual fact, a mate of mine I used to go to school with was one of his team mechanics. I won't say his name. He's no longer with us, unfortunately. But yeah, Ronnie Moller, great campaigner, and we do mention again that the sports cars, sports sedans, WA muscle cars and street cars, they'll have a 2-lap warm-up. So effectively they start off with a sighting lap, And now they're into what you would call a formation lap. And all the cars, as we get towards turn 7, all the cars will form up side by side and we'll have a rolling start. I'll have a good rolling start. So it's Ryan Humphrey, Grant Hill, Ronnie Moller and Walter Eppel. They'll be your first 4 from Campbell Nunn in 5th. And Clint Rayner, car 76. Beautiful orange Camaro there, back there in 6th. Did want to make an apology, if I may, please. We've got a little bit of time. I want to make a sincere apology to the Cove family, which are running IP Improved Production today. I've been making some horrible mistakes, and I do apologise to both sisters, Ashley and Charlotte, and their brother Lachlan. I'm very sorry I've been making some mistakes, so a big apology to the Coves family, a genuine apology for myself. See if we can correct that when we move into Improved Production, which is coming up very, very soon. All right, here they are, side by side. We see the V8 supercars up the front. Ryan Humphrey and Grant Hill, Ronnie Moller just behind them with Walter Eppel sitting on the outside in row number 2. It looks like I see Clint Rayner. Oh, there we go. I just couldn't see Campbell Nunn there for a second. He was slightly out of grip position. Here they go. We kick it off with race number 3 for our sports cars, sports sedans, AA muscle cars, all using his muscle and making sure he keeps pole position. And position number 1 is Ryan Humphrey. He really did have to use his muscle there, as Grant Hill was just moving across ever so slightly, trying to take that first position. Not to be, and it'll be Ryan Humphrey who will lead the team up towards turn 4, and now cresting the hill in towards turn 5. Ronnie Moller in 3rd place, and I see Clinton Rayner. He's jumped up to 4th. He's got himself in front of Walter Eppel and Campbell Nunn. And Campbell Nunn was a little tardy on the start line, I do think. But okay, here we go. Ryan Humphrey up the hill, down towards turn 7. Got a nice little lead over Grant Hill. And the V8s. Ryan Humphrey, car number 30 across the stripe. Straight away followed by Grant Hill. Ronnie Moller in 3rd place. Walter Eppel. Oh, that's disappointing. Oh, car number 3 is gone off in the drink in turn number 7. This is so disappointing. Oh, gosh, that is Walter Eppel. Walter, oh, what have you done, mate? Oh, Walter's buried the... devastating. The Porsche 911, Walter's buried it in the dirt there at turn 7. This will bring out a full course yellow, I do believe. Yeah, safety car has come out, full course yellow and safety car, as you would expect, because that car is positioned quite awkwardly in turn 7. Looks like he's come down the hill and rotated the car. Oh, darn, I wasn't watching that, unfortunately, at the time, but Walter, very experienced racer, won't be happy with that at all. See the Manitou heading over there to extract the car. We do have a safety car, so the cars will all bunch up and cruise around about 60 kilometres an hour. This will give our extraction teams an opportunity to get the Manitou over there and get that car out of the sand. And I'm not sure if they'll be able to rejoin us, but at least get the racing up and going again. Waiting on the Manitou to get the all cleared across the track. Great machines, these Manitous. They get the job done nice and quick. Yeah, so initially, our first lap, we had a 1:08 there from Ryan Humphrey, as you can understand from rolling start. And he had that issue on the turn number 1, where it was himself and Grant Hill deciding to fight it out for turn number 1, who would go into there first. And it was indeed Ryan Humphrey who took that position. Grant Hill in 2nd, Ronnie Moller 3rd, Clint Rayner in 4th. Actual fact, Clint Rayner's done the better time. He's done a 56.8 as his best time so far, running back there in 4th position. Doesn't take long for the Manitou to get Walter Eppel's car out of turn number 7. They're bogged in there. Let's see if he'll be able to come and join us. Looks like the safety car's going nice and slowly as it comes down the hill. It may have to do another lap under the tuition of the safety car, shall we say. I'd say that'll be the case. All the drivers are shuffling over to the inside of the track to give the Manitou and Walter Eppel's car a bit of an opportunity to extract itself from the sand. Done exactly that. Let's hope that we can get the racing up and running straight after this. We've got a 4 minutes 40 to go, so 4.5 minutes. We'll probably have just on 3.5 minutes by the time we get racing again. So that'll be enough for, I guess, 3, maybe 4 laps, given that we have an extra lap after the 12 minutes time mark expires. Ronnie Moller with the inboard camera, just sitting right behind Grant Hills if you're looking at the live stream. I did mention that Ryan Humphrey in front, the XE Ford Falcon, the Chevy powered Ford Falcon. It's a V8. Can't call it a V8 supercar because it was home built, but it is every bit supercar, and he's got a Chevy V8 in it, so it's every bit what I'm not allowed to call it. Of course, the car in second place, Grant Hill, that is a former V8 supercar, so it's just now it's a V8 race car. Careful of my descriptions. And Ronnie Moller, well, Ronnie Moller's got Ronnie Moller's car. Ronnie sometimes racing in the WA Muscle Car Series, which he did at the Supercar weekend. Had a ball of a time, he certainly did. So our retirees so far is Campbell Nunn, Rayner, Pavey and Callow. They've been our retirees. Here we go. Green flag, safety cars in, away we go. Taking charge of the pack. Wow. Round the outside, round the inside, I should say. I'm not quite sure whether... wow, I'm not quite sure. Clint Rayner moved up to 4th position. I'm not sure if there was a car out of position there, whether that was Mackenzie or not. Anyway, nonetheless, up we go up towards turn 4. It is Ryan Humphrey in first place, Grant Hill in second, Ronnie Moller in third. Ooh, he's getting plenty of pressure from Clint Rayner. Have a look at this little battle here for third and fourth. There's, you see, Walter Eppel has been able to come out and join us, having extracted a fair bit of sand from that car. And here we go, we are on board with Ronnie Moller. Ronnie Moller exiting turn 6, coming up the hill, now crest the hill, now down the hill towards turn 7. Late braking manoeuvre, very, very heavy braking manoeuvre as we see. Changes down gears, down to probably 3rd gear. Oh, we've got another car that's gone off, unfortunately. We're still, the action is all on track here. And a nice little lead here, Ryan Humphrey. He's just done himself a 57.9, so he's getting the car down to those low, or should I say those low supercar times, which you can expect from him. He's good for around a 50, sometimes even a 55, but a 56-second pass lap, I should say. And this time he's in the 57.9s. Going even faster is Grant Hill. He's in the 58s. So he's a full set, around about 1.4 seconds faster. He's Grant Hill in second place over Ryan Humphrey, with still a minute and a half to go before we bring out the added lap. Let's see how he goes. Trying to catch Humphrey. Humphrey late under brakes into turn 7. Grabs 3rd gear. Bangs it in a 4th. Bangs it in a 5th. Across the start line. That was a 57.5. He's picked up the pace, yeah. Humphrey's picked up the pace. And in actual fact, Grant Hill's dropped off the pace in that lap. Gets himself into the 58s. So I thought Hill was, well, he was catching him by the timing screens, but just lost out a little bit here. And Ryan Humphrey now heading back up the hill. I'd say he'll have 2 laps to go. He'll probably greet the checkered flag for the last lap before we get to the 12-minute mark, which will give him another lap remaining. In the meantime, working their way up through turn 7, we see Walter Eppel Okay, yeah, we have a 15-second penalty to car number 40. Oh, that's a disappointing one. Yeah, wow. That is disappointing. That is completely unexpected. That is Robin Mullet. Wow, the Nissan Silvia. Wow. Car number 40, a 15-minute penalty for car number 40. Okay, we now got the last lap board come out, so we're on the last lap. Ryan Humphrey, the last lap of the day, and he's got Grant Hill on his back tail, a little bit too far behind, probably 60-80 metres behind. Let's see, can he do something about that? Ronnie Moller convincingly in third position, and Clint Rayner actually dropped off the pace there. He was right on Ronnie Moller's backside there for a while, dropped off the pace a little bit, but with half a lap to go. Oh, not again, Walter. That wasn't you, was it, Walter? He's turned around it in turn 7 again. The second time in one race, Walter Eppel has gone off the track in turn 7. Oh, honestly, Walter, what are we going to do with you? And he crosses the line to start his last lap. Coming down the hill, here we go, Ryan Humphrey into turn 7 for the last time. The XE Ford Falcon, Chevy-powered V8, across the line, and he takes the win with around about a 4-second margin here from Grant Hill in second place. Ronnie Moller brings home third place. Clint Rayner brings home fourth. And we're just waiting for the rest to come and join us. Waiting for Christopher McKenzie. Christopher McKenzie crosses the line. He's done a minute flat. So he's done a minute flat. We're now waiting on... yep. Here we go. Peter McKenzie just crossed the line. Now we're just waiting on Neville Zaccoli, Robin Mullet, and of course Walter Apple, who... He didn't quite cover the full journey. He missed a couple of laps at our Walter. He spent a bit of time in the sand, playing in the sand. And here he comes down the hill in towards turn 7, and he'll cross the line. Will our Walter. So that's the way they finished, folks. Ryan Humphrey in first place, Grant Hill in second, Ronnie Moller in third, Clint Rayner in fourth, and young McKenzie back there in fifth. And I just look at the results. I haven't got specific full results here, but from what I've got in front of me, I do think, if I can only find it, here we are. So, yeah, Ryan Humphrey qualified first. He won race number 1, he won race number 2, and he's won race number 3. So I would say that's a convincing round win for Ryan Humphrey. And I think Grant Hill will come second. He had a third and 3 seconds. So that's the way she ended. All right, sports cars, sports sedans, WA muscle cars and street cars. Well, that's the end of them for today. What we will do is we'll see if Jamie and Demelza are downstairs, and we'll throw down to Jamie and Demelza. Who have you got down there, Jamie and Demelza?
Who's got an iterator?
We are here with Reggie Ralph as part of the Saloons category. Thanks to Rightway Industrial Australia. We've got a lot of action down here at pit lane at the moment. Reggie, how do you think you went today?
Well, I went pretty good. Probably if I put a in-date fire extinguisher in the car, it would have been a bit better. So won the first race, got disqualified for the fire extinguisher and put back to last. Second race, started from dead last and come back to second in class, so pretty good, and just finished the third race in second. So, yeah, going pretty good. So, yeah, pretty happy with things and that.
Reggie, you've got a long family history, really, when it comes to racing and so forth. Tell us a bit about it, mate.
Well, I started off up here probably over 10 years ago. Got into racing because of watching James Hardy Ferrado and all that kind of thing. So, yeah. And then later on in life, in about, I don't know, mid 38 to 40, I actually got my own business going and that, and be able to buy a car and all that and come racing. So, yeah. But I've actually achieved a bit and pretty happy with it.
And your son's been racing as well, which must be, something you can be really proud of, that the son's following in the father's footsteps.
Yeah, he loves it. He can actually pedal a car pretty good, so we're just getting the car fixed up for him to get back in it. Like, he started when he was 15 in this car here, so we brought it for him. So he come up through go-karts and that, wasn't very good in that, and then found his feet in these. But he raced a couple. What did he do? He did one race at Collie last year, and then raced in the Nationals and got third in that. So he can pedal a car, and it is good fun, yeah.
You've had this car for a fair while, mate, so what have you done to it to keep it in such good condition regarding race day?
Well, we pay the panel beater lots of money to fix it. Yeah, no, we've got it like Mick, our mate. He actually panel beats the cars up. So yeah, so I like them looking nice and pretty and that. It's good. So yeah.
And who supports you when it comes to looking after the car? I know you do a fair bit of work on it, but you got anybody else that gives you a hand?
Yeah, well, I'm pretty lucky. We've got Gary from GHR Racing, so he's the guru. He drives all right. I think he won the in the pro class today. He won the round, so he's the man where we get all the horsepower from the setup. So yeah, he's actually really great. We've come together and we're actually good mates and have a bit of a laugh. So yeah, so we're pretty lucky. Yeah, and Cole, we got Colin. He does all our wheel alignments and that. So yeah, it's pretty good. But put a lot of time and effort into the car ourselves as well. It's probably the best I've been driving this year. Like, I'm nearly 55. The boys are like probably 30s, you know, so not going too bad. But I got the monkey off me back today and got one win.
So it's looking promising for you heading in for the rest of this year?
Oh, yeah, I want it to be promising. I'm going to make it be promising. I'm sure of that. Yeah, I want to go out there and win. There's no doubt about it. We all do. So, yeah, that's what we're here for. And to have fun. Yeah.
But you started racing quite late in life, really, relatively late. I mean, you weren't sort of like coming up through the ranks through go-karts and so forth. You waited a while for your opportunity came for you to start racing. So what was that moment like? What convinced you to finally give it a go? Was there an opportunity that came available or a car that came available? How did you get involved in racing?
Well, yes, there was a car come available and then I went and brought it. It was a dud, but we stuck with it. But you have all those ambitions and that and think you're going to come and you're going to break world record speeds and all that and you go like, shit, Jesus, you know. Yeah, so... But we've stuck at it and done it and moved along with another few cars and that. So we're currently, like, Brocky's car's getting fixed. So hopefully we'll have him out on the race meet for the next one. And then we'll head over to the Nationals in September. We'll take both cars over there.
Have you raced with your son?
No, I haven't, actually. But he can probably drive better than me. He'll tell you that anyway. So, but no, he's good. Like, the kids today, they're, like, pretty good because they can get in the car, whereas I get in the car and go this, that, or like he can get in the car and give you feedback and then you actually just like go do this, that, fix it, and he'll go out there and go faster, you know. A good little thing is you give Gaz, the guru, a drive of the car, and then like it's either we're in trouble if the car's not good, but if it's good, we're going good. We're right. He won't get in trouble. So yeah.
But what I'm getting at though, what was the genuine moment that you felt that, you know, this is for me? I mean, obviously, you know, you obviously had the dream of doing it, but all of a sudden there was a moment that sort of came, nah, I've got to get not just the car, but it takes a fair bit of bravery to get out there and drive, you know. It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like you do get a bit nervy out there. This year I've sort of changed my views on it. I think like what you're asking there before is like what made you actually do it is I did a V8 drive day up here and I was like, yeah. And then, you know, having my own business actually was able to afford to buy a car. So always had the bug in me when I was young, like with Bathurst and all that on telly and the V8s, touring cars and that. So, yeah, and that was it. Once we drove that race car up here on the drive day, that was it. We were done.
Fantastic.
Well done,
Reggie, good luck for the rest of the championships. Thank you so much. Sean, it's back to you.
Thank you very much, guys. Absolutely brilliant. Well, we're at that time of the day. We've got three races to go. We've got the improved production cars and 3 production cars about to come out for race 3 for theirs. Then we move on to Formula Classic and finish off with Formula Ford. So 12 minutes is this race. The clock's already started as soon as we exit the pit lane. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. And I did want to point out that the day started for production cars and improved production cars all about Steve Turpin. Steve Turpin qualified first. Brent Peters was second. Garello was third. Gallen was fourth. And when we look at race number 1, it was Turpin, Carello, Peters and Gallen. And again, race number 2, Turpin, Gallen, Carello. Lansmere got himself up there. Robbie Lansmere in 4th and Brent Peters back there in 5th. So that's been the action so far today. Now, it's great to see these onboard cameras. We've got Cameron Burns. Oh, terrific. Onboard camera with Cameron Burns. Let's see what Cameron Burns on. Yeah, number 17. Yes, number 17, Cameron Burns. He'd be just behind Robbie Landsmeer. Of course, the improved production cars just doing the one lap to start off with, and then they'll grid up for a standing start. We had rolling starts earlier on today. This is the standing starts for the improved production cars and 3 production cars. And I mentioned on pole, Stevie Turpin, second, and Grant Gallen. Third is Joel Carrillo. Fourth is Robbie Landsmeer. And fifth is Brent Peters. And sixth is Young Burnsy. Great to see Young Burnsy. Pardon me, car number 17 out here. This is Cameron Burns on the Honda Civic. All right, so Steve Turpin has had some terrific starts. He started in pole position all 3 races and has led into turn number 1 quite convincingly, actually. Doesn't look like Grant Gallen's out there for in position number 2. That's disappointing. I can't see Grant. Oh, we've got the green flag, darn it. So Grant Gallen looks like an omission from race number 3. So Steve Turpin got the front row all to himself. Okay, Turpin, followed by Carrillo. Robbie Landsmeer also, car number 56 out of the blocks. Obviously, Steve Turpin first in line. Carrillo's in the second spot. Landsmeer will be in third. I think round the outside will be Brent Peters in the 4th position. Turpin, wow, look at the lead. Oh, we've only had 1 corner, 2 corners, and he's pulled out 100 metres already. Stevie Turpin. Wow, of course, we've got the onboard camera, of course, with Cameron Burns, car number 17. So we see him working his way through turn number 4 on board the Honda Civic. Working his way up through turn number 4 into turn number 5. And Steve Turpin out there with this in the lead, comfortable lead as he exits turn number 6 and making his way back up the long hill. Got a nice little lead, or a nice long lead here over Joel Carrillo. Look at Turpin right down in turn number 6. Here comes Carrillo. Brent Peters round the outside also. That's very nice. Round the outside of Robbie Landsmeer. Across the stripe, Steve Turpin. Standing lap of a 51. It's Carrillo in second place. Brent Peters in third. Robbie Landsmeer 4th. Trent Hukamu in 5th. Gary Edwards in 6th. Cameron Burns carrying our cameras in 7th. And Whitome back there in 8th with Panizza bringing up the top 10. Oh, look at Steve Turpin. He's pulled out a massive lead as we see the cars working up through turn 7. That was Gary Hills up through turn 4, I should say. With Gary Hills in the BMW. Got his work cut out. He's Gary Edwards, I should say. Gary Edwards in car 93. He's in 6th position, just in front of Cameron Burns, who's carrying our onboard camera. Wow, look at Steve Turpin. Look at the lead he's got over Joel Carrillo. Stevie Turpin, wow, almost a length of the straight there. And he negotiates turn 7, comes and joins us across the start-finish line. Have a look at his lap time. I reckon be around a 62. I was right, a 62, a 2.222. A 62.222 there for Stevie Turpin. And Joel Carrillo, a 104. Also Brent Peters in the 104. Robbie Landsmeer, the 106. And Trent Huckamau, also the 106. And Gary Edwards back there in the 108. So, yeah, a full 2.5 seconds. Stevie Turpin is lapping faster than the second place Joel Carrillo. 12-minute race. We should get around about 8 to 9 laps, I would have thought, provided no safety car. Let's have our fingers crossed that isn't the case. There is no safety car. 5.5 minutes down out of the 12 minutes plus 1 lap. Look at all right on the back of this is good racing here. This is Gary Hills just up in front. We've got Cameron Burns, the camera with Cameron Burns takes number 6, negotiates turn number 6. Up the inside is Edwards, the BMW, not exactly blocking, just not giving young Cameron much of a look at the corner. Cameron Burns, nice and straight under brakes, makes a little bit of room up on Edwards on the BMW. They can negotiate turn 7. Good race. Having a look at the lap times, yeah, Turpin's still in the 102s. Edwards blocking a little bit. Burns got his work cut out. Love the onboard footage. He works his way up through turn 2, up through turn 3, sharp left-handed, very dirty offline. The road is very dirty offline. You'll find lots of bits of rubber and marbles and debris all caught up out there. So it's almost a one-line racetrack across that part of the world. You really want to stay off the dirty part of the track. Here we go. This is lovely. This is the Cove guys and girls. Got Ashley Cove and Charlotte Cove. They're both young ladies doing amazing things. And we've got Lachlan, young Lachlan out there also, 111. So that's Ashley Cove. She's in car number 111. Lachlan Cove, he is in car number 36. And they're currently in 11th and 12th position. And Charlotte Cove, she's back there in racing number 171, not out in the track at the moment. Her Gallen and, of course, unfortunately, Galton out of the racing for today. But, yeah, big apology to the Coves family for mistakenly calling the siblings incorrectly. I must apologise for that again. So here we go. Great racing. I just love this, the Coves. Ashley Cove up against Lachlan Cove. And it'll be Ashley's in the lead. Lachlan, he thought about it. And Ashley's got the... this is good. I reckon he might have done the under and over here as young Lockie Cove. Taking on his sister. And see, diving up the inside, he does get it done. The Hyundai XLs having their own little race here on board the improved production and 3E production cars. Love these XLs. Ashley Cove, Lachlan Cove, sharing the racetrack. Good racing. Can you just imagine if they weren't wearing helmets, what their faces would look like? They'd probably have a smile from ear to ear racing each other out here in CARCO Raceway. A beautiful Saturday afternoon. Look at the start-finish line. Here we go again. Edwards and... this is young Cameron Burns having a go at Edwards. Will he get it done? Not quite. It'll be Gary Edwards who'll hold the spot there in the BMW. And we see the onboard camera right behind the Beamer here on board with Cameron Edwards. Sorry, Cameron, take that back. With Cameron Burns. And Cameron Burns tries the outside on turn 4. Nice, and gets it done too. Oh, that's tricky. Around the outside, Cameron Burns, number 17, man, way ahead of your time. That took skill. That took experience. Around the outside of Gary Edwards. That is super cool driving. Cameron Burns, number 17. Wow, the Honda Civic. You just don't see a lot of overtaking around the outside of turn 4. Not at all. And plummeting down here, 2.5 minutes to go of this 12-minute race, plus 1 lap. 2 minutes 27 to go. Wow, pulling away here is Cameron Burns and Gary Edwards. Just I was really surprised. Beating him round the outside. Into turn 1. Steve Turpin now negotiates turn 5, heads down the hill towards turn 6. Brake lights are blazing. Probably got another 3 or 4 laps to go. As young Steve Turpin negotiates turn 6. Look like Brent Peters in the background. He might be catching him. I think, look, Turpin's got around about 2 seconds a lap on. Oh, no, you're joking. Around the outside. Talk about around the outside. Brent Peters, no doubt. Well, I dare say Stevie's got a bit of an issue there. Brent Peters flying around the outside to take position number 1. Well done, Brent Peters. And Stevie Turpin just dropped off the pace there. I'm just trying to see. This is the thing. Stevie Turpin dropped 6 seconds in that lap. He went from a 102. Actually, he dropped 10 seconds. He went from a 102 to a 112. So I'm not sure what the issue is there with Steve Turpin, but he's dropped the spot down to third now. Down a second, sorry. And I reckon young Joel Corello might be keen on taking second spot off him as well. We see the XLs making their way up through turns 4 and 5. Here we go, the Coves. Oh, isn't this lovely? And about to be overtaken. Yeah, about to be overtaken. This is Trent Hakamo. Trent Hakamo. Got Robbie Lansmere right on his backside. This has got, here's the XLs. Here we go again. Lachlan Cove and Ashley Cove terrific racing. This is 333 of Harrison Burns. Harrison Burns back to car number 9, which is Panizza, working his way up through the S's. Turn 3, turn 4. Sharp uphill, steep uphill is turn 4. Negotiate turn 4 and into turn 5. Oh, wow. Interesting. Yes, indeed. Just had a notice that young Panizza has been given, yeah, wow, bad sportsmanship flag for car number 9 for track limits. That is Panizza, car number 9, track limits. That is often the case for using too much of turn 7 and really rolling out wide into the pit lane exit and keeping a rather wide radius and coming back in, giving you more of a slingshot down the main straight. But that's really disappointing for track limits for car number 9. And we are now up to we'll just about be getting the last lap board as soon as we've got Brent Peters about to come and join us. And here's Steve Turpin coming down the hill. Here we go. We've got the last lap board coming up for Steve Turpin. He receives the last lap board. So Brent Peters in first place, Joel Corello in second, Steve Turpin third, Robbie Landsmere back in fourth, Trent Hookamo in fifth. It's actually Cameron Burns that's got himself in front of Trent. Cameron Burns up there into fifth, Gary Edwards into sixth. And I do believe we've lost Trent. I do believe Trent Hookamo's got a bit of an issue, stuck somewhere. Meanwhile, in the meantime, here we go, coming down the hill. Here we go, Brent Peters. Here he comes, round turn 7, about to take the checkered flag. Congratulations, Brent Peters. Oh, really, really good. Brent Peters across the line. Well done. Qualified second, third in race 1. Fifth in race 2 and takes out victory in race 3. Well done. Brent Peters in first place. Joel Corello in second. Just waiting on Steve Turpin, who obviously stayed. In actual fact, I think Steve's probably dropped another spot. He has indeed. Robbie Landsmere takes up a podium. Well done. Robbie Landsmere takes third. Steve Turpin, there he goes. He crosses the line. Wow, he really has dropped the pace. He was lapping at a 1:02. He crossed the line with a 1:14. That shows you how much time that Stevie Turpin dropped over the remaining laps of this race. Cameron Burns, I should say, he crosses the line in fifth place. Gary Edwards, he didn't have a great race, in sixth. And we're waiting on Whitome, Burns. Panizza, unfortunately, who got that track limits warning. It's not very good. Ashley Cove, good on you, Ashley. Good. It's great to see the young lady have a good outing. And Lachlan Cove, good on you, mate. Good racing. You two guys really did race each other beautifully. Ashley and Lachlan, that was really fun watching you guys have a good battle as we see them heading up through turn 4 at the moment. Just behind Stevie. Well, that is improved production car and 3E production cars. Race 3, 1 and done. Well, tell you what, we got a car broken down and down by turn 6. That is car number 181, which is, of course, Trent Huacamo. I did think that was probably the issue. Okay, all right. Well, we'll throw down to Demelza and Jamie. Demelza and Jamie are down there. I believe you might have Jared Carey.
Thanks very much, Sean. Yes, we're joined by Jared Carey, who's been just competed with his street car in the combined grid, which was a bit of an effort, no doubt about it. And that was sponsored by ADH Club Car and also Pool Edge Systems Proprietary Limited. Now, Jared, how long have you been racing for? Just a few years, really. So you're quite new to the sport. And how did you find your efforts today? Did you really enjoy the racing?
Yeah, the racing was pretty good. I wish I'd put a set of slicks on and just gone with the sports sedans because everyone else's cars broke, unfortunately. Had a very big spin out of turn 6 then on that last race and had to come in, unfortunately. The car's completely full of sand and yeah, I'm still a bit shaky from it. Actually, it's got a good one.
So why do you think you spun out? Do you think there's a bit of oil on the track on the 6th turn?
Yeah, I was out of 6, steering wheel was straight and full throttle, and went to pull 4th gear, and the car just let go on the rear end and just spun straight out and headed inside into the dirt and done it.
How was the car feeling before you actually spun out? You really happy with the way the car was running on the track?
Yeah, no, it was absolutely fine. It was as good as it had been all day, so I was a bit surprised. Yeah.
Up until that particular point, how were you finding the competition from the other cars?
Yeah, it's good. Obviously, they're on slicks, so I feel like I was a bit quicker at the start and had to back out. Obviously, I couldn't get around anyone, which is a shame. It would have been good. And then, obviously, with that restart, I think a couple of guys need to go back to the rule book and just have a little look at what you're supposed to be doing on the restart. But, you know, it's all part of it, I guess. Everyone's learning. We all start from somewhere. I've only been doing it a couple of years myself, so no one's perfect, so no love lost there. But, yeah, it's good to be amongst it, and, yeah, looking forward to getting back into the next race. So, yeah, good day overall. The car's still in one piece, thankfully.
You're also responsible, Jared, for sponsoring the category as well, which is fantastic. So, really, as a word of acknowledgement, I mean, well done, but Absolutely. What about other people coming in and sort of sponsoring? This is what this club needs, doesn't it? They need a lot more support.
Yeah, I'm actually lucky enough that my boss's friends sponsor my car too, so as of just recently, so it does help, and it'd be good if a few other guys can get involved too. It's good for advertisement, obviously, for your business, so... And it's
especially now with the streaming service, it even sort of adds to it, doesn't it? More allure for those people that want to sponsor and donate some money to this club.
Yeah, that too. And obviously the car does get quite a lot of attention. Must be the wheels, because it's not the driver. Yeah, happy to get people.
So when it comes to your skills, do you feel that every year that your skills are sort of blossoming into something that you're really satisfied with, that you're sort of on track, or is it just purely you and tussling with sort of getting the car up to shape for each race?
Yeah, I do feel quite in tune with the car. It's still, I guess, a fairly stock road car in the sense that the suspension's nothing flash. It's still a floor pan and nothing's been chopped out of it, besides the stuff to reduce a bit of weight. It needs a bit of work, so do I. Ryan Humphrey would agree with that too, I'm sure. But yeah,
and from obviously you've got the sponsors that have helped you today. Do you have anyone else in your support network?
Yeah, my girlfriend who stood behind the cameraman. She's the better half and owns some of the car, I guess. So this Pilates, thank you very much.
Who does all the work on your car? You give them a bit of a pat in the back?
Yeah, so Steve and Jeff Thomas, Guru Engineering, have built the motor and done quite a lot of work to the car. A few friends have helped as well. It's just a bunch of mates having fun and sitting in the shed working on your cars.
Mate, couldn't thank you enough for being here, Jared. And congratulations on a good day. It's going to improve for you. The spin-out's one thing, but hey, listen, I'm sure you'll get over that. It's not as bad as sort of hitting the wall at Collie, is it?
No, it's definitely not. It doesn't hurt as much.
Thanks a lot, mate. Have a great week, and we look forward to seeing you in the next run of championship races.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Demelza and Jamie. Very much appreciated. Love the interview again. Yeah, well, we're now at the time, folks. We just got, we're actually the penultimate race of the day. Obviously, it's a big weekend. We've got plenty of racing tomorrow, but we move on to Formula Classic. This will be race 3 for Formula Classic. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. And look at Formula Classic, really enjoying Formula Classic today. It's been awesome racing again. Look at the qualifying. It was William Norman who not qualified first. Alan Jones. We had Peter Marsh, Ricky Varago was back in 4th, and Colin Ewald in 5th. Now, race 1 was the most amazing finish I've ever seen. First place was Glenn Swarbrick. Incredible finish. One of those ones you just have to see to believe. I hope you believe me. But yeah, Glenn Swarbrick was in first place, Bruce Mitchell in 2nd, Craig Thompson in 3rd, Leon Magisto in 4th, and Colin Ewald back in 5th. Of course, race 2 was a little bit more standard, a little bit more stock standard. It was Alan Jones who overtook William Norman, look, with about a lap and a half to go to secure victory, and Peter Marsh was in 3rd place, Colin Ewald in 4th, and Craig Thompson back there in 5th. And that was the finishing order for race number 2, which was a slightly longer race. We're just waiting for the field of Formula Classic to be released. And just remembering, Formula Classic really not ancient, but old cars, so they'll do 2 laps of warm-up. So effectively, the first lap will be a sighting lap. The second lap will be what we refer to as a warming-up lap or a formation lap. Whether it be Formula 1 speak or MotoGP speak, formation lap, I should say. And then they'll grid up and we'll have a rolling start. A rolling start for the older model Formula Classic cars. And we're not sure exactly which one. One of the vehicles is actually from the WA Motor Museum. And I get exactly which one. If my great mate Rob Janney, the late Rob Janney, was here, he'd be telling me exactly. And it's an absolute privilege to be up here in the Rob Janney commentary box. Rob Janney was my mentor when I first began commentating here at CARCO Raceway many, many moons ago. All right, in the meantime, we're gridding up. Well, this is obviously the sighting lap. We come back for the formation lap. Car's not doing as much side-to-side shuffling as you would expect. They don't really need that much grip because they're not going to be racing too much. It's really gentleman races, as you can understand, with vehicles of this era. These were around the day when JC was playing fullback for the All-Stars. So they've been around for many, many moons, and I did mention that parts for these cars, you won't find a lot of them on the shelves at your local shop. No, you won't find a lot of the parts for these, but handmade parts, and a lot of engineering firms get their gear together and make the intricate little parts to keep these cars on the road. So that was lap number 1, their sighting lap. You'll see the Ford safety car shuffling out on the track, and it'll be Alan Jones who'll be leading the field, with William Norman in second place. He'll be leading the field up towards the safety car. They'll do a lap behind the safety car. The safety car will peel off, and it'll actually turn its amber lights off and gain some speed between turn 6 and turn 7. It'll peel off in the pit lanes, and these guys will have a rolling start led by Alan Jones and William Norman. Just looking at a little bit of a look at the types of cars we've got in the field. We've got, so William Norman's racing the RT4, the Ralt RT4. Leon Magistro, the Reynard, the 84F. Colin Yude in the SC80 Tigger. Glenn Swarbrick in the Macon, the MR9. David Dearden, he's on the Reynard, the SF84. The Van Diemen, the Formula Ford Van Diemen for Phillip Grove. Ricky Virago on board the Ralt RT5. Bruce Mitchell, the Reynard Formula Ford 2000. The Ralt RT5 is raced by Alan Jones. Peter Marsh, he's on board the Aztec. And Craig Thompson and the RF82 Van Diemen. We noticed the safety car, there's lights off. We see it heading down the hill. He will now bolt in the pits, get out of the way, and let the action begin. Formula Classic, folks. Race number 3, the penultimate race for today. And of course, I mentioned we will be back tomorrow with plenty of racing, but all eyes on Formula Classic Race 3. Got the green lights. It's all in the hands of Alan Jones when he puts his foot on the skinny pedal and takes off, which he does. William Norman round the outside. William Norman round the outside. Oh, now that's a turn up for the books. Jonesy normally, being in pole position, would have the start of the race and he'd be able to determine the start. But William Norman's picked his pocket round the outside and shuffles himself into first position. You're pretty happy with that. And so Jonesy got the chasing to do now as they work their way up through turn 4 into turn 5. The right-hand sweeper heading down the hill. See Peter Marsh, Colin Ewell, Craig Thompson, David Dearden, Phillip Grove, all in the queue. Glenn Swarbrick back a little bit further, and Leon Magistro bringing up the tail of the field. There's Glenn Swarbrick, as we see on camera. I can't get over the fact that he won race 1. Just can't get over it. Good on you, Glenn. And across the start-finish line we go, and it's, yes, William Norman. Wow, he goes across the line with Alan Jones in tail. Very small margin between the two. It looks like around 2 to 2.5 seconds across the stripe between Norman and Jones. Peter Marsh back there in fourth. In third. Colin Yude in fourth, and Craig Thompson in fifth, in front of David Dearden. Okay, heading up towards turn 5, the top of the mountain effectively. It's the highest part on our track, is the peak of turn 5, before they plummet down in towards turn 6. As they head down towards 6, got a beautiful view of the Wanneroo Market Gardens, or should I say the Neerabup Market Gardens. And see if the strawberries are ripe. Not this time of the year, there wouldn't be, no. Silly thing. But here we go. We're on the way, and it's Norman in first place. Let's go across the stripe. Let's see what he's done. What has William Norman done for a lap time? A 58.5. Oh, nice. A 58.51 for William Norman. Let's see what Jonesy lobs himself. A 58.69. So just on, just less than 0.2 of a second is the margin between William Norman and Alan Jones for first and second as they work their way up through turn 4. As we look on the main straight now, going across the start-finish line, this is David Dearden, followed by Grove. Dearden in car number 33, and Grove car number 41 just behind them. The Dearden on board. The Reynard with the Van Diemen of Grove right behind him. The Reynard, the SF84 Reynard, working its way up through turn 3 into turn 4. Past the Perth signs. Great place to have a camera located up there, as we see that camera up there, the one we're on board with now at turn 5, the way it catches the cars swinging out from turn 4, the change of direction at turn 5, and the cars sink downhill and towards turn 6. And obviously this camera position here, using plenty of the envelope here, was Philip Grove, using plenty of the concrete apron, I should say, on the edge of the track, going out really wide to keep his radius as wide and as bold as possible. Down the start-finish line, this is Colin Yude, followed by Craig Thompson. Colin Yude, car number 94. He's been lapping around the 66 to 67 second mark, as has Craig Thompson right behind him. I remember the last race, both Yude and Thompson had some awesome battles, especially to the latter end of that race. That was really good stuff. And isn't she an absolute beauty, car number 94? Right, so it's still Norman in first place. Oh, he's down to the 57s. Oh, well done. William Norman down to the 57s, a 57.9. Wow, that puts him just on, barely 0.2 in front of Alan Jones per lap. Jones has got his work cut out. If he can get a bit of a slipstream, it'll certainly help him. Coming out of turn 6. The rest of the field, we see Peter Marsh, we see Colin Yude, Craig Thompson, David Dearden, of course Philip Grove. Just crosses the start line now. Philip Grove lobbing himself. What's he nailing? 69 seconds for Philip Grove. And here we go again. William Norman, a 57.9. Yeah, he's getting faster and faster. 57.9 for William Norman. Alan Jones, the 58.2. That margin is lengthening, but ever so slightly as they work their way up to turns 4 into turn 4. Long left-hander. There's Swarbrick. Swarbrick, the winner of race 1. Here he is on board the Formula Ford as he works his way around turn 4. He's had a great day out. I wonder how many kilometres that Glenn Swarbrick has done around CARCO Raceway. It must be hundreds and hundreds. And we're up at the top of turn 5. Love this view here. Right on turn 5, and 88 comes around the corner. This is Peter Marsh plummeting down into turn 6. Peter Marsh in third place, just behind Alan Jones and William Norman, and just in front of Colin Yude, of course, Craig Thompson. So 57.9 is still the fastest for William Norman. And Alan Jones right behind him, the 58s. We see car number 88 coming around the corner. Peter Marsh again as he comes along the start-finish line. Let's see what Marsh can do, put himself a PB up there. 50th, what do we got? 101.4, yeah, so he's in the 61.5 second bracket there is Peter Marsh. And he exits up, heading up. But we've got a bit of traffic in front of him as he goes up through turns 2 and 3, round the outside in turn 4, like that, just like Malcolm McLaren, round the outside. And he's got more traffic. He's got Glenn Swarbrick up ahead. Well, he dive down the inside of the Formula Ford quite neatly. Glenn's keeping the Formula Ford on the racing line. Very neat driving. Of course, this is Formula Classic, and we don't want any form of contact. I can assure you these are pieces of work, pieces of art, and we don't want any collisions of any sort with these sorts of vehicles. So you'll find the tail enders will be doing the right thing by getting out nice and wide and giving plenty of racing room for their fellow combatants. You see Peter Marsh coming down to complete another lap. Peter Marsh been lapping in the 61 seconds, and again, oh no, this one's in the 62s, so just dropping off the pace ever so slightly. We've got 1 minute to go, folks, in this 12-minute race. 12 minutes plus 1 lap. And the boys have just completed 7 laps. So we'll probably get 9 laps all up, I would say. Here we go across the start line. This is Colin Yude and Craig Thompson. They've had a great day's racing against each other. David Dearden, and there's the starter again. So that is the lap number 8 in the books for William Norman. Completed 8 laps. Alan Jones about to complete 9. We've still got 21 seconds to go, so the boys will have another 2 laps to go, or at least another lap and a half. They'll receive the last lap board as they come past in another half a lap's time. In the meantime, just coming past our start-finish line is Philip Grove. Lobs himself a 70-second lap. So that's a 1.10 second lap. And just waiting on Glenn Swarbrick, who's just coming around turn 7 as we speak. Look at this battle. Oh, coming out of the bowl in turn 6. This is looking good. Look at these boys coming over the hill side by side. Oh, the pace here of William Norman. That is nice. He's a little bit too much pace there for Craig Thompson. Just has to negotiate Colin Yude to come around. He will be getting the last lap board. The last lap board is out for Formula Classic for round 3 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship. Yes, this is William Norman on his way home, and I tell you what, Alan Jones just had to sneak past a little bit of traffic there. Colin Yude, of course, still racing hard up against Craig Thompson for 4th and 5th as they make their... Oh, Thompson up the inside. Yude's gone out wide in turn 4. As we battles on out here, heading down in towards turn 5. For the final time, William Norman. He'll have a bit of traffic on the main straight as he, or should I say the back straight, as he negotiates some tail end traffic. Does it easy. Oh, look at this. Over the top of the hill, just to overtake Glenn Swarbrick now. Coming around the outside, Alan Jones, he's going to have a go too. Oh, lovely driving, great driving. William Norman. Swarbrick just stay out of the way. He does stay out of the way of Alan Jones also. And these Formula Classics complete a great day's racing. William Norman in first place. Alan Jones second. Peter Marsh is waiting on Marsh here to come across the stripe. And actually Craig Thompson, who comes in 4th there. And Colin Yude back there in 5th. And we'll be waiting for Dearden and Grove to come across the stripe. As we see they're still out and about. Peter Marsh, I see him coming down the hill. Peter Marsh around the outside of some traffic, around the inside of some traffic, I should say. Yeah, number 88. Negotiates turn 7, gasses it up, down the finish line for the final time. And he wraps it up in 3rd place. So, there we go, folks. We're just waiting for our last competitor to come across the stripe. This is Philip Grove. And he completes his journey. All right, folks. The results are in. Formula Classic Race 3 results. 1st place, William Norman. 2nd place, Alan Jones. 3rd place, Peter Marsh. 2nd place, Craig Thompson. 3rd place, Colin Yude. 6th was David Dearden. 7th, Philip Grove. 8th, Glenn Swarbrick. And 9th, Leon Magistro. awesome racing as we please put your hands together as the cars come back past McCracken House back towards the pits. It's an absolute brilliant category. As I say, a rolling museum. You see these cars parked up in the museum. They look great, but it's only better when you see them on track doing what they're designed to do, racing out here. Magnificent stuff. Okay, well, I tell you what we might do is we might see if we've got our roving reporters out there, if they've picked up someone new. They might even have Cameron Burns out there. Let me just drop down to Demelza and Jamie. Have you got your ears on, guys?
That's right. We are here in pit lane with Cameron Burns from the Improved Productions category, thanks to WA Hino. Cameron, how do you think you went today?
Oh, the car was all right. It was good fun out there. The competitors gave it a lot of room at times. It was some good racing. I was racing against Gary and a few of the XLs, which were good fun. Yeah, the car survived. That's all you can say, really. It was good fun.
You've had a car for a few years. I mean, do you feel that today was a good indicator how the car was running? You're happy with the way it was held itself on the track?
Yeah, the car's had a few issues lately when we blew the gearbox of Collie, so it's a makeshift at the moment, but it still did reasonable lap times. Rob Lansmere and the other 2-litre, he went a lot quicker today, so congrats to him. And more cars are coming racing with us, which is good.
And what was the atmosphere like on the track? Was it pretty hot? Was it pretty competitive?
It is when you start at the back. But no, it's good fun. All the guys gave me a bit of room. It's good hard racing. It was good fun, to be honest.
And so when you say you're a late bloomer, when we're talking off air, I mean, really, your family's been involved in racing for a long time. So why did it take so long for you to sort of, get behind the wheel?
Get my shit together, to be honest. That's what it came down to. Dad and brother, we've been racing for years and years, so the opportunity came to buy Dad's car off him for cheap. So I bought it off him, and he bought a Radical you see behind us now. So now just all 3 cars racing at once is a lot.
And so does the entire family spend all their time? I've been told to call you Reggie Jr. from now on, but I won't go there. But Cameron, I mean, obviously the family supporting is obviously a great bonus, especially when it comes to racing, because it's just it's a really intensive sport. You need a lot of support, don't you?
Yeah, we do a lot of it as a privateer all ourselves. Brother's mechanical engineer, so we get a lot through his sponsors and stuff like that. But we do it all ourselves. So we do have a couple of good sponsors from WA Hino and Knight Financial that have been helping out this year with the category. And then we've also got BM Graphics that do our stickers and signs. He does all our website and all the rest of it. And then Yokohama, obviously, because they're our tyre suppliers, so we've got to use them. So, yeah, no, it is what it is. You've got a budget to run to, and if it doesn't work, that's it, pretty much.
Well, enjoy the rest of the racing for the rest of the year, mate. Look forward to seeing you back on the track really soon. Over to you, Sean.
Thank you very much, Jamie. Thank you very much, Demelza. Really appreciate that. Yeah, lovely interviews. You've done a great job today, guys. Really been terrific to get those the word of mouth out to us. Really, really good. All right, well, we're on to our last race of the day, Formula Ford Race 3. Pardon me, this is a 12-minute race with 1 lap after the 12 minutes that has expired. Just going back to qualifying earlier on today, that was all Brock Brewer. He qualified in first position. Matthews was second, Henderson third, Jensen Marold in fourth, and Andrew Van Leeuwen back there in 5th place. Race 1, well, that was Matthews and Brewer. What a race that was. Race 1 was 0.039 was the margin, believe it or not, between Matthews and Brewer. That was really, really close across the stripe. Real good racing. Henderson back there in 3rd, Jensen Marold back there in 4th, and Andrew Van Leeuwen in 5th place. Well, it looks like we're just about to kick things off for the Formula Ford last race of the day. I did mention it's a 12-lap race. I do believe this is a standing start. We see the guys and girls about to grid up. Awesome day's racing. Thank you again to all our staff, all our volunteers, everyone who's come along and worked today to make today possible. It's been an awesome start to round 3 of the WA Sporting Car Club Championship. So we thank everyone, including all the flag marshals, for all your time for today and tomorrow. Thanks again, guys and girls. All right, we're just about to get the green flag for the last race of the day. Formula Ford, race 3. You're at CARCO Raceway. We got the flag, we got the green. Let the last race begin, folks. Marald and Henderson in first place. Brewer in third. Out they go. Oh, Brewer's got a bad start, actually. Looks like Matthews has dived under the inside. Josh Matthews dived up the inside for third place. But I do think it's Henderson in first place or Marald. I think that might be... I'm going to say that's Marald in first place. I might be wrong there. We'll check that. Henderson, Brewer's dropped back to fourth place. Matthews is in fifth. And Hall back there in sixth with Cirillo a little bit further back. Look at this train of Formula Fords as they snake their way through turns 2, 3, 4, 5, and now in towards turn 6. Plummeting down the hill. Or side by side. This is a nice drag race. Side by side. The Formula Fords often like to slipstream each other, sit behind the car in front of you, and at the last minute pull out and dive underneath. But on this occasion, in the first lap, they've decided, let's fight it out side by side. And the inside car, as you would expect, will get the running in towards from turn 7, and we'll get the lead down in towards turn 1. Let's have a look. It's Henderson in first place, and it's Jensen Marald, he's in second. Joshua Matthews third. Brewer back in fourth, with Hall in fifth and Cirillo in sixth. Up through turns 2 and 3. These first 4 cars are close. Josh Matthews getting right behind Marald. Really, really close behind him. Also Brewer, he's in there too. He wants a piece of the action, as you would expect. They crest the top of the hill by turn 4, down into turn 5. Good racing. Henderson in front. Looks like a dive up the inside. Going downhill in turn 6. Not getting it done there is Marald. Jensen Marald thinks about it a second time. Look at how wide they go out wide and use the full concrete apron of the track, using tons of the exit on turn 6. And they all get in behind each other for a bit of slipstreaming, I should say, up the inside. Oh, yes. Marald's taken no prisoners. He's decided, I want to get on with the race. I want first position. And that puts actually Henderson in a nasty little position. He does well. He dives up the inside and holds on a second position. I thought he might have been held out and one back, which could have put him in a position to be overtaken by Josh Matthews, but that wasn't the case. And Jensen Marald able to hold on to the position there with Henderson back there in second place and Josh Matthews in third. So they work up through turn 7. Glenn Swarbrick bringing up the rear. What a day he's had. So the lap times we see, 1:02, 62 seconds for Jensen Marald, and Xavier Henderson a little bit slower than that. But I tell you who's the fastest out there is Willie Hall, number 55. That's William Hall. He's the fastest out there. He's lapping with a 62.7. So significantly faster. Let's check out the action on track. Oh, geez, Josh Matthews thought about diving down the inside and maybe grabbing 3 spots with 1. Let's see will he stick the car down the inside. It's 3 wide. Oh, Brewer goes for 4 wide. Not going to make it work, unfortunately. Still 2 wide into turn 1. Oh, Matthews might go. Oh, bad contact. Big contact between Matthews and Henderson, and Matthews has gone sideways, gone off, and he's damaged the suspension of the car without doubt. Oh, the open wheelers have made contact, and Josh Matthews finds himself over by flag marshal number 2, and he'll move to the inside. That is day done there for Joshua Matthews. Oh, that was a really tough little battle there with Xavier Henderson, I think it was. And there's been open wheel side-to-side contact, and that has... we've also lost our spoiler. Yes, I see there's a bit of debris on the track. I'd say that might be a front nose cone even. That's been dislodged, whether it's come off Joshua Matthews' car. Anyway, unfortunately for Matthews, he sinks to the bottom of the table as he rolls off to the infield, but he'll be back to fight another day. Let's see if there's any damage to the other car, or is that Henderson? I think it might be the rear of Henderson's car that's missing. Brewer's going to dive up the inside of, it's actually William Hall, I should say. Brewer's going to dive up the inside of William Hall and will take second spot off him. So Henderson in first place, Brewer in second, Hall in third, Van Leeuwen in fourth, and Cirillo back there in fifth with Begley in sixth. And I hear Yeah, oh wow, that's the action. Oh, that collision there down at turn 1. That was, I guess, an accident waiting to happen when you, so at one stage we're almost 4 wide heading into that corner, down to 3 wide, down to 2 wide, and they couldn't sort it out to 1 wide. Understandable, but oh yeah, so it's the nose cone that's missing off Brock Brewer. I see Brewer's car is missing its nose cone. I see there's a piece of nose cone down there by turns 2 and 3, between turns 2 and 3 on the infield, and it's clearly the front of Brock's car, so it'll affect his handling, downforce, give him plenty of air conditioning on his feet. His feet will be nice and cool. Yeah, so the nose cone, a little bit of damage in the front of Brock Brewer's Formula Ford. Not affecting his lap times. He's the fastest circulating out there. He's just done a 62.23. So he's circulating fast out there. Maybe it's that extra weight he didn't need. That nose cone was just weighing him down, I guess. Didn't need that, so we'll flick that off and get going. But yeah, over the back, heading towards turn 6, down in towards the base in turn 6, or the bowl, whatever you want to call it. Con's Corner, officially known as, and it's Xavier Henderson as he pulls up number 8. Got the drive up the hill. 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go, plus 1 lap. Oh, good fast sector there. Oh, and being matched. I was just going to say a fast sector there from Xavier Henderson, and the sector was matched and then beaten by Brock Brewer. Man, the lightweight Formula Ford, the nose coneless Formula Ford, or taking the very long way out, almost the joker lap there was Mark Cirillo. Wow, he went right out wide out towards McCracken House. He placed an order for a Coldie, and I'll pick it up after the race. That was pretty loose, but nonetheless, still the fastest lap of the race is with Brock Brewer. He's in second place behind Xavier Henderson. As I did say, 2.5 minutes to go. Another fast sector put down by Xavier Henderson. The fast sector, he's the first sector done in 26 seconds. And he's on a mission, that is for sure. See, down into turn 6. The bulk of the field, we're down here to Hall, Van Leeuwen, Cirillo, Begley, Piper, and of course Barron, Swarbrick. Oh, yes, indeed. So both Josh Matthews and Jensen Marold are out of the racing. Unfortunately, so both Marold and Matthews are out of the race. So this now leaves it up to Henderson in first place, Brewer in second, William Hall back there in third. And fourth across the line was Mark Cirillo, with Andrew Van Leeuwen back there in 5th spot. Putting in another fast lap, Xavier Henderson, that's the fastest lap of the day. He's gone in the 61s, a 61.8. And faster, young man. Looking just on 1.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap as the field snakes its way up through turn 4 into turn 5 and plummet downhill towards turn 6. Doing a bit of slipstreaming, as Formula Fords are known for. They're just designed for slipstreaming. And just as this track was built for slipstreaming, I tell you what, Formula Fords, Formula Vs, and CARCO Raceway, it's a match made in heaven. You really can't find a better racetrack for these kind of cars to race on. Bit of undulation, some nice long straights, plenty of slipstreaming, some very hard braking areas. Oh, a post-race investigation on the turn 1 contact between 65 and 31. Yeah, well, Jensen Marold and Joshua Matthews just cropped up in our timing screen with their post-race investigation on that turn 1 contact. And look, I don't know if it was clumsy or just accidental, but both Jensen and Joshua, yeah, they'll be speaking with the stewards after the race. But in the meantime, 30 seconds to go, so we'll be getting the last lap board in another couple of laps. And it's all Xavier Henderson who has the lead, getting faster and faster. He's down in the 61.8. And whereas Brock Brewer is in the 102s. 102 flat, mind you, but small margin of length there for Xavier Henderson. He comes down the hill towards turn 7. We see Brewer right behind him. Oh, there's a good battle coming down the hill also. Just in the background there, saw another nice little battle. I think that was Hall and Cirillo In actual fact, it was Cirillo and Van Leeuwen, but across the stripe with 1 lap to go. The last lap of the day, folks. Last lap, race 3 of Formula Ford, and it is Xavier Henderson with a commanding lead over Brock Brewer, around about 60 to 80 metres over Brewer. William Hall in 3rd place, Mark Cirillo in 4th, and Andrew Van Leeuwen bringing up 5th place with Begley back there in 6th. Well, here we go. Half a lap to go for this gentleman, Xavier Henderson. Fastest lap of the day, the 61.8. Negotiates turn 6. Now he just got the long climb up the hill. No pressure on him. Just negotiate the hill, over the top of the hill. Heavy braking zone down into turn 7. Very heavy braking zone. He looks pretty happy inside the car. Sun shining on his visor. Negotiates turn 7, pulls the infield, a little bit of side-by-side waggle. Congratulations, Xavier Henderson. Winner from Brock Brewer in 2nd place, William Hall in 3rd, Mark Cirillo, I should say, in 5th and 4th. Andrew Van Leeuwen brings up 5th, and we're just waiting on young Begley, Piper, Barron, Glennie Swarbrick to come across the stripe. Well, that is an awesome day. Day number 1 of round number 3 here for the WA Sporting Car Club Racing Championship at CARCO Raceway. Race number 17, actually, race number 17, run and done, folks. So, of course, we'll be back tomorrow with all our other categories. Of course, FSR are back for 3 races. We've got Formula V, the HQ Holdens, historic touring cars, and the XLs all to come out. But that is the racing one and done, folks. Just again, Xavier Henderson in 1st place, Brock Brewer in 2nd, Willie Hall in 3rd, Cirillo in 4th, and Andrew Van Leeuwen back in 5th. Well, I'm joined up here by both Jamie and Demelza. Both got your microphones on.
How about turning around so you can see the camera? Because the camera's having a look at
here.
you. Listen, well done on a great day, sitting in the chair. Had a fair bit to do.
I appreciate that very much, guys. Thanks for your help. It's a real pleasure. Great to have those interviews done downstairs. That was terrific.
Oh, great. Yeah, we're just going to go to a break and then we'll be having a chat ourselves. No, we didn't.
All right, folks, we'll just take a little bit of a break. That is the end of racing for today. Look, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow, okay? Come back and join us. Racing kicks off at 8:30. Good evening, folks, from CARCO Raceway. Good night.
It's the end of the first day of racing here at CARCO Raceway for the WA Sporting Club Car Championships. Sean, how did you see the day? I really thought it was a great day of racing. Well, obviously, the weather was absolutely idyllic, which sort of helped that. But there was a very few bingles on the track, and, you know, really, I thought it was a great day of racing overall.
I couldn't agree more, Jamie, and that was just a sensational day's racing. You couldn't have asked for any more. Just say the weather was perfect, the weather gods looked after us, but the races themselves, they race clean, they race fair. Okay, a few little incidents, but that's racing. You want some incidents in racing. But look, I really thoroughly enjoyed it. One thing I did want to mention was Glenn Swarbrick winning race number 1. That was completely unexpected. It was just a dream for Glenn Swarbrick to actually win a race in Formula Classic. Completely unexpected. A bit of a disaster when the safety car came in the pits. Most of the field followed in. Glenn Swarbrick didn't. He went across the checkered flag, greeted the checkered flag, and took home his first win in Formula Classic. It was my highlight of the day.
And to Melzer, I mean, we spoke to a fair few people today, and everybody seemed to be really happy with the shape of their cars and also their day's racing. And as always, the atmosphere and the spirit of competitiveness is always active, but it's someone called it frenemies.
Frenemies, yes,
which I thought was a lovely term.
We did see a couple of those today, didn't we? And I'm sure we'll see a few more tomorrow as well. Yeah. But today was fantastic, as always, the atmosphere. Everyone was loving the weather. Everyone was loving the racing that was going on as well. Even getting down there on the grid and having a chat to the racers on the grid walk was just absolutely fantastic. And again, as we say, every single round, the young talent is coming up, and we've had this mentioned by a number of people right throughout the day in the interviews. The younger talent that is coming and the support that is getting behind them, it's just great to see.
Are you amazed by the age range who's winning and actually who's getting places? I mean, I was on the grid one stage talking to a 15-year-old that just came from all the way from over east, and he's here competing at CARCO. 15 years of age, Sean.
It's incredible. When I was 15, I was falling off my bike, my push bike, and I can assure you these guys are incredible. I was dreaming about having cars at 15. Yeah, but these guys are racing so hard. You talk about the age, I must admit, the age of the Formula Classic races was a little bit more mature. They're quite interesting. I think the youngest was around 50-odd. But, yeah, some of these young racers, they're so good. And these days, you can actually go racing at the age of 14 once you get your Motorsport Australia licence. Great opportunities for young people to come out and enjoy the sport that we all love.
Let's talk about tomorrow's card, which is pretty good. We're talking about Formula Vs, HQ Holdens, XLs, which is one of my favourites, Historic Touring and FSRs. I mean, Historic Touring and XLs is my bag. I love that sort of racing. What are you looking forward to tomorrow, Sean?
Oh, look, I guess probably the culmination, the FSR. They're running over 5 races this week, over 2 rounds. Over 2 days. Looking at the culmination of that, that's going to be pretty impressive. Just one thing I did want to mention, I really did enjoy the Formula Ford racing today. The slipstreaming, how cool was that? And we can expect the same thing tomorrow with Formula V.
Yes.
Exactly. And we should also mention that tomorrow's Sunday is a huge family day here at CARCO Raceway. So we encourage all the families to get here. And it's a great value package. So how much is it per car to get here?
It's $10 per car.
Is that it? $10?
To spectate.
Stack the car. Bring the kids. Bring everybody. Bring the grandparents. Bring the aunties and uncles.
Bring them down. It's a great day out. There's lots to see and do. And, of course, cheer on the cars as they hit the grid.
And what time does the racing get underway tomorrow?
Right on 8:30 a.m.
Ooh, 8:30. Okay, so let's get the family out of bed nice early and get them down here to CARCO Raceway. $10 entry for a carload of people. That's great value. I've got to say also, Sean, you've done a great job today.
Absolutely.
Unassisted, which is really good. So, thanks for flying without a safety net. It makes it very difficult when you sort of walk in and have to take over things, but you did a great job. Well done. And also to you, Demelza. Great job indeed. And also our entire crew here at CARCO Race. We're very thankful for everybody's efforts and energy today. Looking forward to a great day of racing tomorrow. On behalf of myself and the Turn 7 media team, we wish you a good night. Look forward to your company again tomorrow here at CARCO Raceway.
2025 WA Sporting Car Club Championship is proudly presented by carco.com.au, Belvaline, Radlink Communications, Crushing Services Australia, Gallagher, Electrical Group Training and Sets.